Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda.
Nithyanandam, I welcome all those participating with us today in the Nithyananda Yoga. Welcome back to another day of Nithyananda Yoga. I hope all of you are ready for beautiful happenings, beautiful manifestations to start as you participate within the Nithyananda Yoga today. So let's start this new day with the Sadguru Vandanam, invoking the presence of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in our life for presiding, for guiding us through this Nithyananda Yoga. Nithyanandam Paramasukhadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasyadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Satgurum Tam Namami. Now, let's chant the Shiva Moola mantra. The Moola mantra, the mantras, are the beautiful mantras to invoke a deity, as revealed by Paramashiva in the Samrajya Lakshmi Pitika, that Devas are mantratma. Just as a soul is for the human body, so is a mantra for the Devata to be invoked. So the Shiva Moola mantra is literally the soul of Paramashiva that we are going to be invoking to request his blessings, his presence with us throughout the Nithyananda Yoga today. So let us now chant the Shiva Moola mantra 11 times internally. Place your hands in the Anjali Mudra, the Namaskara Mudra in front of your heart center. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. 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 Now, I request all of you to keep a Panchapatram and an Uddarini, a cup and spoon of water for all those of you who are doing Nityananda Yoga, Nityananda Puja every day. Doing the puja every day, you would know this. Keep it with you. And now, you're going to be placing your right hand in the Gokarna Mudra, the shape of a cow's ear. And at the end of every mantra which will be chanted, 3 mantras will be chanted, you will be sipping 1 spoon of water from the base of your palm. This Tattvachamanam is a ritualistic cleansing to cleanse your body, to connect yourself to the higher energy. We will be cleansing the 3 fundamental units, the Atma Tattva, the Vidya Tattva, and the Shiva Tattva in our system. Om Atma Tattvam Shodhayami Swadha. Om Vidya Tattvam Shodhayami Swadha. Om Shiva Tattvam Shodhayami Swadha. Wash your right hand with the water from the Panchapatram. Now with the base of your right hand thumb, wipe the upper and lower lips from right to left 2 times following the chanting the following mantra. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Now, with your index, now wash your hands with the water from the Panchapatram, and with your index, middle, and ring fingers, touch above the upper lip and below your lower lip. Wash your hand with the water from the Panchapatram. With your thumb and index finger joined together of the right hand, touch your right nostril, left nostril. With your thumb and ring finger joined together, touch your right eye, left ear, left ear. Now wash your hands with the water from the Panchapatram. Now with the base of your little finger and thumb joined together, touch your navel center, the right side of your chest, the left side of your chest. Now with the tips of all your fingers joined together, touch the top of your head, your right shoulder, your left shoulder, and your heart center. Let us now enter into the Sankalpa. The Sankalpa is the conscious resolution, the powerful way you can manifest your reality through any ritual. It lies on the fundamental fact that what for are you doing what you are doing? When we are entering into Nithyananda Yoga, why are we doing it? As beautifully you will be listening in this Sankalpa, we are doing Nithyananda Yoga for a Purana Arogya Yukta Sharira, for a body to be completely with health, for Dridhagatra, for powerful limbs, for stable limbs, Yaugika Sharira, for a pure yogic body, and ultimately for Paramashiva Shakti Avishkaranarth, to manifest the powers of Paramashiva. So, with that context in mind, create your conscious intention to manifest for today. As you sit straight, place your hands with your right hand over top your left, place it on your right thigh in the Sankalpa Mudra. And let us start the Sankalpa. Om Mamopata Samasta Durita Kshaya Dwara Bhagavat Sri Nithyananda Paramashiva Prityartham Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Prityartham Cha Shubhe Shobhane Muhurte Adya Brahmanah Dvitiya Paradhe Shri Shvetavaraha Kalpe Vaivasvatamanvantare Ashtavimshati Tame Nityayuge Prathame Pade Jambudvipe Bharatavarshe Bharatakhande Meroho Dakshine Pashve Shakabdhe Asmin Vartamane Vyavaharike प्रभवादीनां षष्ट्याः संवत्सराणां मध्ये शोभकृतनाम संवत्सरे उत्तरायणे श्रीलक्ष्मी वेङ्कटेश्वर ऋतौ कुम्भमासे शुभपक्षे शुभतिथौ भानुवासरयुक्तायां शुभनक्षत्र शुभयोग शुभकरण एवं गुणविशेषण विशिष्टायाम् अस्यां शुभतिथौ श्रीकैलासोन् द्वादशान्तश्यामला पीठारूढ श्रीमीनाक्षी सुन्दरेश्वराभिन्नस्वरूप परशिवपुत्र रत्नकुमार गुरुमण्यतुल्यावतार श्रीपार्वती स्तन्यपानलब्ध दिव्यज्ञानविश्रुत सकल निगमागमसारभूत द्राविड वेद प्रवक्तृ श्रीमत् परमशिव करुणा समधिगत मुक्तामय चतुरश्रयान गीयमान छत्र चामर श्रीचिह्न काहलादि समस्त बिरदावल्यलङ्कृत ज्ञान विज्ञान चक्रवर्ती सर्वजन संग सद्यो निर्वाण दीक्षा व्यापवर्गवर्ष विश्राणजीमूत परमत कलभ केसरी शैव सिद्धांत स्थापनाचार्य श्रीराजाधिराज पांड्य महाराज गुरु क्षपण शाक्यादि महांधकार निवारण ज्ञान भानु वीक्षणानर्हार्ह ध्वजोच्छेदन पूर्वक श्रीमत् वृषभध्वज स्थापक शैव समय कर्तृ सर्वज्ञ पीठारूढ़ श्री जगद्गुरु श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक स्वामी वागीश सुंदर माणिक्य वाचक स्वामिनां अवतार भूत श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक स्वामी वागीश सुंदर माणिक्य निधान कैलास परंपरागत कांची कैलास सर्वज्ञ पीठ त्रयस्त्रिंशदुत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान नित्योत्सव नित्य मंगल नित्य कल्याण नित्य रचित कैलास परंपरागत आदि कैलास नित्यानंद पीठ महासंस्थान महासिंहासन पीठ कर्तृ साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत श्री कैलास परंपरागत वैवस्वत मनु इक्ष्वाकु हरिश्चंद्र भगीरथ श्रीरामचंद्र शूरसेन इत्यादि अनवच्छिन्न सार्वभौम चक्रवर्ती परंपरागत चतुष्षष्टि योगिनी मंडित चतुष्षष्टि संप्रदाय प्रवर्तक मनुधर्म शासन सूर्यवंश प्राप्त सर्वज्ञपीठ सुरांगी साम्राज्य मूर्धाभिषिक्त चूड़ामणि साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत श्री कपिल महागुरु पुनरुद्धृत महानिर्वाणि पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री महामंडलेश्वर साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत श्री महागणपति समारंभ अनवच्छिन्न पीठाधीश्वर गुरु परंपरा प्राप्त अटल पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्रतम अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री अटल पीठाधीश्वर धर्म मुक्ति स्वर्ग पुर स्वर्ण पीठ त्रयोविंश गुरु महासन्निधान लास परंपरागत आदिपीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ जगद्गुरु श्री कैलास पुनरुद्धारक श्री कैलास परमाचार्य श्रीमत् परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य वर्य सच्चिदानंद प्रणव स्वरूप श्रोत्रिय ब्रह्मनिष्ठ श्रीमद् जगद्गुरु श्रील श्री भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिनां प्रीत्यर्थं तेषां पादारविन्दयोः भक्तिसिद्ध्यर्थं गुरुकृपा कटाक्ष सिद्ध्यर्थं क्षेमस्थैर्य वीर्य विजय आयुरारोग्य ऐश्वर्याणाम् अभिवृद्ध्यर्थं धर्मार्थ काम मोक्ष चतुर्विध फल पुरुषार्थ सिद्ध्यर्थं समस्त दुरितोपशान्त्यर्थं समस्त मंगलावाप्त्यर्थं भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव प्रसादेन सकुटुम्बस्य ज्ञान वैराग्य जीवन मुक्ति प्राप्त्यर्थं श्री सर्वदेव देवी स्वरूपाय भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव कृपा कटाक्षेण पूर्ण आरोग्य युक्त दृढ़गात्र यौगिक शरीर सिद्ध्यर्थं परमशिव शक्ति आविष्करणार्थं च नित्यानंद योगाभ्यासं करिष्ये। Om upasprishya. Now wash your right hand with the water from the Panchapatram. Take a moment to place your Panchapatram away from you so that you don't topple it over during your course of the Nityananda Yoga. And get ready to start with the first asana, which is Sukhasana. Sitting in a comfortable cross-legged position. With your head, neck and spine in a straight line, bring your index and thumbs together in the Bindu Mudra. Place it on top of your respective knees, engaging all the three bandhas. Visualize Lord Shiva in your inner space. So the three bandhas is together called the Mahamudra Bandha. Individually is the Mula Bandha, where you clench your perineum, the Udyana Bandha, where you suck in your stomach, and the Jalandhara Bandha, where you tuck in your chin to your chest. The Pranayama for the first set of asanas is the Samana Kumbhaka, where you'll be visualizing flames licking up your spine. And the japa is Soham, Soham, which you will be repeating internally in your throat center. Sukhasana. Tat Sukhasanam ityuktam ashaktastat samacharet asanam vijitam yena jitam tena jagatrayam. The next asana is Parvatasana. Now sit into a cross-legged position, bringing your feet towards the opposite thighs in Padmasana. Bring your palms together above your head in the Anjali Mudra. Keep your elbows straight, engaging all the three bandhas. Continuing to engage all the three bandhas here. Visualize yourself as Mount Kailash, Parvatasana. Athava Kshemaha Deva Parvatasana Mangalam Yat Kritva Astra Rupi Syat Shatchakradi Vilopanam. Next is Hali Pavasana. Bring the soles of your feet together in front of you. Hold the left hand by the right. Place your forehead on the ground. Engaging all the three bandhas as you gaze towards your nose, visualizing the supreme pontiff of Hinduism. Hali Pavasana. Purva Vidyahu me jano, ubhe pagatali samputithano, pushtipache dohu karalyavo, dachinakaraso vamagahavo. Now raise up and lean forward, bringing your hands cupped onto the ground. In Nagi Pavasana, here continue to engage all the three bandhas. Visualize yourself as a snake as you gaze towards your nose. Nagi Pavasana. Pura bhavidi pariyagane nicho ho vika honi phanasya lagai. Hath agane dharti lagave pasari do hath ki anjuli kare. Next asana is Kokilasana. Now clasping your big toes with your thumb and with your index and middle fingers in the Prana Mudra. Stretch your legs straight out and upwards, then cross it into Padmasana. Lean forward onto your elbows, engaging all the three bandhas as you visualize yourself as a bird. KAILASA. अथान्यदासनं वक्ष्ये निषिद्धो भवे नरः अकस्माद् वायुसञ्चारं कोकिलाख्यासनेन च. Nithyananda. Placing one ankle on top of the opposite knee, hold your opposite elbows. Again, continue to engage all the three bandhas and rotate your arms in a circular motion as you gaze towards your nose. Nithyananda. Godam bhava padaki akmahili soyo dachicharanako varalo tapari gulpa samoya vamapaduko mahilo bahuro gulpa jujana tapari goda dachiki yank chaha bahar livana. Next, place your palms onto the ground, pushing your hips up high into the sky. Move your body in a scooping motion, lowering your chest and head towards the ground. In Gajasana, engage the Uddiyana Bandha as you visualize yourself as an elephant. Nibjam padagre bhumau kritva lambi bhuyat mastakagre hastatalo nidhaya nitambam urdhumunnamaya nabhi lakshyam bhumau nasika maniya. The next asana is Rikshasana. In Rikshasana, now stop the scooping movement as you start a new movement of pressing one heel of your foot onto the ground while lifting the other foot heel up, repeating again and again. As you engage the Uddiyana Bandha sucking in your stomach, visualizing yourself as a bear in Rikshasana. Ekaikam padama kunchagajasanam kuryad Rikshasanam bhavati. The next is Vaishyasana. Bring yourself into a standing position as you raise tall upon the tips of your toes, continuing to engage the Uddiyana Bandha here. Bring your hands into the Hridaya Mudra with your index, middle and ring fingers to your heart center. Vaishyasana. Keshena padayugalam badhva tishte dadhomukha hatha vaishya vakshe yat kritva satyavan bhavet. From Vaishyasana, let us move into the next asana, which is Balalingasana. Sorry, the Urdhva Janukarana before that. So in the Urdhva Janukarana, you will be bringing yourself to a half squatting position in the Aramandi, where your knees will be bent, your feet will be pointed outwards, heels together. Now bring your hands parallel to the ground in front of your chest, your elbows parallel to the ground. As you raise the one knee over the top across your body, simultaneously moving the respective hand with that movement. Repeat this on the other side. The next asana is Balalingasana. Now bring yourself to a standing position. Interlace your fingers inside out in the Sarvava Shankari Mudra as you catch a hold of your knees, pulling it towards your chest. Keep the spine straight, engaging all the three bandhas. Visualize yourself hugging and caressing a baby in Balalingasana. Ekam janurasya lingyasthathavyam balalinganam bhavati. Pull your leg back into the next asana of Padapidanasana and pull it towards your back, holding it with both hands in the Parashamudra. Keep your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Engage all the three bandhas. Sthitva kasmin padatale karabhyam veshtayetanum. Now clasping the respective heel from inside out. Lean forward with the forward hand in the Bindu Mudra, index and thumb joined together. Lean forward, stretching your leg back, kicking your leg back in Natarajasana, visualizing yourself as Bhagavan Nataraja, the Lord of Dance. Tanapadam Krauncham cha Marichim Veerabhadrakam Natarajam Trikonam cha Suptangashtha Prasarane. Now, to balance ourselves, let's repeat Balalingasana on the other side. Engage all the three bandhas. Ekam janurasya lingya sthatavyam balalinganam bhavati. Let us repeat Padapidanasana on the other side. Pull your leg backwards. स्थित्वैकस्मिन् पादतले कराभ्यां वेष्टयेत्तनं पृष्ठे संस्थापयत्नेन पादपीडनमासनम्. And leaning forward into Natarajasana on the other side. Tanapadam Krauncham cha Marichim Veerabhadrakam Natarajam Trikonam cha Suptangashta Prasarane. Now, let's enter into another Karana, which is the Ardharechita Karana. Again, bringing yourself into the Aramandi position. Bring your hands parallel towards the ground in front of your chest. Now, take your right foot, bring it behind the other one with the toes down, heels up. Keep your left hand at your chest and extend the right arm out and wide like a pendulum, bringing it back towards your chest. Move your fingers one by one inwards towards the palm and then outwards. Now place your right hand over your nose in the Anchita Karana, uncross your ankles and repeat this on the other side. The next is the skeleton dance. This is a very powerful process, a very powerful technique revealed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to cleanse the muscle memory. Any patterns sitting there within your muscles, false ideas, patterns that propel you to take certain actions can all be removed, completely cleared out through this powerful process. How? You're going to be visualizing yourself as pure bones. There's no muscles, there's no blood, there's no nerves, there's no capillaries, no organs within you, just pure bones. And you're going to shake your whole frame vigorously, intensely, while maintaining that visualization. Visualize yourself physically throwing out all those patterns from inside of you. Now, you can slowly relax. Take a few steps on your mat. As we enter into the next Karana, which is the Katichina Karana. Now, in the Katichina Karana, you will be standing tall on your mat with your hands crossed above your head and move from your left to right. Now, as you move to your left, open up your arms, bring it back to the center, and open up your arms towards the right side. Now, let's enter into the next asana of Tadasana. The next asana is Tadasana. Now, stand tall on the tips of your toes, raising your hands above your head beside your ears. Engage all the three bandhas in Tadasana as you visualize yourself as a tall palm tree. Mahamudra Baddha Konau Tadasana Vibheda Kanvinottanam Sada Kuryad Antarvatni Patipriya. Now, from there, place your palms onto the ground beside your feet. As you push your forehead towards your knees, engage all the three bandhas in Uttanasana, visualizing the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. महामुद्राबद्ध कोनौ ताडासन विभेदकान् विनोत्तानं सदा कुर्यादन्तर्वत् निपतिप्रिया. Now place your feet backwards onto the ground into a tall plank position in Tadasana, in Tarakshvasana, sorry. Here you will be visualizing the supreme point of Hinduism as you engage the Jalandhara Bandha, tucking in your chin towards your chest. Rotate your head from the left side towards the right side. Tarakshvasana. Gajasana mastakam varam varam dakshina kuksham savya kuksham naye tarakshvasanam bhavati. The next is Shashasana. Now in Shashasana, bring yourself to a plank position as you alternate before we do Shashasana, let us do the Bhujangasana. In Bhujangasana, lay flat on your mat, bringing your palms beside your chest. Bringing your palms beside your chest. And raise yourself up raise yourself up with the strength of your lower back, visualizing yourself as a cobra, and do the Bhujangani Mudra, where you will inhale through the hollow of your throat and exhale through your nose. Bhujangasana. Angushthanabiparyantam adho bhumau vininyaset karabhyam ch dharam dhritva urdhvasheshah phanivahi. Now bring yourself up into a plank position, into Shashasana. And now in Shashasana, raise one knee towards your chest and place the foot backwards as you switch between the two knees, visualizing the supreme pontiff of Hinduism. Shashasana. गजासनवस्थित्वा एकैकं पादमाकुञ्च्य गजासनं कुर्यात् शशासनं भवति. Yes, I apologize to all the participants for the interruption we had in the Nityananda Yoga. We will be resuming now with the next asana after Shashasana, which is the Rathasana posture. The Rathasana is where you will be bringing yourself back into the Gajasana posture as you switch your feet between the respective palms, alternating, jumping your feet back and forth. Engage the Mula Bandha and visualize yourself as a chariot in Rathasana. Here, do the japa of Shivoham, Shivoham in your inner space. Gajasana samstho ekaikam padam puromargena bhramayitva kartavyam rathasanam bhavati. The next asana is Virabhadrasana. Now keeping one foot flat on the ground, toes pointing forwards, knee bent at a 90-degree angle. Extend the other leg back, knees straight. Raise your arms parallel beside your ears, pulling the stomach in and up in the Uddiyana Bandha. Gaze towards your third eye as you visualize yourself as Lord Virabhadra. Virabhadrasana. Vasishtamata Kaundinyam Modhakukutam Eva Chashta Vakramatotanam Mayuram Setu Bandhanam. The next asana is repeating Virabhadrasana on the other side. Continue to gaze towards your third eye as you suck in your stomach. Vasishtamata Kaundinyam Modhakukutam Eva Chashta Vakramatotanam Mayuram Setu Bandhanam. The next is Vrikshasana. Now bring yourself into a standing position. We are going to be doing a beautiful balancing asana. So we'll be having a sequence of them. One context I wanted to give for a lot of you that may be new to Nityananda Yoga. When we have a lot of pressure points under our feet, actually every organ within our body, every aspect of our body, every chakra in our body can be awakened, represented through just the bottom of your foot. And one more thing is also modern science is starting to discover that you have a little heart kind of thing inside your foot too. And your foot has so much of power, so many muscles, that so many pressure points, so many chakras get awakened just by placing the balance on your foot. So from there, let's enter into Vrikshasana. Stand tall, bringing one foot to your inner thigh. Bring your palms together, raise them up above your head, keeping your elbows straight in the Anjali Mudra. Pull your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha as you visualize yourself as a tree. Vamormooladeshe chiyamyam padam nidhayato tishtet vrikshavad bhuma vrikshasanamidam viduho. Now bring your foot towards the root of the opposite thigh into Garudasana. Place your hands in the Namaskar Mudra in front of your heart center. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda, the eagle who is a vehicle of Lord Mahavishnu. Garudasana vakshena dhyanam srambhavi sarvadoshadvinirmukta bhavatiha mahabali. Now repeat Vrikshasana. On the other side, raising tall, visualizing yourself as a tree. Vamormooladeshe chiyamyam padam nidhayato tishtet vrikshavad bhuma vrikshasanamidam viduhu. The next asana is Garudasana. On the other side, relax that Uddiyana Bandha, continuing to engage the Mula Bandha. Garudasana vakshena dhyanam srambhavi sarvadoshadvinirmukta bhavatiha mahabali. From here, stretch your legs wide apart from each other. Front toes pointing forward, back toes facing sideways. Arms straight. Bring your front arm down towards the ground beside your foot, while your other arm extends towards the sky. Here, visualize yourself as a triangle. Trikonasana. Uttanapadam krauncham cha maricham veerabhadrakam natarajam trikonam cha suttangashtasarane. Repeat Trikonasana on the other side. Uttanapadam krauncham cha maricham veerabhadrakam natarajam trikonam cha suttangashtasarane. Now let us do the Nikotaka Karana. Now, bringing yourself to the Aramandi position, keep your hands parallel towards each other in front of your chest. Place one foot onto the toes with the heels up, and as you drop the foot, raise the other foot onto the toes, simultaneously switching the position of your hands. Nikotaka Karana. Next is Angushtasana. Now bring yourself into a seated position on the heels with your toes balancing on your toes. Here we have a new pranayama, which is the Bhramari Kumbhaka, where you will be buzzing like a bee, and the japa of Sadashivoham repeated in your throat center. Visualize the supreme points of Hinduism with your hands in Anjali Mudra, Namaskar Mudra in front of your heart center, Angushtasana. Kabandhasana mityahuho Gorakshasana eva cha Angushtamastam nyayam Brahmaprasaditam tatha. The next asana is Saurasana. Now in Saurasana, from the tips of your toes, extend one leg straight out, heel down with the toes upwards. Keep your fingers down on the ground by the sides, palms facing forward in the Varamudra. In Saurasana. Prasarya ekam padalam samsthapya tveka padakam. Now raise one arm above your head as you lean straight down, catching the respective toes with your index and middle finger in the Prana Mudra. In the Vidhunanasana, visualizing the supreme point of Hinduism. Gulpasitau padam ekam prasare tat padagram samsprishe tatkarena gulpam chanyam dhare tatkarena dhunam pitham chabhyase chobhayatra. Now let's repeat Saurasana. Prasarya ekam padatalam samsthapya tveka padakam. And lean forward into Vidhunasana on the other side. Gulpasthitau padamekam prasare tat padagram samsprishe tatkarena gulpam chanyam dhare tatkarena dhunam pitham chabhyase chobhayatra. The next asana is Brahmajurankushasana. Now keep your toes on the ground, place the perineum on the top of the heels, knees pointing forwards. Place the back of your arms on top of your knees, gazing in between your palms as you engage the Jalandhara Bandha. Brahmajurankushasana. Do phana pani hoye vese edi gudo guda nivese korapagatalyanki mahi aisamahira shemili. This asana is especially powerful for the curing of fevers within the body. The next asana is Kapilasana. Now in Kapilasana, bring your knees onto the ground. Engage the Uddiyana Bandha, sucking in your stomach as you gaze towards your nose. Visualize yourself as Mahakapila Muni. The first man that ever started thinking. Gaze towards your nose. उभय पगतली समट हरावे तिनको माहिली कोर मिलावे फना पानी कुड़ होए वैसे एडी दो जोनी निवेसे. Next asana is Bhadra Gorakshasana. Switch your gaze to the third eye here. दो पगतली संपुटित करे कोरवारली भू परिधरे कोरवारली राखे से तापरि मूल द्वार वैसे. Now from here raise yourself onto your toes into Suryasana. Keep your hands in the Padma Mudra with the little fingers and thumbs joined together. Raise your hands above your head, gazing towards the gap between your hands. Engage the Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize Lord Surya in your inner space. Suryasana. Edi do guda taryane phana pani bhaitak punithane goda jangh gadhir kare rahe aade bamasi vidgahe. The next asana is Mandukasana. Now rest your knees onto the ground, sitting on your feet. Keep your hands on the top of your knees. Lift your tongue against the roof of your mouth in Manduki Mudra. Visualize a frog in your inner space as you gaze towards your third eye. Mandukasana. Pada tala uprishta deshe angushte dvech samsprishe jani yugmam puraskritya sadhayan Mandukasanam. The next asana is Uttana Mandukasana. Now bring your hands, clasping the opposite shoulders in Uttana Mandukasana. Continue to engage the Uddiyana Bandha as you visualize yourself as a frog. Gaze towards your third eye, Uttana Mandukasana. Mandukasana madhyastam kurparabhyam dhritam shiraha etad bhekavad uttanam etad uttana mandukam. The next asana is Simhasana. Now crossing your ankles behind you, sit on top of your crossed ankles. Place your palms with your fingers stretched wide apart on top of your knees. Gaze at your nose Visualizing yourself as a lion as you exhale forcefully, sticking your tongue out. Simhasana. Dakshinam savigulphena dakshinena tathekaram hastau janvostam sthapya swangulishya prasarita. Now, let's enter into Bhadrasana. Now, sit on your heels, uncross your ankles, keeping your knees wide apart, cross your hands behind your back, holding the big toes in the Prana Mudra. Do the Jalandhara Bandha as you gaze towards the nose. Bhadrasana. Gulbhau च विष्णस्याधो विक्रमेण स्पाहिता पादाङ्गुष्ठकराभ्यां च धृत्वा च पृष्ठदेशतः. The next asana is Kakabusandhyasana. Now, bringing yourself into a squatting position, keep your feet flat on the ground, knees open wide apart from each other. Bring your arms in and around your back, interlacing your fingers behind you. In the Parashmudra, as you gaze towards your nose, visualize a crow in an inner space. Kakabusandhyasana. प्रथमे बेसुकुरुटाने दो हाथ पकम विच आने तुनको मोड़ी नल्या परल्यावे पिछपचे कांक सी करावे. Now from here, raising yourself into Pani Pavasana. Place your palms flat onto the ground, bringing your elbows towards the back of your knees. And bring the arms towards your arms and lean your chin forward as you gaze down and ahead, visualizing supreme point of Hinduism in your space. Lift your feet off the ground, balancing that. Kani Pavasana. Asana Kauganashi Dushita Hoi Tawachi Hoi. The next is Kapali Asana. Now, place your hands on the ground, shoulder width apart. Bring the top of your head onto the ground, forming a triangle. Bring your knees onto your elbows, hips over your shoulders, straighten your legs up, gazing towards your nose in Kapali Asana. Sisha dharti teki pagado miliva uncha kukare pagathaliya akashita sanmasharashe dau hatha ki hateli dau pashatya dharti teko. From there, moving into Parshvamayurasana. This is a arm balancing posture. So squat on your toes with your legs together. Twist your body, placing both hands to one side of your knees. Align your elbow and with your knee and the hip respectively. Lean onto your arms, balancing, extending your legs to the side of the ground, gazing towards your third eye. So visualize yourself as a peacock. Parshvamayurasana. Mayuram dandavat kuryan mayuram dandanamakam kuryan mayuram pashvapya mayura pashvanamakam. Repeat Parshvamayurasana on the other side. Mayuram dandavat kuryan mayuram dandanamakam kuryan mayuram pashvapya mayura pashvanamakam. The next asana is Bhairaganathasana. Now bringing yourself into a plank position, bring one foot over top of the respective hand. Gazing towards your third eye as you visualize Lord Kalabhairava in your inner space. Asana Kauguna Piti Jai. Repeating Bhairaganathasana. On the other side, gazing towards your third eye as you visualize Lord Kalabhairava in your inner space. Asana Kauguna Piti Jai. The next asana is Unmukha Pithasana. Now place your forearms on the ground and raise your hips up high into the sky. As you gaze towards your third eye, visualizing the supreme point of Hinduism in your inner space in Unmukha Pithasana. Bhunyastau janani hastau chatushpadam avangmukham uttapitangri yugala katistalam abhiruka. Now into Vaishishtasana. Now roll your hands onto one side, raise the other hand up towards the sky, and visualize Rishi Vashishta in your inner space, the Guru of Lord Rama. Urdhva Kukkatavasishta Mariti Halamatsakam Parivrittam Sadhasya Vividham Dhanurasanam. Let us now repeat Vashishtasana on the other side. Urdhva Kukkatavasishta Mariti Halamatsakam Parivrittam Sadhasya Vividham Dhanurasanam. Bring yourself into a seated position now. Sitting upon your palms facing upwards. Bring your elbows towards your body as you visualize Bhagavan Hanuman in your inner space in Anjani Asana. दो करक्युबे हथेली कोरवाली में लेभेली सोआ गाने भूपरिदाशे महाने अंगुली मिलिराशे. The next asana is Paschimottanasana. Now lean forward, clasping your toes with your index finger in the Prana Mudra. Lean forward and bring your forehead towards your knees. Engage all the three bandhas, doing the Retuka Kumbhaka and the new japa of Mahasadashivoham in Paschimottanasana. Jano Parilalatanto Paschimam Tana Muchate Yena Kera Prakarena Sukham Dhari Jayate. The next asana is Ugrasana. Now in Ugrasana, bring both your hands clasped behind your neck in the Parishamudra, continuing to engage all the three bandhas. As you lean forward, bringing your elbows towards the ground, forehead towards your knees, visualize Mahakali in your inner space. Ugrasana. Kapanibhyam dharam dhrutva janu parishironya setasam agamitam prastam bhavedanila deepanam. And the next asana is Marichyasana. Now bring one foot towards your perineum, keeping the knee raised up. From inside the knee, clasp your hands behind your back in the Parishmudra. Bring your head towards your knee as much as you can, visualizing sage Marichi in your inner space. Tanapadam Krauncham cha Maricham Veera Bhadrakam Natarajam Trikonam cha Suptangascha Prasarane. Now let your knee fall towards the ground in Mahamudrasana. Engage all the three bandhas here in the Mahamudra Bandha. The very powerful asana, gaze towards your nose. Ravam Pagamodi Edi Mahila Vulpamula Dwari De Beseji Mikali Dharti Ki Goda Unsa Bhaurashe.
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. 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 Mahamahavagya, spiritual lullaby for samadhi, and Suprabhatam, wake up call, wake up song for Paramashiva. This Mahamahavagya is spiritual lullaby for you to fall into samadhi. Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva to wake up in you. Just remember this one powerful cognition. This Mahamahavagya puts me in samadhi. This is spiritual lullaby for samadhi, and Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva in me, for Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahamahavagya. Mahamahavagya, spiritual lullaby for samadhi, and Suprabhatam, wake up call, wake up song for Paramashiva, for Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahamahavagya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Yes, I first apologize to all the participants for the interruption, the long break we had in Nityananda Yoga. We have fixed the technical glitches that we were facing. I apologize for that technical glitch. And let us enter back into the Nityananda Yoga sequence where we left off from Marichyasana. So now repeat Marichyasana on the other side. Uttanapadam Krauncham cha Maricham Veera Bhadrakam Natarajam Trikonam cha Suttangashta Prasarane. And bring your knee towards the side in Mahamudrasana. Davam Pagamodi Edi Mahila Gulpamulatvare Nite. And from there, bring your feet together into Bhadrasana. Place your hands under your feet. Engage the Mula Bandha. Gulpau Trishna Syada Sivanya Pashva Yokipet Pada Pashvetapa Nibhyam Dhiram Bhadva Sunishtalam. The next is Vali Pavasana. Bring your hands to your feet, gaze towards your nose, engage the Jalandhara Bandha. Purva Charpat Choka Kahyo Soi, Vahi Vidyo Ki Soi. Next is Joni Asana. Lean forward and down. Continuing to gaze towards your nose, visualize the Yoni Mandala, placing your hands in between the soles of your feet. So Pagathali Samput Kare, Edhmedike Dhingdhare. Now rise up and bring your hands towards the side in Mediki Pavasana. Pura Bhaviti Paripagatali Samput Shole, Dimili Rashe. Next is Siddha Samadhi Asana. Bring your hands underneath your knees. Continuing to gaze towards your nose, visualize Lord Surya in your inner space. Now raise yourself up into Chiniki Pavasana, opening your soles towards the sky with your hands gaze towards your nose. Do pagaki edi dharti magiva med lagave. Into Charapati Chokasana, pushing down on top of your knees, engage the Uddiyana Bandha. Do pagathali sampudhare aga ne karjor pasare. And Bhairavasana. Bring your feet onto the toes, heels pointed upwards, visualize Mahakala Bhairava in your inner space. Gulpho Sampirita Nyonyam Vikameno Chitamshanai. Samanasana. Bring one foot to your heart center, the other foot by the perineum. Samanasana Vakshe Siddhamantradi Sadhanat. And raise one foot over the shoulder, the other foot straight up into the sky, gazing towards your third eye, Napanasana. Kevalam Padame Kanchas Kandhe Charopi Ekataha. Repeating Samanasana on the other side. Samanasana ma vakshe siddhamantradi sadhanat. And kick your leg up, raising your leg into Apanasana. Kevalam padame kanchas kandhe charopi etsataha. From there, let's move into Gomukhasana. Cross one knee over the other. Visualize the face of a cow, hands in Parishamudra on top of the knees. Savya dakshina gulphanto prishtapashve niyojayet. The next is Anasuyasana. Bring your hands towards your toes, and from the toes, engage the Uddiyana Bandha, visualize Shika Anasuya in your inner space. Dachina Godo Nita Thane Vagonta ke upar aane. Anasuyasana 2. Clasp your hands behind your back in the Parishamudra as you lean forward, gazing towards your nose. Jivana Goda ki sandhi uparida Vagoda ki sandhi mila irashe. Now raise both your knees, feet well together, knees pointed up and sideways respectively. Gaze at your nose, visualizing Garuda in your inner space. Garudasana 2. Dava Pagamodi Edi Mahila Gulpamulatvare Nite. The next asana is Naradasana. Now with your knee raised, bring both your elbows outside of the raised knee, hands clasped behind your neck. Gazing towards your third eye, visualize Devarishi Narada in your inner space. Naradasana. Pishti Javam Pagathali Keri Bhuprita Hilaga Veperi. From there, moving into Matsya-Pitakasana. Now place one foot on top of the opposite thigh, wrap the respective palms around, holding the shin and holding the toe with the other hand. Visualize Matsya Avatar as a fish avatar of Lord Vishnu in your inner space. Vamena Vamangushtantu Grihita Matsya-Pitakam. The next asana will be repeating Gomukhasana on the other side. Visualize the face of a cow. Savye Dakshina Gulpanto Prishthapashte Niyojayet. Repeat Anusayasana on the other side. Dakshina God on each thane, Vavanta ke upar aane. And repeat Anusayasana on the other side. Anusayasana 2, lean forward. Vimana Goda ki sandhi, Uparidava Goda ki sandhi. Raise both your feet into Garudasana 2 on the other side. Davam Pagamodi Edi Mahila Gulpamuladvari Nitede. And do Naradasana on the other side. From there, let's repeat Matsya-Pitakasana on the other side. Vamena Vamangushtanto Grihitam Matsya-Pitakam. Now into Matsyendrasana. Visualize Matsyendranath in your space. Gaze towards the third eye as you bring one foot on top of the thigh, the other foot outside of the knee of the thigh foot of the thigh. Keep your elbow outside of your knee on your, resting a hand on your neck as the other hand extends back behind you. Twist. Matsyendrasana. Udaram Paschimabhasam Kritva Tishtati Yatnataha. Switch your hands now. Bring the other hand to the ground. Visualizing yourself as a camel in Kubasana. Asana ko guna jholo jaye. Stretch both your hands out into Matsyendrasana 2. Matsyendra Pitham Jatra Pradiptim Prachanda Rukmandaga Khandanastram. And repeat Matsyendrasana on the other side. Udaram Paschimabhasam Kritva Tishtati Yatnataha. Kubasana. On the other side, Asana Kauguna Jholo Jaye. And Matsyendrasana 2 on the other side. The next, we will be moving into Padmasana. Now sit in the Padmasana position. Place your hands on your knees, engage all the three bandhas, gazing towards your nose. Visualize yourself as Lord Shiva. Padmasana. Asanam Dvidham Proktam Padmam Vajrasanam Tatha. The next is Padmasana 2. Visualize yourself as Devi Parvati as you cross your hands over, clasping the toes with the index and middle finger. Uttana Ucharana Krita Urusanstha Prayatnataha. Next asana is Kukutasana. Place your hands between the gaps of the thighs and the calves, raising yourself up, visualizing yourself as a rooster. Padmasam Samsthapya Nanurvorantare Karau. The next asana is Baddhakeki Asana. Raise your hands onto your hands and extend your Padmasana behind you, balancing just on your hands. Dharamavashtabhyakaradvena Tatpur Paristapita Nabhibhashvaha. Stretch your legs out into Mayurasana, visualizing yourself as a peacock. Athava Kshemahadeva Mayurasana Uttamam. Now relax flat onto the ground. Into the next asana, Makarasana. Visualizing yourself as a crocodile, bring your legs out, clasping your hands behind your neck. Adhyashete hridayam nidhaya bhumocha padocha prasayamano. The next asana is Shalabhasana. Bring your hands by your chest, raise your feet off the ground. Adhyashe, visualizing yourself as a locust. Adhyashete karib mavaksho bhum vashtabhyakarayostalabhyam. Now from here, bring your hands towards your legs, pulling your legs by the side of your hips, visualizing yourself as a camel in Ushtrasana. Adhyashe parimmastam pishte nidhaya pidhutam karabhyam. Next asana is Dhanurasana. Now bring your hands to your feet, kick your legs back, simultaneously putting the feet towards the sky. Gaze towards your third eye as you visualize yourself as a bow. Prasari pado bhudanda rupa ukarocha prishte dhruta padayukmam. Next asana is Bhagasana. Bring yourself into a seated position, sitting on your knees, palms on top of your knees. Gaze towards your third eye, Bhagasana. Ulita modi pavado baise, bahro jagati kare kavaise. The next asana is Gohyasana. Now place your arms on the ground, raise yourself above your head and stretch your legs, keeping your knees towards your chest. Do hath ki kahuni punah kalai jane doi. And stretch your legs out above your head into Shirasasana. Viparitam mandalam cha dvidhaiva vidarbhanah dandasram vida proktam viparitopaveshane. Now relax into Phodyasana. Come to a seated position. Bring your legs straight up in front of your forehead, clasping your knees towards the forehead in Phodyasana. दो हाथ पग बाहर आने, घोड़ा तरे कांक सीठाने. The next asana is Parighasana. In the same asana, bring your arms behind your back, crossing, visualizing yourself as a mace as you gaze towards your third eye. Uttanam shayanam kritva padam militva prasarya. Rest your forearms onto the ground as you visualize yourself as a boat in Naukasana. Uttanam shayanam kurparabhyam bhuvamashtavyastonitam nidhaya. Now bring your feet towards your chest in Rudrasana. Visualize yourself as Lord Rudra, gazing towards your nose. Pagatali samputikari hatasya pago uchayi. Lay on your back now into Unmukha Pithasana 2. Raise your hips off the ground, hands towards the legs. Engaging the Jalandhara Bandha. Odhvejnani kritva shaidvodmakam tatha. Now lay flat onto your mat in Shivasana. Visualize yourself as dead. The supreme point of Hinduism is liberating you. अथ शवासनम् उत्तानं शवद्भूमौ शयनं तु शवासनं शवासनं शान्तिहरं चित्तविश्रान्तिकारकम्. Now slowly wiggle your toes, move your hands, raise yourself up into a seated position. As we are now going to be continuing into the next 200 asanas of the sequence, which constitutes the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama. Sit in any posture that brings comfort to you. Place your hands in the Bindu Mudra with the index and thumb joined together. Yathasa Nishthasana. Paryankam Tatsamakyatam Yathassamstha Yathastitihi. Now, crossing your legs, placing your palms in the Bindu Mudra on top of the knees in Samasana. Idanim Garbhinam Yogabhyaso Yatalaghu. Now, bring your left foot against the genital region. Place the right foot over top of the left in Muktasana. Hands facing downwards on top of the knees. Gaze towards your nose. Nipi Risivinim Sukshmam Dakshinetara Gulphataha. The next asana is Siddhasana. Remain in the same position, switching your gaze towards the third eye. Sthanam Namitendriyo Chaladasha Pashyan Bhavarantaram. Next asana is Siddhyasana. Engage all the three bandhas as you switch your gaze to the ground in front of you. Vamapadakire Jano Sivanamilitasako Thano. And into Rudrasana as you gaze towards your third eye and place your hands in the Bindu Mudra. Vamacharana Paridachina Rakhe Echukajukti Asave Didakhe. Into Santadhunasana, remain in the same position, switching your gaze to your nose. Asana Kaugunamanaki Chanchalata Meetha. And Siddhasana 2, your palms over each other, resembling a lotus flower. Rijukaya Samasina Siddhasana Mudiratam. Next asana is Bandhayoni Asana. Maintaining the same position, little fingers beneath the bottom lip, ring fingers above the upper lip, middle fingers closing the nostrils, index fingers over the eyes, thumbs closing the ears, the Shanmukhi Mudra. Yatra Madhya Mahadeva Bandhayonyasane Shrino. Continue into Virasana. Now place your legs into the Ardha Padmasana with your one foot on the opposite side. Touch your thumb and index finger together on the top of the knees. Visualize supreme point of Hinduism in your inner space. Ekam Padmathai Kasmin Vinyasorani Samstitaha. The next asana is Valmikasana. Now bring your left heel to the right side of the genital organ. Toes under the thighs, right foot on the left leg, toes by the knees, hands on the knees, thumbs and index fingers. Touching gaze towards the third eye, so visualize Valmiki in your inner space. Dava Pagaki Pagathali Puniyedi Hai Joya. From there, let's move into Joni Mudrasana. And same position, switch your gaze towards your nose, visualize the Yoni Mandala in your inner space. Bhamapadaki Pagathali Jahimahili Kori. Now continuing to remain in the same position with the same visualization, gaze towards the third eye. Yonyasana. Yonyasanam Parvatena. Yogam Yoga Phalenilam. From here, let's move into Bhadrasana 3. Bring both your feet together and clasp your feet with your hands. Visualize Veerabhadra in your space. Engage Nithyananda Bandha, gaze towards your nose. Atha Bhadrasanam Gulbhaujavishna Syada Sivanya Pashvayokshipet. From there, let's head into Aghorasana. Bring your left hand over the left knee and your right hand to your mouth And do the Nadi Shodhana Pranayama as you visualize yourself as an Aghori. Gaze towards your third eye. पूर्व कहो भिषुका जोई वाही विधि जो कीजे सोई. Now, just extend your feet a little further away from your body in Karneri Pavasana. As you bring your elbows to your feet, chin resting on your palms, gaze towards your nose, engage your Dhyana Bandha. Visualize yourself as a female elephant drinking water. ग्वाली भव आसन कहियो है जैसे याहू जाने विधि से. The next asana is Parasana. Bring your hands from underneath your knees. Clasp your hands together to the Parishamudra. Gaze towards your nose. Lift your feet off the ground. Joga Pradipika doi karki anguri jodi vatasham. The next asana is legs towards your chest. Rest your chin on your hands and body the state of space. Gopikanasana. Purav Vibhiti Paga ka anguta ki Thakur Parashe. The next asana is Udarasana. Now, sit with your soles of the feet together. Insert your hands under your legs, holding the feet towards your chest. Bring your head down, let your chin towards your soul. Gaze towards your nose. Udarasana. Do pagathali samputi thane, do hastakari uradhai thane. The next is Vijishtasana, raising your legs up towards your head. Visualize yourself excelling in everything. Do pagathali jodi samputi kare. Now the next asana here is Bhujasana. Bring your hands behind your neck and with your legs over your shoulders. Visualize yourself as a cobra. Bhujasana. Hirasanam Vijnayam Kakshasanam Takparam. Now in the same position, interlace your fingers behind your back, visualizing yourself as a beautiful auspicious goddess. As you gaze towards your nose, Kalyanasana. Do hath pagamit ani truko modi godani chetane. The next is Sankatasana. Cross your legs over each other, sitting upon the lower heel. Visualize yourself as an elegant swan. Vamapadam chiter mulyam sanyasadharani tale. Slide your leg out from where you are sitting on it. Engage the Udyana Bandha. In Dhenukasana, visualizing a cow in your inner space. Anushagi nagar panchatam rishivinda galyamni. From here, entering into Machandrasana, bring one foot to the thigh and the other foot towards the opposite knee. Bring your hand behind your back, holding the thigh, and the other hand on the knee. Body gazing towards your third eye. Machandrasana. Vamajanga paridachithane, Vamahasti dishane. Machandrasana 2. Now, clasp the respective toes with the hands and lean your forehead forward. Prathama Jimana Karna Jitoi, Vamajanga Parirakhe Soi. The next asana is Guru Asana. Maintaining your feet in the same position, interlace your fingers, placing it on top of your knee. Engage all the three bandhas. Urumule Itrapadasya Karishika Pradeshe. And repeat Sankatasana on the other side here, visualizing yourself as a swan. Vamapadam Chiter Molam Sanyasdharani Tale. Slide your leg out. Repeating Dhenukasana on the other side. Visualizing yourself as a cow as you engage the Udyana Bandha. Anushagi Nagara Panchadam Rishilinda Galyamni. From here, moving on to Machandrasana on the other side. Vamajangha Paridachithane, Vamahasti Pishti Dishane. Leaning forward into Machandrasana 2 on the other side. Prathamaji Manocharna Joi, Vamajanga Parirakhe Soi. Bring your hands together into Guru Asana. Urumole Itrapadasya Kanishika Pradeshe. Now bring your knees upwards, palms clasping the opposite knees in Pashasana. Keep your neck straight, gazing towards the third eye. Padatale Bhomo Nidhaya Januni Urasi Nidhaya. Now clasping your wrists, opposite wrists with the hands. Bring your chin towards your knees in Bodha Shokasana. Do pagathali bhupari dhere korma hiliye se kare. From a seated position, place your feet flat on the mat. Place your arms under your knees, holding the opposite elbows, gazing towards your nose in Kurakatasana. Kurakatasana do hath pagabahar lyave, goda niche le taharave. The next is Sumati Asana. Now in the same position, bring your right foot over the left so the heels cross with the toes pointed upwards. Gaze towards the navel. Visualize Maharishi Sumati in your inner space. Mooladwari dhart parithane dava pagapritachad ane. The next asana is Dandasana. Now stretch your legs forward, engaging all the three bandhas. Raise your hands inside out, fingers interlaced above your head, gazing towards your nose. इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यतालघोषुकफलाभाय प्रोच्यते प्राक्तने पथि दण्ड पद्मभरद्वाज वीरवज्राणि समानितो. The next asana. Now in Ayambhasana, lean forward, clasping your toes with your index and middle finger in the Prana Mudra. Do the Nadi Shodhana Pranayama. दो पग मिलावे पसारे पगा का अंगूठा पाकते लिलाट गोड़ा लगावे. The next asana is Bhidokasana. Now bring your legs underneath bring your hands underneath your knees, clasping your respective feet with your hands. Get towards your third eye. Bhidokasana. प्रथम बैसी दो पाव पकसारे कचक ऊर्ध्व को कुरदो डारे. The next asana is Ganadhari Pavasana. Now extend both your legs out with the heels together. Place your chin, mouth, and nose on the heels. Interlace your hands below your legs, keeping your elbows together on the ground, along with the fingers, palms facing upwards as you gaze towards your nose. दो एड़ी मिलके दी जाए हाथ पसारी. The next asana is Urdhva Paschimottanasana. Now here we'll be doing the Pratyahara Kumbhaka. As you bring one leg behind your neck, the other leg forward. Lean forward, catching the stretched down leg. Urdhva Paschimottanasana. Paschimottanavasthitam krita ekam padam grivayam. Now from here, gaze back onto your back to Anantasana, visualizing yourself endless as you clap your foot with the other hand. Uttanashayini ekaikam payam grivayam vinyasya. Roll onto your side, onto your elbow in Ankushasana, feeling in complete control, gazing towards your nose. Uttanashayitita ekaikam padam grivayam kurvan. Now from here, bring both your knees together in front of your chest, clasping your legs, rolling from side to side in Drishasana. Uttanashayanam tanuni hridaya vastambhajanga saitorani. From Drishasana, repeat Urdhva Paschimottanasana on the other side. Raise your body up. Paschimottanavad samsthitim krita ekam padam grivayam dhritva tishet. Lean back into Anantasana on the other side, gazing towards your nose. Uttanashayini ekaikam payam grivayam vinyasya. And Ankushasana on the other side. Uttanashayita ekaikam padam grivayam kurvan. Now from here, moving into Yoga Nidrasana. Lay on your back, bringing both your feet behind your neck. Clasp your hands around your back together. Padabhyam veshtayet kantham hastabhyam prishthabandhanam. Now from here, bring your hands underneath your legs, clasping the back of your neck. Visualize God Vishnu blessing you from within. Atmarama, gazing towards your nose. Atmaramasana prathama sudha sove paguchai yagane karjore. The next asana is Kochikasana. Now lay on your back with your knees to your chest. Keep your feet pointed upwards towards the side. Send your arms sideways, gazing towards the third eye. Kochikasana. Dau hath chidal sakare, renaso abhilasa pakare, paguchai yagane ane, baharajpati asaki vidivamne. Now lay on your back, knees towards your chest. Here we'll be doing 3 sequential asanas of 1, 2, and 3. So reach your arms to the sides at shoulder level. For Jatara Parivritti 1, keep your knee bent. Twist and bring to the ground on the opposite side. The other leg extended straight. In Jatara Parivritti 2, keep both your knees bent to one side. And in Jatara Parivritti 3, both the legs straight to one side, head looking in the opposite direction. परिवृत्ति कुक्षिभागे त्रिदाहि परिकीर्तितः बद्धकोणं सुप्तकोणमोढकोणमथापि च. Repeat Jatara Parivriti on the other side now. परिवृत्ति कुक्षिभागे त्रिदाहि परिकीर्तितः बद्धकोणं सुप्तकोणमोढकोणमथापि च. Now lay on your back into Vipada Pitham. Visualize yourself as sturdy as a bridge as you clasp your legs, raising your hips high into the sky, automatically engaging the Jalandhara Bandha. Vipada Pitham. Pratikriyaayutam Dandha Pitham Salvapradam Garbhineenam Durbalanam Itigargi Jagadanu. The next asana is Paryankasana. Now lay on your back, place your feet on the mat, bring your arms over your head, placing your hands flat with your fingers pointing towards the feet. Lift your entire body off the ground from the navel. Visualize yourself as sturdy as stone furniture. Paryankasana. Uttana Shayanam Hastatalabhyam Bhumivashtabhya. Now enter into Swatanasana. Lie on your back with your knees towards your chest, hands on your shoulders. Move your hips in a circular motion. Visualize you're laying on your back like a dog. Shavavat Shariram Samsthapi Janani Sammilana Bhav Amniya. Next is Viparita Karani. Now raise your hips and legs up into the sky. Bring your hands and elbows flat onto the ground behind you. Move your legs around and around, engaging the Jalandhara Bandha in Viparita Karani. Atha Viparita Karani Mudra Bhutale Sushra Dattva Khenayetharanadvayam. Now relax that movement there. Pause the movement. Viparita Karani 2. Karani Viparitakhya Sarvadhivyadhinashini. The next asana is Langalasana. Now bring your feet over your head, toes on the floor, hands spread on the ground behind you, palms clasped with your neck and shoulders, visualizing yourself as a plow. Langalasana. Griva Kanthena Bhumim Shtamapadakrayam. Now in Shaita Paschimottanasana, lay on your back, thighs to your chest, hold your toes, arms and legs straight. Visualize one of the 84 different asanas revealed directly by Paramashivoham himself. Tanam Shaita Purvita Shaita Paschimottanakam. The next asana is Supta Konasana. Spread your toes out wide in the same position. Parivritti Kukshibhage Tritahi Parikirtitaha. Yes, let's continue with Chakrasana. Bring your legs on top of your head with the toes on the ground. Hold your ankles, keeping your legs straight. Roll backwards onto your back in Chakrasana. Visualize yourself as a wheel. Shavasana Gau Pado Kuryanmastaka Taparo. The next asana is Supta Prasarita Padangushasana. Now clasp your hands with your legs vertical. Keep the legs wide open. Uttanapadam Krauncham Maricham Veerabhadrakam Natarajam Trikonam Suptangashta Prasarane. In the same position, bring both your feet together. Uttanapadam Krauncham Maricham Veerabhadrakam Natarajam Trikonam Suptangashta Prasarane. Now lay flat on your back in Matsyasana, bringing your legs into Padmasana. Hold your elbows over your head, gazing towards the nose as you visualize Matsyavatara of Vishnu. Mukta Padmasanam Kritva Uttanashayanam Charit Purpara Abhyam Shiro Veshya Matsyasanam Turogaha. From here now, keep one hand over the other on the top of your head. Visualize Lord Rama in your inner space in Parasharamasana. Prathamakari Padmasana Ache Sudho Sovedbhu Paripate. The next asana is Sarvangasana. Now raise your legs and hips up in with the legs maintained in Padmasana. Engage the Jalandhara Bandha, visualizing the supreme consciousness. Gaze towards your nose. Sarvangasana. Athava Kshetra Sankshepat Sarvangasana Muttamam. The next asana is Vrishchikasana. This asana is very special for removing the various poisons that may be there in the body. Lay on your back, one foot on the opposite side. Lift the other knee towards your head. Extend both your arms straight, hooking the fingers forward as you gaze towards your third eye, engaging the Jalandhara Bandha in Vrishchikasana. Prathama Shayana Sudho Sishikeshiki Sandhirdhu Sudhake. Repeat Vrishikasana on the other side. Prathama Shayana Sudho Sishikeshiki Sandhi Sudhake. The next asana you can enter into is the Vrishapadakshepasana. Now lay flat onto the mat. Now bring your hands behind your neck, clasp together in the Parashmudra, and do sort of like a bicycle crunch where you lift both the feet off the ground, extending one leg straight, the other knee towards your chest. Keep alternating this in Vrishapadakshepasana. Uttanam Shayanam Kritva Anulobhi Kandharan Badhva Purparam Militva. From here, moving into Marottanasana. In Marottanasana, lay on your back, lift your legs one by one, touching the ears with the knees. Shottanavad samsthiti kritva janudvayam paryayena karnayoho samsprishet marottanam bhavati. The next asana is Brikasana. Now from a lying down position, place the soles of your feet flat on the ground. Stand up and sit back down. In Brikasana, visualizing yourself as a wolf. अथ उत्तानं शयनं कृत्वा पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं धृत्वा उत्तिष्ठेत् प्रकाशनं भवति. The next asana is Luthasana. In Luthasana, you're going to be doing a back somersault, throwing your legs quickly above your head with rolling over, finishing in a prone position. Repeat this again and again. Luthasana. Uttanashayanam padau shiralungya bhumo sthapayitva. The next asana is Sarathasana. Now lay on your belly with your toes extended, hands on the ground by your shoulders. Contract your lips, making a sound like a flute, whistling while inhaling. Visualize you're a chariot carrying warriors into the battle for dharma. Nyubdam shayanam kritva nabhim bhumau nidhaya. From there, moving into Dehalyulanghanasana, place your palms flat onto the mat. As you jump your feet forward and backward between your arms, feel yourself go beyond your body and mind. Hastadvayam badhva tanmadhyacharanadvayam. Now raise yourself up into a standing position. From here, now we are entering into the first karana of the sequence, which is the low. Before we enter into the Lolitika karana, let us do the Jatyasana. Now lean forward, placing your palms on the ground. Walk forward and backward, visualizing yourself as a wise 60-year-old elephant. This asana has the power to give you the memories of your past life. Atha Jatyasanam vakshe na jatisparo bhavet astandri bhumau cha gamanagamanam tatah. Excuse me. Let us continue with the sequence into the first karana of the sequence, which is the Lolitika karana. Now stand with your knees bent into the Aramandi position, feet pointing outwards. Bend your elbows, keeping your hands at the chest level. Swiftly move your arms across your body, bringing it back to the center. Tilt your head backwards, opening the chest up towards the sky, moving your head in all directions. The next asana is Sarpasana. Now come to a standing position. Stand erect like a rod. Arms by the side, hands touching your thighs. Visualize your Kundalini Devi raising and curling upwards around the body. Visualize the Kundalini Devi. Sarpasana. Atha Sarpasanam vakshe vayupanaya kevalam shariram dandavattishtet rajubadhastu padayo. From here, entering into the next asana, which is the Ushtra Sadanasana. Now, while standing, place all the fingers on the mat, stand on your feet. Feet on the fist, begin to move and walk like a camel. Ushtra Sadanasana. Mushtika Nishtika Pradeshena Bhumo Nidhaya Paripadatale. Repeat the same asana except as Ashtasana, where you're visualizing and moving around like a horse. मुष्टिकनिष्ठिका प्रदेशेन भूमौ निधाय परिपादतले. The next asana is Kapotantakasana. Now stand straight with your feet together, interlace your fingers behind your back. Pull them down towards calves, opening up your chest. Hands in the Parashamudra. Visualize yourself as a soaring bird diving. Padatale bhumo nidhaya prishtibhagyena hastau janghaparyantam nitva. The next asana is the Talapushpaktam Karana. This is a Karana which we'll be performing. Stand tall with your palms, Namaskar Mudra. Gently bend your knees, keeping your toes pointed outwards. Simultaneously open up the palms, raising one heel off the ground. Slightly lowering the waist and shoulders, the respective heel. Repeat this on the other side. Visualize you're offering a bouquet of flowers to Paramashiva. The next asana is Khadgasana. Now stand straight. Bring your palms together slightly forward, forming the horn of your rhinoceros by visualizing yourself as a rhino. Khadgasana. Vijasaratamasana Krita Padatala Abhyu. From here, let's enter into the next asana, which is Uttanottanam. Now sit all the way down as low as you can and stand up again and again. Gaze towards your nose. Punah punah utthatavyam asitavyam iti uttanottanam bhavati. Now from here, directly raising up, jumping your hands, putting your hands above your head, visualizing yourself as a mace in Musalasana. Saralam sthitva urdhvam bahu nayet varam varam uddanam kritva nayet Musalasanam bhavati. The next asana is Uchirshaka. Now from a standing position, pull the sole of one foot towards your belly, the other leg, sit down and stand up, alternating on both sides, gaze towards your nose. Ekaikam padatalam kukshau nidhaya tishthet Uchirshakam bhavati. The next asana which we'll be entering into is it's actually a Karana. The next step is the Karana, a Parshvajanu Karana. Stand keeping one leg slightly bent, toes pointing to the side. Bend and lift the opposite knee towards your chest. Point the toes downwards, keeping the arm holding the knee with the hand pointed outwards, closed into a fist. Let the opposite hand hang downwards on top of your thigh. Your wrist twisted, fingers pointing towards the center of your body. Parshvajanu Karana. From here, let's enter into Tandavasana. Now standing tall, lower your body onto the mat on one leg, lifting the leg towards the opposite side. Visualize yourself gracefully dancing as Lord Shiva. Tandavasana. Ekena padena statavyam uthatavyam Tandavasanam bhavati. The next asana is Brahmanasana. Bring your foot towards your inner thigh as you put your hands by the side. Visualize Lord Brahma blessing you from within. Brahmanasana kritva brahmano bhavet. The next asana is Garudasana 3. Stand tall, wrap your left leg over around the right knee, tuck the left nose on the other side, crossing the left arm below the right, bring your palms together, Namaskar Mudra. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda, Garudasana 3. Uttana Kurma Pitham cha Saimam Garudameva cha. The next asana is Ekapadasana. Now in Ekapadasana, bring one foot towards the opposite side, hands by the knee. Dakshangrim Bhavapadasya Jangho Parinidhaya. Now into Dhruvasana. Stand on your right leg, hold your big toe, left foot, straighten out towards the side. Rotate your body quickly on the standing leg. Visualize the North Pole star. Relax your leg now. Doing Trivikramasana. Bring one foot behind your neck. As you sit down and stand up repeatedly, visualizing the 3 steps of Lord Vishnu. Trivikramasana. Ekena padena Uthatavyam Tandavasanam bhavati. Repeating Parshvajanu Karana on the other side now. From there, entering into Tandavasana, stretch your leg out, sit and stand. Ekena padena sthatavyam udhatavyam Tandavasanam bhavati. The next asana is Brahmanasana. And repeat Brahmanasana on the other side. Brahmanasana avakshayat krutva brahmano bhavet. The next asana is Garudasana 3 on the other side. Uttana kurma picham tasaimam garudam evata. From there, repeat Ekapadasana on the other side. Dakshangrim Vamapadasya Jangho Parinidhaya cha. The next asana is Dhruvasana on the other side. Ekena hastena dandarupasya ekasya padasya agram dhritva. And do Trivikramasana on the other side. Sit and stand. Grivayam padam samsthapya statavyam uthatavyam Trivikramasanam bhavati. Now stand tall and with your feet pointed slightly out. Keep both your hands to the sides of your body in Samanakha Karana. Next, let's move into the Ghora Kanjali Asana. We have 100 asanas left to go. We are in the 208th asana. Stand erect, bend forward, bringing both your hands, taking a finger lock. Sit in a squatting position. Let the finger lock touch your navel as you visualize Rishi Gorakhnatha in your inner space. Prathamahi ubhe hoye bahuri niche puni hove. From here into Kanchyasana. Insert your hands between the thighs and the calves, wrapping it around behind your body. Squat down, holding the hands behind. Keep your chest upright. Ur madhyadhastau niveshi nitambam dhritva. The next asana is Bhairuvasana. Bring your feet together in a squatting position. Hold your hands by the back. Sit upright, gazing at your navel. Bhairuvasana. Visualize Mahakala Bhairava in your inner space. Dopagaki talyanki mahiri kauramila phanapani ukadamadavese. The next asana is Varaha Asana. Now, squat all the way down to the ground, keeping your feet together, toes apart. Bring your elbows close to your head and palms joined backwards, facing downwards. Gaze towards your nose. Visualize yourself as Varaha, the boar avatar of Lord Vishnu. Pagathali ki mahili kor milai phanapani ukadabese. The next asana is Pripithasana. Now, bring your hips to the knee level and bring your hands down by your feet. Visualize the supreme point of Hinduism in Pripithasana. Atha uttananasanani pashnidvai sammilya sthitva. From there, entering into Bakasana. Place your hands on the mat. Bring your knees towards the back of your palm. Your eyes forward and down. Hastabhyam avanimavashtam bhajanudvayam nabho sammilya. The next asana is Shushtanga Kapali Asana. Place your knees onto the ground, palms spread for support as you raise your body on the head, legs into Padmasana. Asana Kauguna Kapala Acha Hoi. Now relax down into Guptasana, sitting with your knees pointed forward, sitting on your heels. Gaze towards your nose, place your palms on your knees. Visualize you sitting on the sacred seat with Paramashiva and the Guru, Guptasana. Janurvo Orantare Pado Kritva Pado Cha Gopayet. The next asana after Guptasana is Vrikshasana 2. You will be here doing a beautiful handstanding position. Now, this asana is very powerful to purify the 7 chakras within the body. Vrikshasana 2. Sapta chakrakshalanaya vrikshasana visheshakan jananendriyadadhyaya kona bhedan samabhyaset. Now switch your gaze towards the third eye, remaining in the same position. This is Shibu Asana. दो पग जोड़ी माही गुलभ मिलाय उभय होय दो हाथ जोड़ी संपुट करे. The next asana is Matsyasana 2. Bring yourself onto the flat, onto the ground, and push your body down and up like a push-up. Matsyasana 2. Visualize yourself as a fish. Nyubjam shayanam kurpura parshvabhagayam modhakritya. The next asana is Sarpasana 2. Lay prone on your belly, hands on your hips. Extend your legs jointly, pointing the toes. Lift your chest towards the left and the right like a snake. Nyubjam shayanam kritva hastau nitambam samsthapya. The next asana is Niralambanasana. Lay prone on the belly, hands in the Padma Mudra, holding your chin, legs straight, toes pointed together. Feel completely self-supported and independent. Niralambanasana. Karabhyam pankajam kritva tishthet purparaya sudhihi. The next asana we will be moving on to is Chatrasana. Now stretch your hands out, bring your feet towards the top of your head as you bend your back. See yourself as an umbrella protecting your guru from the sun's rays. Chatrasana. Ardhyasanavasthitva hastatalabhyam bhumimashtabhyam unnaye chatrasanam bhavati. The next asana is Vajrasana. Raise yourself onto your knees backwards, facing your feet, hands onto the ground, forehead towards the mat. Vajrasana. Idanim garbhininam yogabhyaso yatha laghu. The next asana is Meshasana. Now bring your feet, hands flat onto the ground. Raise your hips up into the sky. Alternate striking the ground with your hands. Visualize yourself as powerful as a ram. Meshasana. Gajasana samsto ekaikam bhumam bahuta dayet Meshasanam bhavati. Next asana is Adasana. Now raise your feet off the ground, lowering your forehead towards the ground slowly. Gajasana samstito padatve mantrali kritva. Into Dhanantarasana. Now resting on your feet, your knees pointed forward. Place arms on your knees as you gaze towards your nose. Pura vibhiti pagat kari hata ki takasi se uthana modi. The next asana is Angamottanam. Now interlace your fingers behind your back in front of you and behind your back. Sit thumbs forward to the side and backwards, giving a massage to various different joints and muscles in your body. Angamottanam. हस्तयोर अंगुलीर बद्ध्या हस्तयोर मध्यात् सर्वं अंगं निष्कासयित्वा तिष्ठेत् अंगमोत्तनम्. The next asana is Garudasana 4. Now sit with your heels in Vajrasana, feet turned out towards the side, thighs and knees rest on the ground. Keep your spine straight, hands on your knees. Garudasana 4. Janghor Urbhyam Dharam Pidya Sthir Kayo Dvijanuna. From here, enter into the next asana, Ananda Mandirasana. Bring your hands behind you, clasping the ankles with your hands. Gaze towards your third eye. Visualize yourself residing in the blissful space of a temple. Athavakshe Veeranatha Ananda Mandirasanam Yat Kritva Amaro Dhiro Bhavetyeveha Sadhakah. The next asana is Mandukasana 2. Come to a seated position now, sitting on your heels, knees wide, hands under the knees, gazing towards your nose. Engage the Uddiyana Bandha in Mandukasana 2. Prishtam Sampiri Gulphabhyam Janvange Savalaya Kritihi. From here, let's move into Narasimhasana. Keep your toes on the mat, heels up and together. Place your perineum on your heels, palms on the ground, fingers spread wide apart. Gaze towards your nose as you stick your tongue out and exhale forcefully. Visualize yourself as Narasimha, the lion man avatar of Lord Vishnu, gazing towards your nose. Narasimhasana. दो भणा पानी होए वैसे में रघुदा निवैसे समशरीर नीता ठहरावे नासा अग्र दृष्टि को ल्यावे. The next asana is Bhishrakasana. Continuing to keep your knees on the ground, bring your hands, hollow of your palms, placing it on top of your mouth, thumbs underneath the teeth, close your lips, gaze towards your nose as you inhale through your left nostril, exhaling through your mouth. Visualize yourself as Devi, presiding over all and every minuscule sphere within you. तो पगा की एडी जोई गोड़ा फनवाम हो पुनि खोई गोड़ा जंग अदर कर रहे आराखे आडवाह इसी विधि धाके. The next asana is Padasana. Now keep remaining your feet in the same position. Bring your hands towards your armpits. Imitate as if a monkey is scratching. In the Makadasana, visualize yourself as a playful monkey gazing towards your third eye. दो पग थली संपुट आने तिनकी पिष्टि भूमि पर इठाने. The next asana is Vajra Sangharasana. Now, stand on your toes with the soles of your feet together. Sit on your heels, knees wide off the floor. Hold your elbows behind your back, gazing towards your nose. Embody a diamond-like strength for you and your Sangha. Vajra Sangharasana. प्रथम फना पानी होई बेसे डो एडी गुदा निवैसे गोड़ा उभव राखे थीर आड़वाय वसारे धीर. Now relaxing into Khanjanasana. Keep your ankles crossed and sit on top of the crossed ankles. Place your palms on the mat towards the side. Engage the Uddiyana Bandha, sucking in your stomach as you gaze towards your nose in Khanjanasana. खञ्जनासनमावक्ष्ये यत्कृत्वा सुस्थिरो भवेत् पृष्ठे पादद्वयं बद्ध्वा हस्तौ भूमौ प्रधारयेत्. The next asana is Kurmasana. Now in Kurmasana, keeping your toes flat, feet place the touching on the back of your heels. Keep your knees wide on the floor and rest your hands on your knees. Visualize yourself as a turtle and gaze at your nose. Ulbho Vishnuasyaadho Vikramena Samahito Rijakaishiro Grivam Kurmasanamitirpama. The next asana is Yogasana. Remaining in the same position, switch the visualization. The supreme point of Hinduism, you in oneness with him. Gudam niyamya gulphabhyam utkramena samahitah yogasanam bhavedetaditi yoga vido viduhu. The next asana is Vijogasana. Now stand on your knees, cross your ankles behind. Hold your calves with the fingers inside, thumbs outside, gazing towards your third eye. Godam vamna obe hoi, goda adara khedoi. The next asana is Ustrasana. Now in Ustrasana, lean backwards, holding your ankles with your hands. Visualize yourself as a camel. Push your hips forward. Merudanta granthi dadya sampirya ishufpuman. The next asana is Jatyasana. Now lay flat onto the mat. Visualize yourself as a lotus blooming and legs still bent, gazing towards the nasal. Do edi samputukare sole mooladwari taridhire. Now in Viratasana, without the support of your hands as much as possible, raise yourself up and off the ground, laying back down again, gazing towards your nose. Jangha prathi bhumau nidhaya janghodarayoho. The next asana is Kapotasana. Now raise your hips high, bring your forearms onto the mat, holding the back of your heels in, visualizing yourself as a beautiful dove. Kapotasana. Merudanta granthi dhadya sampipadya ishufpuman. The next asana is Varasana. Now stand straight, upright on your knees with the toes tucked. Hold your arms with the opposite hands, gazing towards your nose. Januni bhuvau samsthapya astabhyam pahu parasparam dhritva. The next asana is Varahasana 2. In Varahasana 2, keep your knees together, toes stuck, lean forward, bringing your elbows on the mat, hands holding the head. Visualize Varaha in your inner space. Suryam Chandram Bhedana Nyasanani Kathayante. The next asana is Mundasana. Now place your head onto the ground, raise your feet up straight up above your body, visualizing yourself as a lopped tree. Adho Mundasanam Bakshe Sarvesham Praninam Sukham. Now relax into the next asana, which is Andhasana. In Andhasana, you will be cured from all sorts of night blindness. Lean forward with your knees together, hands on the mat. Prathama Pagatali Samatehrave, Kauramahli Ubhe Milave. From here, moving into Viparita Shalabhasana, lay flat on the mat and extend your hands forward and your leg off the ground, visualizing yourself as a locust. Shalabhasana Bhedastana Bherunda Namake. Into Kapalasana, laying your forehead and your upper body flat on the ground. Just lift your legs alone, visualizing yourself as a skull. Kapalam bhumo nidhaya urdham padunayet kapalasanam bhavate. From here, now bring your feet over the top of your head, in front of your face, into Akakasha Kapotasana, visualizing yourself as free and open down. Ushtrasane sthitva charano bhume rutthape mastako pari. The next asana is Chatakasana. Chatakasana. Now bring yourself onto your knees, placing your forearms onto the ground sturdy, visualizing yourself as a sparrow. Kur paraparyanto hasto dharam avashtam bhajanuni. The next asana is Vrishtikasana 2. Place your forearms onto the mat. Bring your feet over the top of your head, touching your head, visualizing yourself as a scorpion. Vrishtiva Putya Pratima Anghipashni Dhritva Swashishe Chipukam Vidharyakam. Into Vrishasana now. Place your perineum down on the right heel. Sit there, placing your hands on the mat. Visualize yourself as a bull in Vrishasana. Yame Gulbhe Pada Mule Vama Bhage Padetaram. Now raise yourself off the mat, your knees off the ground, and balance above the mat in Lolasana. Lola Sada Kuryat Vayu Lola Paghatanat Sravayu Prasadena Sricheta Bhavedrutam. The next asana is Vrishasana. Now repeat Vrishasana on the other side. Yamya Gulbhe Pada Mule Vama Bhage Padetaram. From Vrishasana, move on to Balagunasana. Sit upon one foot, bringing the other knee towards the sky. Place your palms on the respective knees. Visualize Balagunahe, one of the 84 siddhas in your inner space. Balagunasana. Jimana Kauguna Asana Kauguna Jalabika Rajayi. Raising both your feet up into a squatting position, into Grahasana. Visualize yourself as the entire planet. Hold on to your ankles from the outside. Padatale Bhumo Samsthapi Janu Madhya Kur Parao. The next asana is Balagunasana on the other side. This asana is very beautiful, powerful for curing all sorts of edema and water retention problems. Asana Kauguna Jalabika Rajayi. Next, into Utkatasana. Bring yourself onto your heels, your knees pointing forwards. Place your hands on the top of your knees. Yujasthiyata Urvajanu Yatrasane. The next asana is Vajra Sangharasana 2. Sit on your toes with your heels and soles together. Keep the knees wide off the ground, holding the opposite elbows behind your back. Prathama Panapani Hoya Vese, Doye Digudani Vese. Now from here into Anilasana. Squat with your feet hip width apart. Hands under the soles of the feet on the inside, palms down, arms straight, elbows together at the navel. Gaze towards your nose. Do Hat Bhumi Parithane. Bhumi Parithane, Kahuni Jarina Bhalaga Ane. The next asana is Padukasana. Place the back of your hands on the mat with the fingers facing towards your body. Step your feet on top of your hands wrapping around your feet like a shoe. Walking around, visualize you're wearing Padukas. Padukasana. Hastatalayo Padatale Kritva Tishthed Gachet Padukasanam Bhavati. The next asana is Kukutodana. Place your palms on your mat. Raise both your feet upwards into the air and let them fall back down. Do like this repeatedly, visualizing yourself as a rooster in Kukutodana. Hastatale bhumo kritva padatale cha urdham kritva bhumo patet Kukutodanam bhavati. The next asana is Viparita Nrityasana. Raise your feet into the air, placing your palms on the mat. Move around on your two hands, dancing. Visualize yourself free from all sorts of inhibitions. Hastatala-abhyam bhumvashtabhi urdhva-padagre kurvan hastatala-abhyam nartanam kartavyam viparita nrityam bhavati. The next asana is the Kunjarasana. Now in a standing position, keep your feet together and lean forward. अथवा क्षेमहादेव कुञ्जरासनम् उत्तमं करेण एकपादाभ्यां भूमौ उत्तिष्ठेत् शिरः करः. Repeat Kunjarasana on the other side, bringing the other hand towards your ear while the other hand remains on the ground. अथवा क्षेमहादेव कुञ्जरासनम् उत्तमं करेण एकपादाभ्यां भूमौ उत्तिष्ठेत् शिरः करः. Now squatting down into the Kadambasana. Sit on the ground with your feet flat. And heels close to the body. Hold your respective ankles. Lift your feet off the ground. Visualize yourself as a Kadamba tree, a pious tree promoting long life. Kadambasana. Parshnibhyam bhumim avashtabhya hastadvayena gulpho dritva tishthet kadambam bhavati. The next asana is Pavanamuktasana. Now finally resting your hips down onto the ground. Hold your knees with your hands, press them towards the chest. Visualize all the vata, experience all the vata being released from and balanced within your system. पवनमुक्तासना द्वयोस्तु पादयोः पाणिं लात्वा स्वस्ति नितम्बके जानुनि वक्षसि साधुर्भभ्राति करबन्धनैः. The next asana is Chakorasana. Now sit with your leg pointed forward. Lift one leg behind your head. Place both the hands flat on the mat. Extend the opposite leg out with the knees straight. Lift your entire body off the ground, keeping the chin up as you visualize yourself as a powerful source of energy. Chakorasana. पूर्वतानां चतुष्पादं पीठं वज्रासनं तथा चकोरकौञ्चशलभा भुजङ्गामपि वृश्चिकम्. Next is Dhanurasana 2. Now, sitting on the ground, hold the left toes with the left hand, index and middle fingers in the Prana Mudra. Pull the foot towards your left ear. Extend your right leg out, keep straight, holding the big toe with the right hand. Visualize yourself as a bow in Dhanurasana 2. पादाङ्गुष्ठौतपाणिभ्यां गृहीत्वा श्रवणावधि धनुराकर्षकाकष्टं धनुरासनमीरितम्. The next asana is Ashtavakrasana. Now, lift your left leg over the right top of the left shoulder. Bring your right foot across and hook on top of the left foot. Lean forward and down while extending the legs out towards your left. Lift your head up and chest, finding balance, visualizing yourself as a flying crane. Ashtavakrasana. वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यं मोधकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्रमथोत्तानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम्. From here, let's move into Pranasana. Now, in Pranasana, place your right foot on the left side, bring the left foot flat on the ground. Have your left shoulder underneath the raised left leg. Place your hands flat on the ground, gazing towards your third eye. Pranasana. एतत् प्रभेदं वक्ष्यामि करोति अस चामरः एकपादमुरौ बद्ध्वा स्कन्धेनेत्पादरक्षणम्. Next asana is Parshvamatsendrasana. Place your right foot at the root of the left thigh, left leg by the side of the right knee. Hold your left leg by the right hand, twist your body, remaining steady. Visualize Yogi Matsyendranath in your inner space as you gaze towards your third eye. वामोर्मूलार्पित दक्षपादो जान्वोर्बहिर्वेष्टित दक्षदोष्णा प्रगृह्य तिष्ठेत् परिवर्तिताङ्ग श्रीमत्स्यनाथ खोदितमासनं स्यात्. The next is Chakorasana on the other side. Bring one foot behind your head. पूर्वतानां चतुष्पादपीठं वज्रासनं तथा चकोरकौञ्चशलभा भुजङ्गामपि वृश्चिकम्. Repeat Dhanurasana 2 on the other side. पादाङ्गुष्ठौतपाणिभ्यां गृहीत्वा श्रवणावधि धनुराकर्षणाकृष्टं धनुरासनमीरितम्. The next asana is Ashtavakrasana. Lean forward, bring your left leg across. Visualize yourself as a flying crane. वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यं ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्रमथोत्तानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम्. Next asana is Pranasana. Place your right foot on the left thigh, bring the left foot on the ground. Go into Pranasana, gazing towards your third eye. So visualize yourself able to subsist over prana alone. एतत् प्रभेदं वक्ष्यामि करोति अस चामरः एकपादमुरौ बद्ध्वा स्कन्धेनेत्पादरक्षणम्. The next asana is Parshvamatsendrasana on the other side. वामोर्मूलार्पित दक्षपादो जान्वोर्बहिर्वेष्टित दक्षदोष्णा. Next is Ardha Paschimottanasana. Keep one leg straight, press the perineum with the other heel, chest forward and down. Hold your toes, feet, bring your head towards your knees. Ardha Paschimottanasana. Ekam padam prasarya ekam padasya pashnina. The next asana is Kraunchasana. In Kraunchasana, bring one foot outside the perineum, outside of your left hip. Lift the other leg towards your forehead. Keeping your knees straight, gaze towards your nose as you visualize yourself as a crane. वासिष्ठमतकौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्रमथोत्तानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम्. From here, repeat Ardha Paschimottanasana on the other side. Ekam padam prasarya ekasya padasyagam pashnina. Next asana is Kraunchasana on the other side. Vasishtamatakaundinyam urdhukukkutameva chashta vakramathotanam mayuram setubandhanam. Next from that, let's move into Swastikasana. Now over here, bring one foot over the other thigh and keep your back straight, your hands on your knees, gaze towards your nose, embody peace, well-being, good fortune, prosperity. Visualize a swastika in your inner space. Janurvorantare samyak kritva padatale ubhe rijukaya samasina swastikam tat prachakshate. Next is Gorakshasana. Just using in the same position, use your hands to cover the soles of your feet. Visualize Seth Gorakhnatha, the founder of the Natha Yoga Hindu Sampradaya, in your inner space. Janurva Arantare Pada Uttano Vyakta Samsthitao. The next is Bhagasana 2. Now, bring your left heel to the perineum, right foot on the left side. Close your eyes with the index finger, nose with the middle finger, ears with the thumbs in the Shanmukhi Mudra. Gaze at your third eye, meditate on the Arihanta. Bhagasana 2. Vamapa Gudam Sthapya Dakshangri Vamajanghane. The next is Yogasana 2. Now sit in the Padmasana position. Place your hands on the ground, palms facing upwards. Keep your spine straight as you gaze towards your nose. Uttana Ucharana Kritva Samsthapyo Parijanunoho. The next asana is Urdhva Kukkutasana. Now, place your palms on the ground beside your body and raise your feet and body off the ground, balancing above the ground. Visualize yourself as a rooster. Here, do the Kakachancha Kumbhaka, where you will be inhaling through your tongue in a rolled position and exhaling through your nose. Urdhva Kukkutasana. Vasishtamata Kaundinyam Urdhva Kukkutameva Chashta Vakramathotanam Mayuram Setubandhanam. The next asana is Siddharati asana. Now, sit in the Padmasana position, insert both your hands placing through the mat. Avoid lifting the body up, stay seated on your mat as you gaze towards your nose. Siddharati asana. Prathamam Padmasana ko kare hastado gora sandhidhere bhe hateli bhudhari rakhe pocha gara sandhi mile dhake. The next asana is Hamsasana. Now visualizing yourself as an elegant swan, gaze towards your nose, raise yourself off the mat, hands in between the thighs and calves, bringing your knees towards your elbows. Kukkutasana sthitva skandha paryantam urunitva tishthet hamsasanam bhavati. The next asana is Karmukasana. Now in Karmukasana, bring your hands underneath your Padmasana. While sitting, reach hands behind the body, interlace your fingers, bringing your forehead to the ground as you gaze towards your nose. Prathama Padma Asana ko kare Goda Sandhi Mahi Karidhere. The next asana from here we'll be moving into is Karmukasana 2. Now in Karmukasana 2, Kurmasana 2, you will be inserting your hands through the thighs and the calves, bending your elbows, holding your respective shoulders with your hands. Visualize yourself as a turtle. Bami Janghapari Dakshina Pava, Dahi Janghapari Bamilyave. The next asana is Granthi Bhedasana. Here, bring your chin towards your palms and rejoice knowing you're in Paramashiva's secret knot posture. अथवा क्षेनीलकण्ठे ग्रन्थिभेदासनं शिवं ज्ञात्वा रुद्रो भवेत् क्षिप्रं सूक्ष्मवायुनि सेवनात्. The next asana is Uttana Kurmasana. Embody a turtle laying on its back as you lean backwards, holding the respective shoulders. Kukutasana bandhastam karabhyam dhrita kandaram pitham kurmavaduttanam etaduttana kurmakam. Now let's move into. Now in Pankukutasana, place one hand flat on the mat, hold its wrist with the other hand and lift your body up and hold. Visualize yourself as a rooster. Kukkutaasana sthitva ekena hastena anyasya manibandham dhritva. Repeat Pankukutasana on the other side. Kukkutaasana sthitva ekena hastena anyasya manibandham dhritva. The next asana is Gridrasana. Now from Padmasana, place your elbows on the toes, interlace your fingers, resting your chin on your knuckles. Press your thumb to your throat. Gridrasana, visualize yourself going beyond all sorts of greed and covetousness. Janurvo arantare pada uttano vyakta samsthito. The next asana is Padmasana 3, bringing your feet towards the opposite side, palms facing upwards over each other. Keep your spine straight, engage all the three bandhas, gazing towards your nose. Padmasana 3. Uttana ucharano vidhaya vidhivat saktitishto yogirat. The next asana is Padmasana 4. Bring your hands towards the top of your knees, gaze towards the nose. Visualize Lord Paramashiva in your inner space. एतत् पद्मासनं कुर्यात् प्राणवायु प्रसिद्धये शुभासनं सदा ध्यायेत् पूरयित्वा पुनः पुनः. The next asana is Karmukasana 2. Now sit in the Padmasana position. Hook your right hand, index and middle finger around the right nose. Lift your elbow as if pulling a bow back. Move your big toe around. Repeat this on the opposite side. Visualize as if a Pinaka, Lord Shiva's bow. Karmukasana 2. अथान्य असनमावक्ष्य योगपूरक रक्षणात् कृत्वा पद्मासनं पादम् अंगुष्ठजङ्घयोः स्थितम्. Next is Karmukasana 3. From behind your back, clasp the opposite toes, crossing your hands, engage all the three bandhas. Gaze at your nose in Karmukasana 3. Visualize yourself as Paramashiva's bow, Pinaka. Karmuka asanamakasya udare purayet sukam tada vayurvasho yati kalena sukshma vayuna. The next asana is Dridhasana. Now, continue to maintain the step gazing towards the third eye. ऊरुभ्याम् उपरि स्थाप्य पादयुग्मं प्रयत्नतः. The next asana is Nagrasana. Keeping your hands crossed behind your back, lay flat, gazing towards your nose. Visualize yourself as a snake in Nagrasana. This asana is powerful to relieve you of any cold. The simple cold, which still today modern science has no cure for, can be completely cured through this asana of Nagrasana. Prathama Padma asana kothane dauhata pachane amne. The next asana is Pandukasana. Now squeeze your body into a ball. Embrace your knees towards your chest, head touching your knees. Visualize yourself as a ball. Pandukasana. Vetrasane hastpada nispushmurdhva naye krishavamshena bhumim pothet. Pandukasanam bhavati. Next is Urdhva Pavanasana. Now bring your hand behind your neck. Bring your feet together, knees raised up. Gaze towards your nose. Urdhva Pavanasana. Prathame Sudha Saina Karave, Goda Ubha Rashi Milave. Next is Marakata Pithasana. Laying on your back, and raise your hips up into the air, visualizing yourself as a powerful alpha ape automatically engaging the Jalandhara Bandha. उत्तानशयनं पादतले उत्तानहस्तयोः स्थापयेत् पृष्ठभागमुत्रं मयेत् परकटपीठं भवति. Now stretch your legs out while resting upon your elbows, gazing at your nose in Uttanashikhipītakasana. जङ्घोर्बलहीनश्चेत् उत्तानशिखिपीठकम् अप्रमत्तः प्रकुर्वीत भुक्तेः प्राग्विजितेन्द्रियः. The next asana is Narakasana. Now lay back on your back, raise your hips up and legs up, elbows on your hands extended on the mat below, helping balance the body. Visualize yourself blissfully traveling through hell, Naraka, unscathed, completely blissful. ग्रीवा कण्ठेन भूमिं विष्टम्भपादाग्रद्वयम् ऊर्ध्वमुत्त्रयेत् नरकासनं भवति. The next asana is Tiryanukasana. Now lean your leg backwards in a slanted position. Visualize you're a boat crossing the ocean of samsara. Naukavat sthitva urdhvam padagradvayam nayet Tiryanaukasanam bhavati. And now into Dhvajasana. Keep your upper back on the mat. Raise your legs up vertically. Elbows, shoulders, hands remaining on the mat below. Stretch your legs up as high as you can, as tall as you can. Visualize yourself as the Kailasa flag, Dhvajasana, respected across all nations. Tiryana ukavat griva prishtakurparaihi bhumavashtabhyamastakalakshena padagradvayam urdhvannayet Dhvajasanam bhavati. Finally, resting onto the mat into Mritasana. Visualize yourself as completely dead. Supreme point of Hinduism has liberated you. Relax all the three bandhas. Engage in the Shakti Chalan Mudra. The feeling of awareness of energy flooding your body. Tanam Shavavad Bhomau Shayanam to Shavasanam. Shavasanam Shramaharam Chitta Vishranti Karakam.
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Om
With that, request all the participants slowly move your hands, move your legs, raise yourself up into a seated position. We have come to the end. Successfully, each of you have completed a full 308 asanas, Vidya Vinyasa Krama sequence. I congratulate all of you on that. You will see how beautifully your intention, your reality starts to manifest. Let us now end with the Purna Mantra, offering our gratitude. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnameva Vasishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Tat Tat Sarvam Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyanandam
Nithyananda, everyone. Welcome to the glimpses of the Paramashivoham Level-1 program. With the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham's blessings, let's start our sessions today with the Sadguru Vandanam. All of you, please sit with your hands folded in the Atmanjali Mudra, and let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasugadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Tandvatitam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasyadilaksham Yekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Triguna-rahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Nithyananda, everyone. So today we'll be learning one of the most important scripture that we study in the Paramashivoham Level-1 program. That is, out of millions of scriptures that Sanatana Hindu Dharma has, 3 are considered to be the prime scriptures. They are called Prasthana-traya. They are Bhagavad Gita, Brahma Sutras, and Upanishads. And today we are going to learn some powerful cognitions and gist of each chapter about Bhagavad Gita. Who has given this sacred scripture to Bhagavad Gita is none other than the Parandhama, the direct embodiment, the avatar who landed on the planet Earth, the Mahavishnu's Narayana, the complete incarnation, the Purna Avatara as Sri Krishna. So let's understand a little bit about Bhagavan Krishna. Vasudeva Sutam Devam Kamsa Chanuramardhanam Devaki Paramanandam Krishnam Vande Jagadgurum. This is the invocation mantra of Bhagavan Krishna. I salute unto you, Bhagavan Krishna, the Guru of the world, Jagadguru, and the son of Vasudeva and Devaki, the destroyer of the demons, Kamsa and Chanura. There's so much Swamiji has explained about Bhagavan Krishna on various occasions. Some of the details about Bhagavan Krishna, let's understand before we start the sessions for today. Bhagavan Krishna is an expression of Parandhama. Bhagavan Krishna is the Purna Avatara, that means the complete incarnation with all the auspicious qualities, and who has embodied Narayana. Paramapada, that means with all his glory, qualities, and powers. The Narayana is another name of Mahavishnu. Bhagavan Krishna is the 8th avatara of Lord Vishnu, and who is responsible for the sustenance of the cosmos. Bhagavan Krishna is the being who first set a trend that macrocosm, the whole cosmos expressed in the human body as microcosm in full-fledged and in full-bloomed way. The greatest happening that happened, is happening, and will happen in the cosmos is Krishna. Bhagavan Sri Krishna's expressions. Bhagavan Sri Krishna is the extraordinary expression of the cosmos and glory personified. Bhagavan Sri Krishna is also a Jagat Guru, meaning his life is a teaching for everyone in all levels of seeking, no matter what level they are in. As a child, Bhagavan Sri Krishna expressed extraordinary innocence and extraordinary powers. Bhagavan Sri Krishna is the ultimate teacher, reviving all the enlightenment systems existed at the time and compiling it in the form of Bhagavad Gita and sharing with the world. As an adult, Bhagavan Sri Krishna went beyond body. He did not have even idea of ordinary body and reflected that pure consciousness in the human form. Bhagavan Sri Krishna's powers and personality. Celebration is the essence of the life of Bhagavan Sri Krishna. One of the greatest dimensions of the happening of Bhagavan Sri Krishna is that Tyaga and love. The ability to receive and give love. Bhagavan Sri Krishna is a personality who never gives up on people. He continued till the end. He did not give up on anyone. Bhagavan Sri Krishna was the embodiment of causing everyone's reality. He was able to speak into the listening of the listener, causing everyone's reality. Bhagavan Sri Krishna, out of his love and tyaga, the sacrifice for the humanity, delivered the Bhagavad Gita. The literal meaning of Bhagavad Gita is the song of God. Bhagavan Sri Krishna demonstrated absolute life positivity, absolute love, absolute will persistence in dealing with the demonic forces in all types of situations. And Bhagavan Sri Krishna is extremely courageous and bold, but absolutely strategic, not to waste resources unnecessarily, even during the wars with demonic forces. And Bhagavan Sri Krishna is extremely courageous and bold, but absolutely strategic, not to waste resources unnecessarily, even during the wars with demonic forces. Lord Krishna says in Bhagavad Gita, in the 15th chapter, 15th verse, Sarvasya chaham hridi sannivisto mattai smritir jnanam apohanam cha vedait savair aham eva vedyo vedanta kridveda with eva chaham. Meaning, I am seated in everyone's heart. From me come remembrance, knowledge, and forgetfulness. By all Vedas, I am to be known. Indeed, I am the compiler of Vedanta, and I am the knower of the Vedas. There is a beautiful Apta Pramana. Sudama was Lord Krishna's friend and devotee. He was a friend from school, his childhood school, Gurukul. He belonged to a poor Brahmin family, and they grew up, and Krishna manifested the Dwaraka, the land of material pleasures, and got married to Rukmini. On the other hand, Sudama married to a simple Brahmin girl and led a simple life, leaving the worldly pleasures and by worshipping Lord. He had children, but due to his austere living, he remained a poor man. Tired and anguished by the poor living conditions, one day Sudama's wife asked him to seek help from Lord Krishna. Sudama, being an honest and self made man, felt ashamed to go ahead and ask his friend for help. After being insisted by his wife, Sudama decided to go ahead and meet Krishna. However, he said, meeting my old friend after many years empty handed wouldn't feel nice. So Sudama decided to carry along a handful of puffed rice for Lord Krishna. As soon as Sudama reached the palace, Krishna received him with warmth and respect. Krishna made Sudama sit on his throne and wash his tired feet with sandalwood and warm water to relax him. They recall the time spent at the Sandipani school, the Gurukul, in childhood. Seeing the splendor, Sudama felt awe. Krishna's hospitality and love made him feel so happy. However, seeing the grandeur, he felt embarrassed to take out the gift. Krishna immediately understood how Sudama was feeling and took the gift from him. Seeing a small bag in Sudama's hand, Krishna asked him that what he was carrying. Sudama, feeling resentful, moved forward the bag, which contained a handful of puffed rice. Krishna went forward and consumed a part of the puffed rice, saying that was the best thing he had ever. Krishna thanked him for the gift and requested Sudama to have a meal with him. And both of them sat to have the meal, which was served in exquisite gold plates. Sudama felt sad as he remembered his hungry children at home. He stayed at the palace for 2 days but could not ask Krishna for any personal favors. On the third day, he was ready to leave back for home. While leaving, Krishna embraced Sudama and asked him to visit again. Touched by his love and hospitality, Sudama thanked him. While going back to his family, Sudama wondered, what shall I say when my wife asks me what I have brought back? As Sudama reached back home, he was troubled, seeing that there was no hut. Instead of his old hut, he saw a magnificent palace being built at the same place. As he walked towards the palace, he saw his wife coming out elegantly dressed in beautiful clothes. That was the compassion of Krishna. Without even asking Sudama, he showered all the wealth. Swamiji's Atma Pramana. During my Parivrajaka, I came across an old lady. This is such a beautiful story. I came across an old lady who used to talk frequently with her idol of Krishna. I could not understand what she was doing, so I went and asked, "Hey Ma, what are you doing? Do you think that he's talking to you?" I told her, "Ma, what your experience is illusion. So you should come out of it. You should eat healthy food and stay healthy to come out of all this." Okay, so she was so innocent. She said, No, Baba, I'm lying. I'm not lying. Don't you see? He's sitting there and talking to me." She just put her hand out and held my hand. I promise I saw Krishna there. I can tell you that he was sitting there, and just as a simple child, with what intensity you see me now, I promise at least with deeper intensity than that, I saw Krishna there. He was there, just as a small baby as he was described in Bhagavatam, and with a small flute in the hand and putting his hand on his face very innocently, with a peacock feather on his unclean hair, with a dirty mouth, and all that food was there on the mouth and unkept, and just that small little baby, he was there. So the shock was from the very root center. understand, the shock was from the very Muladhara Chakra. From the root, my being was shaken. See, even if I had the smallest doubt that she was a saintly lady, I wouldn't have gone and told her that she should come out of all this illusion and that she should stop doing all this foolishness and that she should be very healthy. I would have never told her that. She was such a simple, unassuming person with no external expressions of any saintly or divine expression in her. She was a simple lady, a village lady, maybe 70 to 80-year-old. Just by touching me, she gave me initiation to have the darshan of Krishna. So please understand that was this initiation. That was not just that she was able to transmit that experience into my system as her experience. It is not that when she held her hand, I was convinced that Krishna was there. No, I saw him. Clearly, he was there. The shock was so much that I just fell at her feet. I can remember very clearly my falling at the feet of Kuppamal. My first inspiration and teacher in Tiruvannamalai. Her spiritual name was Swamini Mata Vibhudanandapuri Devi. With that same reverence and respect that I did earlier with Kuppamal, I fell at this old lady's feet and I just fell at her feet and said, "Never call me as Baba, you are my mother." Because as long as she was holding my hand, Krishna was there. I saw the moment she took her hand away, the vision disappeared. Now, let's understand the Bhagavad Gita, how that happened.
Nithyanandam.
Okay, let's invoke the Krishna's presence.
Nithyanandam.
Devasutam Devam Kamsachanuramarthanam Devaki Paramanandam Krishnam Vande Jagat Gurum. I salute unto you, Bhagavan Krishna, the Guru of the world, son of Vasudeva, the supreme bliss of Devaki, destroyer of Kamsa and Chanura. Srimad Bhagavad Gita is the song of God. It is the manual for enlightenment. Bhagavat is God. Gita is song. Bhagavad Gita literally translates to song of God, and it's a manual for enlightenment. Bhagavan Sri Krishna expounds the knowledge of enlightenment through different paths to Arjuna. Bhagavan Krishna expounds the knowledge of enlightenment through different paths to Arjuna, who represents humanity and its suffering. Bhagavad Gita conveys the essence of knowledge, continued contain all written and oral Vedic truths to enrich the simplest to complex humans at all planets, at all planes. It contains the royal supreme knowledge and the royal secret of secrets, Raja Vidya, Raja Guhyam. Bhagavad Gita is part of the great Bharata, the India's history, narrated by Sri Vedavasa, one of the great enlightened sages. Gita is scripted by none other than Sri Ganesha, who embodies the pure wisdom and joyful spontaneity. Gita is Gita Sastra, the essence and most important part of the ancient knowledge base of Vedic tradition. Gita is also called Brahma Vidya, the knowledge of Brahman, the supreme absolute truth. It is Jivan Mukti Vijnana, the science of living enlightenment. The Apta Pramana, it says, Gita Mahatyam, verse 6. This Gita-Upanishad, Bhagavad Gita, the essence of all the Upanishad, it is just like a cow. The Lord Krishna, who is famous as a cowherd boy, is milking this cow. Arjuna, just like a calf, and learned scholars and pure devotees are to drink the nectarine milk of Bhagavad Gita. Life will always be a mix of good and the bad, and the divine and the evil. Choosing one over the other does not enrich. We need to complete and go beyond both. It gives a clear intellectual understanding about life, death, soul, about the great why of life, as well as the what of life, and do's and don'ts, rules and regulations. The essence of the whole Bhagavad Gita is the master awakening the responsibility in the disciple. That's why everywhere Gita talks only about responsibility. So now it is the invocation verse of Bhagavad Gita book. Om Pathaya Pratibodhitam Bhagavatam Narayanena Swayam Vyasena Kratitam Purana Muninam Madhye Mahabharatam Advaitaamrutavarshinim Bhagavatim Astadasadhyayinim Ambatvam Anusantatami Bhagavad Gita Bhavatveshini. The meaning of this invocation mantra is Om, I meditate upon you, O Bhagavad Gita, the affectionate divine mother. See, here beautifully it's Bhagavad Gita is compared as the divine mother. showering the nectar of Advaita, non-duality, and destroying the rebirth, incorporated in the midst of Mahabharata war. The 18 chapters, it has got 18 chapters and written by sage Vedavasa, the author of the Puranas, and imparted to Arjuna by Bhagavan Narayana himself. The invocation, this is the invocation verse of Bhagavad Gita. So this is the gist of what you expect in each chapter. There is a Sanskrit name and what is the gist in each chapter. So let me go over this quickly. The first chapter is Arjuna Vishada Yoga. The war begins. Arjuna, who is Arjuna? Let's learn in a bit. So Arjuna represents all of us, each one of us. So what we go through, the incompletion, the impossibilities, the powerlessness, Arjuna embodies that. So Arjuna Vishada Yoga, the war begins, and Arjuna represents all of the humanity and the current status of our mind. Wrong thinking is the only problem in our life. Then the second chapter is Sankhya Yoga. You are God. The goal of humanity is to reach the ultimate, and you are immortal. You are God. Right knowledge is the ultimate solution to all our problems. Then chapter 3 is Karma Yoga. The purpose of the beauty of purposelessness, meaning the path of work. Acting without attachment to the result. The selflessness is the only way to progress. Then chapter 4 is Jnana Karma Yoga, the path of knowledge. To know me is to be liberated. Every act can be an act of prayer. Then chapter 5 is Sannyasa Yoga, live all your possibilities. Renounce the ego of individuality and rejoice in the bliss of higher consciousness daily. And chapter 6 is Dhyana Yoga, the look in. Are you a friend? Are you an enemy? You are a friend to yourself, and at the same time, you are an enemy to yourself. If you help yourself, you become your friend. If you do not do that, you become your own enemy. And the chapter 7 is Jnana Vijnana Yoga. That is, listen, cognize, and radiate. I am eternal. No one knows me. The chapter 8 is Akshara Brahma Yoga, the art of living. Remember me constantly. Be sure to reach me. Then chapter 9 is Raja Vidya, Raja Guhyaha. The secret of all secrets. Anyone can reach me, worship me in any form, but with devotion. Then Vibhuti Yoga, you are the ultimate. Experience the light of knowledge, and there is no end to my glories. So Vishwarupa Darshana Yoga is chapter 11, Krishna, the cosmic window. Get up and gain glory, but not afraid. You are everything and everywhere. Then Bhakti Yoga, chapter 12 is Bhakti Yoga. Love is your very life. Fix your mind on me. Live in me always. Work for me. Then next chapter 13 is Kshetrajna Vibhaga Yoga. The field and the knower of the field. What you know is not you. Consciousness is eternal. Then chapter 4 is Gunatraya Vibhaga Yoga. Find your root pattern and complete. Natural attributes, gunas. Going beyond the gunas. Then Purushottama Yoga is chapter 15, and that no questions, only doubt. Mind is the conditioning. You are your samskaras. Then 16th chapter is Daivasura Sampat Vibhaga Yoga. You and me. When your ego dissolves, whatever is left is existence, that is divine. Then 17th is Shraddhatraya Vibhaga Yoga, that is authenticity, straight way to liberation. Trust and practice authenticity. Choosing the right over pleasant is a sign of power. Then chapter 18 is Moksha Sannyasa Yoga. Drop everything and surrender. Surrender to me, I will liberate you. Let go. Let's move to oneness with God. So share with your loved ones the signs of living life, sciences and powers that they can use at work, school, personal life, and knowledge that knows no boundaries. Guru-disciple relationship is the most rare happening with the ultimate. We look forward to seeing you in Paramashivoham Level-1 program starting from 17th of this month, where you'll be learning many secrets from the Bhagavad Gita. So Arjuna is the superhero of a Pandava prince and considered as the superhero of the Mahabharata war. So why Arjuna? What is the speciality of him? So let's learn who represents all of us. So let's learn a little bit about Arjuna. Arjuna, the most courageous fighter amongst the Pandava princes, the darling of all his teachers, and close friend of Krishna, now in a deep dilemma, a deep incompletion. Arjuna is both yogi and kshatriya, the warrior. As a yogi, he is deeply spiritual, centered, and complete within himself, and deeply aware and integrated to his moral and ethical obligations. As a Kshatriya, Arjuna is the warrior leader empowered with responsibility, ready to avenge, ready to impose order and control for protecting and upholding dharma. He is the typical Kshatriya prince. Only with enlightenment it is possible to continuously, consistently proceed with both these personalities of inner completion and as a yogi and outer responsibility to enrich as a warrior leader without faltering. Arjuna falters as he faces his enemies, his family, mentors, friends, as his enemies on the battlefield of the great Mahabharata war. His dilemma unfolds. Arjuna's dilemma is such that he is now able to be neither a yogi nor a kshatriya. He loses his space of completion and falls into such a deep grief that bewilders his mind. So, the basic understanding of our common questions. Why are we here? Why do we do what we do in our lives? Why don't we find fulfillment even after years of working for success in the world? Why do more and more challenges await us even after we solve and overcome numerous challenges? How can we become spiritually mature and integrated individuals? Why is the path even required? So, when Arjuna, the son of Kunti, saw all these friends, relatives present there amongst the middle when the war is about to begin, when the war was inevitable and the whole of the world at that time, Akhanda Bharat, with all the 56 nations, was in the war, split. Some supported the negative forces, the Duryodhana, Kaurava princes, and some kingdoms supported the Pandava princes, the righteous, who was fighting for the dharma. And both parties were about to begin the war. And Arjuna, in the middle, the son of Kunti, saw all his friends, relatives present there. He was overwhelmed with deep pity and said, Krishna, seeing my friends and relatives present before me, eager to wage war, I feel my limbs are trembling, my mouth is drying, and my hair standing on end. My bow, Gandiva, slips from my hands, and my skin burns. I am unable to stand here any longer. I am forgetting myself, and my mind reels. I foresee only evil omens, O killer of the Keshi demon. Arjuna's dilemma was not one of the non-violence, ahimsa. As a Kshatriya, this word has no place in his dictionary. His dilemma was one of the violence born out of his ego, his identity. He could kill people he did not identify with, but he could not bear to kill those whom he could relate with himself in one way or the other. The bonds of family were far stronger than Arjuna had imagined. These bonds were rooted in his ego, and to cut these bonds was to destroy himself. This was Arjuna's dilemma. Arjuna was overwhelmed with the pity. It's not true compassion. When responsibility expressed through your heart, it is compassion. To the truly compassionate person, the whole world of both living and non-living beings is an expression of his own self. Arjuna's dilemma represents the collective root patterns of humanity. It is an internal conflict between what we feel as us, what we feel we can actually do, our inner identity, mamakara, what we project as to others, the four identities, what you feel inside you, the inner image, and what you project outside to the people, the outer image, and what others are feeling about you, that is others' image, and what is your life image. When you are incomplete, the genesis of your identity happens. You split into the images. You divide, you are fragmented. Utter confusion. Dilemma is the first thing any person has to face in his life for enlightenment. If we have not yet faced the dilemma, the possibility for transformation has not yet opened. Arjuna has become the seeker of truth. If just the why is kept alive, why am I feeling powerless? Why am I feeling tired? Why am I feeling sick? Why am I depressed? just if this why is strong enough to take you to the logical conclusion, our problems will be solved. If we just keep this one alive, why am I doing? What am I doing? And we are able to take this one question to the logical conclusion of our life. I tell you, we will be enlightened. You will radiate enriching. Only a courageous person will have the confidence to open himself up to to transparently and expose his innermost fear pattern, his lack of integrity and inauthenticity, and seek help. Arjuna was not depressed. He was confused. He could certainly differentiate between the right and wrong. His sudden confusion grew out of his awareness of his parental and societal patterns, that what he had been taught throughout his life might be wrong. It takes a lot of courage of authenticity to bring integrated listening to our thinking, to stop and question our lives, our actions, and society's plan for us. Understand, the attitude of asking why needs awareness. If we just keep this one question alive, why am I doing what am I doing, and are able to take this one question to the logical conclusion of life, I tell you, we will be enlightened. You will radiate enriching. Arjuna was ready to give up on himself. He had collapsed both psychologically and physiologically. His cognition was totally imbalanced and he was now completely powerless. He was all set to run away from the battlefield and escape from the reality of his responsibility. He was expressing deep conflict between the unconscious patterns that were driving him from the possibility, the reality of what he ought to do, the clarity that would come about with the grace of the greatest master would be his enlightenment. The darkness that surrounded Arjuna at this stage was Maya, the illusion that prevents us from perceiving the truth of reality that pervades all our experiences. Ya ma iti maya, that which is not real but appears as absolute Maya. Maya truly exists as reality. It covers reality, the ultimate truth, the truth of our inner divinity, our infinite powerfulness, and therefore it is unreal, an illusion. The truth expounded in the Gita are about personal transformation. Each verse of the Gita is a sutra, a technique that can work on your being and transform you through completion. Completion is the space and state where you will be totally connected with life and with people in your life in the present moment without any limiting, restraining influence of the past happening in your life. The truth The truths expounded in Gita are about personal transformation. Each verse of the Gita is a sutra, a technique that can work on your being and transform you through completion. Completion is the space and state where you will be totally connected with the life and with the people in your life in the present moment without any limiting, restraining influence of the past happening in your life. The theme of Gita is the story of Arjuna's dilemma, his incompletion and its completion by Krishna. Have any questions? Please do let me know. Now, let's listen from Swamiji's own voice the introduction to Bhagavad Gita for a few minutes.
I welcome you all with my love and respects. There are millions of spiritual scriptures, books in the planet Earth. From the time immemorial, human beings are creating spiritual scriptures. Continuously, human beings are creating spiritual books. Bhagavad Gita, the book on which we'll be speaking, we'll be studying, is incomparable. You can't compare this book with any other book. Not just because we are speaking on this book, but I can say one thing for sure. There is no other book which has penetrated human consciousness so deeply. There is no other book which has made so many enlightened beings on the planet Earth like Bhagavad Gita. There is no other book which is a complete encyclopedia of spirituality. I can say the Bhagavad Gita is unabridged dictionary and encyclopedia of spirituality. All the spiritual scriptures can be classified in three ways. One is Shastras, means the books which gives you the clarity about the aim or the goal of the human life. Shastra means the book which teaches you how to live, what is the purpose of life, what is the goal of the life, which gives you an intellectual understanding about the ultimate man, God, life. All your major questions are answered intellectually, logically. We go on. We can put any type of questions. You will have the answer. Logically, you will be convinced to follow the ultimate path, that is Shastras. There are so many hundreds of examples we can give, which is Shastra, even 10 commandments. They are Shastras. The books which gives you regulations, do's and don'ts, Vidhi and Nisheda. Do's and don'ts, which tells you what has to be done and what should not be done, which guides you in the life. It is called Shastra. There is another kind of literature, which is Stotra. The man who realized the ultimate, the man who has experienced the truth, the person who had the glimpse of the divine love, the divine experience, or his self, who has seen the reality. He expresses his joy. It is called Stotra. You worship, you surrender yourself to the divine. That is Stotra. The literature from heart. Literature from head is Shastra. Literature from heart is Stotra. There is another kind of literature which is called Sutra. Means which gives you the technique to reach that state. Shastras gives you intellectual understanding. Stotras give you emotional feeling. Sutras give you being level experience. Shastras are like signboards. You need them. Shastras are like signboards. Intellectual scriptures which explains about the basic things of life. Stotras are things which helps you to surrender to the divine. The glory of the divine is expounded in Stotra. The third Sutra is a literature which gives you the technique to achieve the devotion or the enlightenment. Shastras by themselves cannot lead you to enlightenment. They can be a good support. They can take you to an enlightened master. Till that point, they are great. They are real help. Stotras. Again, stotras are spoken from the level of emotion, feeling. Stotras should be an expression of your feeling. When you have the deep feeling, you just express it. It flows through your being. Your whole being is flowing. That is Stotra. The third thing, Sutra. Sutra means the technique which helps you to achieve the goal of the Shastra or goal of the Stotra. Goal of the Shastra is Atman. Goal of the Stotra is God. Of course, both are one and the same. two different paths. There are people who are intellectual oriented, who are centered on logic, analysis, calculation. For them, for that kind of mind, you need shastras. You need intellectual scripture. There are people who will not do anything unless they are intellectually convinced, unless they are clear about the whole thing. Of course, we cannot say they should not come for spirituality. There are many scriptures, the stotra level scriptures, which says don't come inside unless you have faith. But I tell you, you should see, you should look at the man with little more compassion. You can't put the faith as a main criteria, first criteria to enter into the spiritual life. If you put faith as the first criteria to enter into the spiritual life, you are almost refusing to give spirituality for 90% of the human beings. It is not very easy to believe anything immediately. You cannot believe, and especially in the modern days, the word believe, faith, all these words are outdated. These words can't have any more meaning. These words are totally out of our life. You can't say only a person who believes, who has got faith, he can come to spirituality. Spirituality should be given for every being. We should create a system through which we can reach every individual. Our Vedic seers, rishis have created shastras, scriptures, which will give intellectual understanding. Logically, you will be clear of what is the path, what is the goal, why you are asked to do all these things, what for we need spirituality. All these major questions are answered intellectually in Shastras. Shastras gives you a basic understanding what is exactly life, what for we are here. All your questions are analyzed intellectually, logically. The conclusions are given to you. We need to understand few things about the Shastras. Shastra is a scripture which completely takes away all your doubts. Samsaya Rakshasa Nasa Mahastram. Samsaya is a Rakshasa. Please understand. Samsaya is a Rakshasa. Doubt is a devil. Once the doubt enters into your mind, till you are cleared, you can't sleep, you can't rest. Shastras helps you to get rid of these doubts intellectually. One thing you should understand about the intellectual clarity. Unless you have a complete intellectual clarity, even if you believe, your belief will be pseudo. Please be very clear, your belief will be pseudo. Anybody can shake your belief. Anybody can shake your faith. Your faith will not have a strong base. Your faith is almost a building without foundation. If you build without foundation, what will happen to the building? The same thing will happen to you if you don't have the base of Shastras. Somebody asked Vivekananda, Swamiji, what is the importance of Vedas? Why should we study the Shastras? Vivekananda says, if you study the Shastras, all your faith, all your sincerity, everything will become so strong, nobody can shake your faith and sincerity. Otherwise, any fool can come and tell you what you are doing is superstitious things. and you will start thinking about it. You will start contemplating about it. Am I really doing superstitious things? Am I really following the right thing? What am I doing? You will start having doubts about yourself. You don't believe your faith. Please be very clear. You don't believe your belief. That's very important thing. Every human being should understand. You don't.
Now it's time to move on to learning more about the Bhagavad Gita. So next Acharya is here to lead us to the more cognitions from the Bhagavad Gita.
Nithyananda, thank you. Nithyananda, everyone. Yes, let us begin with the Sadguru Vandanam. Om Nithyanandam Paramasukhadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrusham Tattvamasyadhilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. I welcome you all with my love and respects. So welcome each one of you. Yes, Vishwanathan, welcome. Ma Lalita Gabriela, Ma Sangeeta, please turn on your camera. Yes, a warm welcome to each one of you. In today's sessions, we will be learning more about the Bhagavad Gita. Bhagavad Gita, which is the Song of God. Why is it called the Song of God? Because it is delivered by the Purna Avatara, Bhagavan Sri Krishna himself, to the whole of humanity. So what is Bhagavad Gita? What is our understanding about Bhagavad Gita? Let us look at a small introduction to Bhagavad Gita. Of course, you have all received the Bhagavad Gita straight from Swamiji through the satsang. A quick recap on Srimad Bhagavad Gita. Now, Bhagavad Gita is the ultimate sacred scripture of yoga, Yoga Shastra, and the pristine glory of the Vedic culture, the eternal Yoga Shastra, and the pristine glory of the Vedic culture, the eternal tradition called Sanatana Dharma. It belongs to the whole universe, for it is delivered to the universe by the source and embodiment of universe. We salute and bow down to Bhagavan Sri Krishna, who spoke the Bhagavad Gita out of his infinite love and compassion for all beings. Whenever unrighteousness or adharma becomes predominant and dharma, the righteous living, declines and the yoga of enlightenment is lost, Parabrahma Krishna, the Supreme Consciousness, appears again and again to revive the sacred yoga, to protect and to enrich the devoted beings, and destroys adharma to re-establish the pure and everlasting dharma, the science of enlightenment. Dharma samsthapanarthaya sambhavami yuge yuge. This is Sri Krishna's promise and the essence and spirit of Gita. That is, whenever adharma becomes predominant and dharma, righteous living, declines, the yoga of enlightenment is lost, Parabrahma Krishna, the Supreme Consciousness, appears again and again to revive the sacred yoga, to protect and to enrich the devoted beings, and destroys adharma to re-establish the pure and everlasting dharma, the science of enlightenment. Gita is also called Brahma Vidya, the knowledge of Brahman, the supreme absolute truth. It is the Jivan Mukti Vijnana and science of living enlightenment. As with all scriptures, it is the knowledge and experience that is transmitted verbally as Sri Krishna Arjuna Samvad, an intimate dialogue between Master of the World, Jagat Guru, Bhagavan Sri Krishna, and his dear devotee and disciple Arjuna. It is called Shruti in Sanskrit, means something that is heard. So we can just go on and on and on about Bhagavad Gita. There is no end to it. Yes. So it is the, see, in Swamiji has given us the gift Bhagavad Gita decoded. Okay. So now it is the re-speaking. Understand, Bhagavan is speaking to us through this book, the Bhagavad Gita decoded. It is not a summary, or it is not a new understanding that is being given. It is being re-spoken, which means Bhagavan himself has come down as Nijavatara in the form of Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham and has given this great gift of Bhagavad decoded to the present population, to the humanity. Yes. Now, let us enter into the segment to learn more deeper understandings and deeper truths of Bhagavad Gita, given to us by none other than our own Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham. So let us start with this Krishna Vandanam, Bhagavan Sri Krishna Vandanam. Vasudeva Sutam Devam Kamsachanuramardanam Devaki Paramanandam Krishnam Vande Jagadgurum. Yes. I salute unto you, Bhagavan Krishna, Guru, Master of the world, Son of Vasudeva, the supreme bliss of Devaki, destroyer of Kamsa and Chanura. Bhagavad Gita is the song of God. It is the manual for enlightenment. Bhagavan Sri Krishna expounds the knowledge of enlightenment through different paths to Arjuna, who represents humanity and its suffering. So we have 18 chapters in the Bhagavad Gita, and the gist of each chapter will be shared with all of you today. And it is highly recommended all of you download the book, the Bhagavad Gita, and you make it a point to read the book, at least, keep aside 1 hour every day just to read the Bhagavad Gita. It has all the intellectual knowledge in the form of Shastras, where all your questions, the logical mind has, all the questions which the logical mind has. It will give you the do's and don'ts, how of life, how to run your life. It has stotras and as well as sutras. So we will be learning all about the Shastras, stotras and sutras in this current session. So these are all the chapters available in the book, the Bhagavad Gita. So the first chapter begins with Arjuna Vishada Yoga, where in the middle, amidst the battlefield, Arjuna is talking to Krishna, expressing his dilemma. He is depressed. That is why it is known as Arjuna Vishada Yoga. He is confused, he is depressed, and he has a lot of questions. His whole identity is shaken amidst the warfield. So he is questioning Bhagavan. Let us find out what all about Arjuna's dilemma. Life will always be a mix of the good and the bad, the divine and the evil. Choosing one over the other does not enrich. We need to complete and go beyond both. Gita is a Shastra. It gives a clear intellectual understanding about life, death, soul, about the great why of life, as well as the what of life, the do's and don'ts, vidhis and nishedas, rules and regulations. Bhagavad Gita is directly from Bhagavan, God Himself, from a Purnavatar, a perfect, complete incarnation, Bhagavan Sri Krishna. Until Sri Krishna, all incarnations were teaching only the science of leaving, that is, renouncing the world if one wanted enlightenment. But it is Sri Krishna who gave this science of living in the space of completion, Purnatva, that you don't need to renounce anything. Wherever you are, you will be radiating life and enjoying life. Now let us look at a small story where our faith is just pseudo. All our faith that we call is just pseudo, and it does not help in transformation. A guy lived as an atheist. One day he fell from a cliff and was hanging onto a branch. Slowly the branch also started giving away. The man started shouting, "Oh God, I never believed in you, but now I do. Please save me." This guy who lived all his life as an atheist is now calling out, remembering God and calling out, asking God to save him. Now, slowly the branch also started giving way. Now the man started shouting, "Oh God, I never believed in you, but now I do. Please save me." And then he heard a booming voice from heaven and said, "Oh, my son, don't worry. I will save you. Just let go of the branch and I will save you." Immediately the man responded, "Is there anybody else out there who can save me?" So understand, all our trusts, all the faith that we tend to have is just pseudo. And this is what we are doing with our lives. All of us are holding on to our identities. All of us are holding on to our patterns and not letting go of it. Even when Bhagavan appears and he is saying, "Let go of all that, I will save you." We are still, we still don't trust him. We feel that we let go, we will die. Letting go of your identity is nothing but death itself, isn't it? Because we don't know the unknown, what is out there. Because of that unknown area, there is no knowledge about the future. And that makes all of us inconsistent, or all our faith is pseudo until we do not let go. So the fight is between completions and incompletions within us, which is the whole of Mahabharata, the great epic, talks only about a fight between our own completions and incompletions. It is actually a fight within us between possibilities, patterns. Now, Krishna, the superconsciousness constantly looms over our being eternally, reminding us of our space of highest positivity, possibility, divinity, and enlightenment with his tremendous patience and infinite compassion. Arjuna's progress on this path of dharma unto his self-discovery to re-establish himself in the space of completion is the path of Bhagavad Gita. That can also be our path of dharma if we internalize the message of the Gita. So please understand the background setting is the war, the war during the Mahabharata, when the war happened between the Pandavas and Kauravas. Arjuna had to fight his own blood, and that put him into depression. But he held on to Bhagavan, and only that helped him in his victory, ultimate victory. So, as we are going through, we are learning about the Bhagavad Gita. Let us hold on to our Master, the incarnation, who is in the form of Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham, to save us from destroying ourselves. By receiving this knowledge, let us uplift ourselves, let us raise ourselves. Let us all become that Arjuna and look upon our Master and hold on to his feet with faith and trust, so that he can deliver us the ultimate. So Arjuna's progress on this path of dharma unto his self-discovery to re-establish himself in the space of completion is the path of Bhagavad Gita, which can also be our path of dharma if we internalize the message of the Gita. Arjuna is the most courageous fighter amongst the Pandava princes, the darling of all his teachers, and the close friend of Krishna in deep dilemma, deep incompletion. Arjuna is both the yogi as well as the kshatriya. As a yogi, he is deeply spiritual, centered, and complete within himself, and deeply aware and integrated to his moral and ethical obligations. As the Kshatriya warrior, Arjuna is the warrior leader, empowered with responsibility, ready to avenge, ready to impose order and control for protecting and upholding dharma. He is the typical Kshatriya prince. Only with enlightenment is it possible to continuously, consistently proceed with both these personalities of inner completion as a yogi and outer responsibility to enrich as a warrior leader without faltering. Arjuna falters as he faces his enemies on the battlefield of the great Mahabharata war, and his dilemma unfolds. Arjuna's dilemma is such that he is now able to be neither a yogi nor a kshatriya. He loses his space of completion and falls into such deep grief that bewilders his mind. So please understand, Arjuna's dilemma is the dilemma of the whole humanity. It represents the collective root patterns of humanity. It is an internal conflict between what we feel as us, what we feel we can actually do, our inner identity, the mamakara, what we project as us to others, what we feel we want to actually do, our outer identity, the ahankara, what others think and perceive as us, the anyakara, and what we think about life and others, or what we perceive as our value systems and beliefs, our swa-anyakara. So living in your peak capacity in all the four identities, aligning your life to all the four dimensions and expressing your peak potential in all these four is authenticity or Shraddha in Sanskrit. So understand the law of cosmos is responsibilism, taking on responsibility, feeling responsible. A person who does not feel responsible even for his own actions is an animal. He lives in a very low level consciousness. Duryodhana, along with the Kaurava army, represents this low level consciousness. A person who feels responsible for his own actions is a human being. He lives in a middle level consciousness. There were many warriors who felt responsible for their actions their duties and even supported Duryodhana. They represent this middle level consciousness. A person who takes responsibility even for others' actions is divine. He lives in leadership consciousness, Ishwaratva. Sri Krishna is the Ishvara, the leader of the universe, responsible for the whole cosmos, with the ability to do anything with the cosmos. Now, the incarnation happens on planet Earth to re-establish dharma, which is the cosmic of law of responsibilism is the job of an incarnation. The decision to feel responsible for the whole cosmos is enlightenment. Feeling responsible for the whole and declaring to live by your feeling is responsible declaration, known in Hindu spiritual practice as Nithyananda. Responsible declaration unlocks the power of feeling or prema shakti in you. The whole Mahabharata war is Krishna's expression of the power of his responsibilism, Ishwaratva. Even though Krishna or his actions are not responsible for the war, even though he is not the reason for the war, he takes the responsibility even for others' inauthenticity and others' irresponsibility, and re-establishes dharma, the cosmic law of responsibilism. This is the job of an incarnation. Now, Arjuna could see within the armies of both parties, his elders, grandfathers, teachers, maternal uncles, cousins, sons, grandsons, and friends, as well as his in-laws and well-wishers. When Arjuna, the son of Kunti, saw all these friends and relatives present there, he was overwhelmed with deep pity and said, Krishna, seeing my friends and relatives present before me, eager to wage war, I feel my limbs trembling, my mouth drying, and my hair standing on end. My bow, Gandiva, slips from my hands and my skin burns. I am unable to stand here any longer. I am forgetting myself and my mind reels. I foresee only evil omens. O killer of the Keshi demon. So the theme of Gita is the story of Arjuna's dilemma, his incompletion and its completion by Bhagavan Sri Krishna. So there is utter confusion. Understand, dilemma is the first thing any person has to face in his life for enlightenment. If we have not yet faced the dilemma, the possibility for transformation has not yet happened or opened. Arjuna has become a seeker of the truth. What is the why of my life? It takes a lot of courage of authenticity to bring integrated listening to our thinking, to stop and question our lives, our actions, and society's plan for us. Understand the attitude of asking why needs awareness. If we just keep this one question alive, why am I doing what I am doing? And are able to take this one question to the logical conclusion in our life, I tell you, we will be enlightened. You will radiate enriching. Now, the essence of Gita is living in the space of completion, living in the present moment. The truths expounded in the Gita are about personal transformation. Each verse of the Gita is a sutra, a technique that can work on your being and transform you through completion. Completion is the space and state where you will be totally connected with life and with people in your life in the present moment, without any limiting, restraining influence of the past happening in your life. Hope you're all able to follow. If you have any questions, you can type here in the chat box. The next chapter, Sankhya Yoga, which declares you are God. Arjuna's concern about the death of his kinsmen and elders arises out of his root pattern of fear and insecurity about his own death and confusion. The Shastra Pramana, Shunvantu Vishve Amrutasya Putraha, O sons of immortality, please listen to me. So, what Bhagavan is trying to put across is you are immortal. That is the truth. So, the right knowledge is the ultimate solution to all our problems. There is no death in reality. Do not fear death. You are imperishable. Death is but a passage. Bhagavan Sri Krishna continues with Sankhya, the knowledge of completion. In Sankhya, you are recognized as a soul. The idea taught to you about you is you cannot be cut by weapons, you cannot be burnt by fire, you cannot be made wet by water, and you cannot be blown away by air. Nothing can be done to you by anything. So understand, the moment Bhagavan is opening his mouth, you are giving an amazing introduction about you. Krishna says, Nainam chindanti shastrani, nainam dahati pavakaha, nainam na chainam kledayanti apona soshayati marutaha. So here, this verse talks about your consciousness. Weapons do not cleave, nor fire burns the Atman. Water does not wet it, and wind does not dry it. When he talks about the basic truths of life and spirituality, it is Shastra. He is giving intellectual knowledge about completion. So the next verse has been taken from the Nirvana Shatakam by Shankaracharya, by Adi Shankaracharya on consciousness, which is the Apta Pramana. Apta Pramana is the authorities of Hinduism, the Vedic rishis and scientists who time tested and verified the science. Mano buddhya hankara chittani naham na cha shrotra jihve na cha grana netre na cha vyoma bhumirna tejo na vayu Chidananda Rupa Shivoham Shivoham. The translation, I am not mind, nor intellect, nor ego, nor the reflections of inner self, Chitta. I am not the five senses, I am beyond that. I am not the 7 elements or the 5 sheets. I am indeed that eternal knowing and bliss, the auspicious Shivam, love and pure consciousness. The past, present, and future, all the 3 put together are eternal, Nitya or Atman. Only when you come to the present moment do you experience Atman, your true self. But as of now, you are constantly shuttling between the past and future. The 3rd chapter talks about Karma Yoga, where we look at the beauty of purposelessness, all the material desires, materialistic pursuits, whatever we are running behind today is not going to help us ultimately. So, here the dilemma is to act or not to act. Arjuna says, O Janardana, why do you urge me to engage in this terrible war? If you think that knowledge is superior to action, O Keshava, my intelligence is confused by your conflicting words. Therefore, please tell me certainly what is most beneficial for me. Bhagavan says, O sinless Arjuna, as I said before, in this world there are 2 paths of firm faith. Jnana Yoga, the path of self-knowledge for the intellectual, and Karma Yoga, the path of action of the knowing. A person does not attain freedom from action by abstaining from work, nor does he attain fulfillment by giving up action. To act is human nature. Surely, not even for a moment can anyone stand without doing something. He is always in action, despite himself, as this is his very nature. Do your prescribed work, as doing is better than being idle. Even your own body cannot be maintained without work. Do work with devotion. Drop expectation. That is Karma Yoga. A Karma Yogi works with courage of authenticity. Sri Krishna says, a Karma Yogi, one who lives the path of authenticity in action, is a man who relaxes into Nitya Ananda and does his work from the space of completion. Work has to be performed selflessly, otherwise, work binds one to this world. O son of Kunti, perform your work for me, and you will do it authentically, liberated, and without attachment. So, act without attachment. One should always work without attachment. Performing work without attachment, certainly man achieves the supreme. King Janaka and others attained perfection just by selfless enriching. To guide others, you too must act selflessly. So understand, selfless enriching leads one to liberation. So let us find out more about King Janaka through the Apta Pramana, which is the authorities of Hinduism, the Vedic rishis and scientists who time tested and verified the science. So here Bhagavan Krishna says a beautiful thing. King Janaka was a beautiful example of a true karma yogi, a man of selfless authenticity in action, with a continuous commitment to enriching life in and around him. He was a king, he ruled a kingdom and yet was unattached. Liberated just like Krishna, who ruled a kingdom and yet was unattached. Liberated. So just like Sri Krishna, who ruled a kingdom and yet was a sannyasi in the truest sense of the word, King Janaka was a model king who was complete unto himself, untouched by the external world. Once an ascetic went to the court of King Janaka and saw how Janaka was neck deep in the activities of his kingdom, living like a king. He then thought to himself, Janaka seems to be a materialistic person. He is entrapped in so many worldly matters. Now, Janaka, being a conscious being, understood what the ascetic was thinking. Janaka called him and asked him, what kind of an ascetic are you? Instead of being happy and content within yourself, you are trying to find fault with others. This is a grave sin, especially for an ascetic, a person who's supposed to know about these things. For this, I have to give you the most severe punishment. You will be hanged to death next week. Now, the ascetic was terrified. He could not sit in peace. He spent sleepless nights thinking of the gallows. He dreamt daily that his neck was being tied to a rope. He became very thin and pale. Janaka sent a servant to call him on the day of execution. The ascetic was unable to stand before the king. He trembled and fell on the ground. Janaka offered him some fruits and a cup of milk. He ate the food, but his mind was on the gallows. Janaka asked him, how do you like the taste of milk now? Is it good? Did you relish your food past 7 days? The ascetic replied, O king, I could not taste the food or milk that you offered me just now. My mind is only on the gallows all the time. So Janaka said, just like your mind is always on the gallows, my mind is always fixed on the divine. Even though I am involved in worldly activities, though I am in this world, I am out of the world. So start working for the world. Become unattached like myself. Janaka, though neck deep in the administration of the kingdom, was completely unattached and he was liberated. Now the ascetic was unable to stand before the king. Okay, so that is a learning for all of us, isn't it? Anybody would like to share your understanding? What is the understanding derived? Even though we are engaged in neck deep in all the worldly activities, let us learn to be unattached. Okay? So that unattachment is what is going to liberate you from all the, it is going to give you liberation, it is going to lead you towards enlightenment. And that is what Karma Yoga talks about. Yes. So the next chapter, chapter 4, talks about Jnana Karma Sannyasa Yoga, the path of knowledge. So the first step beyond intellect, Krishna says, Evam parampara praptam imam raja rishayo viduhu sa kale neha mahata yogo nashta parantapa. Okay. Lalita Gabriela is sharing her understanding. Control the mind. Don't identify myself with my selfish perception of the world. So one thing, Ma, we cannot control the mind. We have to train the mind. See, when you control, what happens? It comes out even more powerfully. The thoughts will come up even more powerfully. So it is always better to be unclutched. Okay? Oh, you want the link of Facebook level 1. Okay, Ma. I will ask our team to reach out to you. The Facebook link of level 1. Okay, Ma. So, Ma, what I was sharing is, it is not about controlling the mind. It is becoming detached. It is being unclutched every moment. We have spoken about unclutching. So being detached, even though you are, yes, it's clear? Okay, great. Okay. Just a minute, Ma. Let me try. Let me see if I can retrieve if I can get you the link. Okay, once I have it, I will share it here, Ma, Lalita. So until then, you can be here in the Zoom. Okay. So the science here, we're talking about what Krishna is sharing. The science is given to kingly saints. Only a person who has seen the outer world thoroughly realizes its emptiness. Only he can enter the inner world. If somebody who has not experienced depression of success enters spirituality, he will stand in front of God and beg, God, give me this, give me that. So, devotion is the first step. On the path of knowledge, devotion is the first step. If you want the divine relationship to happen, you need love. You have to leave your logic behind. Krishna says, Sa evayam mayate dya yoga prokta puratanaha bhaktosi me sakha cheti rahasyam hyated hya etat uttamam. I am telling you about this very ancient science of the ultimate enlightenment and being. My devotee and my friend, you will understand the supreme mystery of this science. The qualification to receive the truth is devotion. Great truths can never be expressed by logic because logic is not sharp enough. Krishna says, Bhaktosi me sakha cheti rahasyam yate ya etad uttamam. You are my devotee and you are my friend. You are my own. So have you ever heard about this? The divine reaching out to his disciple and calling him his own friend as his very own. So the person who does not have a connection with Krishna cannot receive this message. Understand? Only with feeling connection, with pure devotion, you will even be able to receive this beautiful message from Sri Krishna. The one who knows or experiences the reality of my divine appearance and activities does not, upon leaving the body, take birth again in this material world, but attains me, O Arjuna. In the Bhagavatam, the life history of Lord Krishna, Krishna himself sings, I am the Lord. He says, there is a possibility when I can achieve. When I can achieve, why can't you? If we authentically decide and we enter in the same consciousness and bliss as Bhagavan Sri Krishna. Your inner space is connected to the universe. The inner space you carry is the Hiranyagarbha, the space where the planets get created. So anything you decide in your inner space becomes a reality in the cosmos, reality in life. So once you know this truth, you go beyond pain, suffering, depression, and diseases. So there is no purpose to life except to live in completion and to enrich others and yourself with completion. Only the person who realizes the purposelessness of life can be satisfied in any action with whatever profit comes from that action. What Sri Krishna calls Yadracha Labha Santushto Dvandvatito Vimatsara Samasiddhav Asiddhau cha Kritvapi na Nibadhyate. So we are looking only at the gist of all the chapters in this session. It is a vast understanding with vast knowledge out there. So Bhagavan has taken out the essence of the whole Bhagavad Gita and presented it to us in this manner. So for better understanding, for more clarity, we have Bhagavad Gita discourses by Swamiji, by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, available on YouTube. So you can watch the satsangs delivered on Bhagavad Gita by Swamiji, which gives you the context of every topic. It will give you the context, it gives you a better context for understanding the truths, the deep truths, and it is beautifully delivered by Bhagavan. It is the repeating of the truth. It is not a summary, it is the repetition of the original truth by the incarnation himself. The fifth chapter talks about Sannyasa Yoga, which is to live all your possibilities. Living all your possibilities is Sannyasa Yoga. Now, the Atma Shatakam by Adi Shankaracharya says, I am not the enjoyer, I am not the enjoyed, I am not the one who is enjoying, I am beyond all that. I am just the embodiment of Shiva. This is one of the most beautiful messages from Shankara. I am not the doer, I am not the deed, I am not the doing, he says. I am just the witness beyond all these. Sannyasa is you living in the space of completion and constantly enriching everyone to be in the space of completion. Let all our feelings, our mental thoughts, all our physical deeds be directed towards gratitude to the divine. Next is devotion above action. Yat sankyai prapyate sthanam tad yogairapi gamyate ekam sankyam cha yogam cha yah pashyati sa pashyati. One who knows that the state reached through Sankhya Yoga and Karma Yoga are both one and the same, and that the state reached by the Sankhya Yoga can also be achieved by Karma Yoga. It sees both of them in the same level and sees things as they are. Just a small shift in your space can do wonders for you. Every moment will be a celebration. Next is how to control the mind. Krishna says here, Sangam tyaktva karotiya. Action without attachment is renunciation. It is only this renunciation that leads to liberation. So when you see the lotus flower, it grows in a dirty pond. Its stalk is completely inside the dirty water. The flower is so beautifully above the water and the dirt around it is hardly noticed. Similarly, when you are neck deep in the activities of the world and yet unaffected by what goes on, when your core is undisturbed, you have reached the goal of renunciation. So look in, which when you look in, it is being in dhyana yoga, becoming complete and renouncing our thoughts. The renunciation of the past and the future by bringing our mind to focus on the present space of completion is true renunciation. Renunciation of the fantasies that we feel we need for self-satisfaction is yoga. Yoga is the state when our desires expressed through sensual pleasures dissolve. We unite with our true self in this state. In this state, there is no gap between the divine and us. So understand, every atom is divine. Existence continuously showers bliss upon each one of us. When we are not open to receive it, we are not able to see it only when we are not open to receive it. Existence sees everyone as equal. It does not discriminate. Everyone is a part of the same existence. Similarly, masters see the whole world as one with their own selves. That is why only when they can show compassion to anyone and everyone, only they can show compassion to anyone and everyone because they see the whole world as one with themselves. The path to self-realization. Those whose sins have been destroyed, who have dispelled the dualities arising from doubts, whose minds are engaged within and who are working for the welfare of other beings, attain the eternal liberation in the Supreme. That leads to Brahma Nirvana. Let us watch a short video, a satsang by Swamiji, which talks about chapter 5. That is the Sannyasa Yoga.
सदाशिवसमारम्भाम् ज्ञानसम्बन्धाचार्यमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्ताम् वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. I welcome you all with my love and respects. Let's enter into today's satsang. In Bhagavad Gita, 5th chapter, Sannyasa Yoga, 22nd verse.
Yehi samsparshaja bhoga dukkayonaya evate adyantavanta kaunteya nateshu ramate buddhaha. ये हि संस्पर्शजा भोगा दुःखयोनय एव ते आद्यन्तवन्त कौन्तेय न तेषु रमते बुधः ये हि संस्पर्शजा भोगा दुःखयोनय एव ते आद्यन्तवन्त कौन्तेय न तेषु रमते बुधः
ये हि संस्पर्शजा भोगा दुःखयोनय एव ते आदि अन्तवन्तः कौन्तेय न तेषु रमते बुधाः. The translation: the wise man does not amuse himself with the experiences born of the contact with the senses, O son of Kunti, for indeed they are the source of all troubles and they have a beginning and an end. Important sacred secret you need to know from this verse. Bhagavan is insisting on growing in subtle planes. Please understand, anything which is grass, matter, which has beginning and end will bring only suffering in your life. Anything. The more subtle you grow, the beginning and the end, the gap between the beginning and the end expands, means the longevity becomes more. The more subtle you go, there are some things which has no beginning but which has end. But the subtlest level when you go, there are some things which has beginning but no end. But when you go more subtle than that, there are something which has neither beginning nor end. Please understand. In the grass level, first level, there are things which has beginning and end which you can see. You can see the beginning of it and the end of it. Second level, there are things which has beginning and end but you can't see, like a 300-year-old tree. You know there is a beginning, there is an end, only by logical conclusion. You yourself won't see it. For example, some temples. You know there would have been beginning, there will be an end, but you yourself will not see. You are not going to see it. That is second level. Third level, there are some things which has no beginning but end will be there. For example, delusion, Maya. You can't try to find the beginning of the Maya. If you try to find the beginning of this whole cosmic Maya, how did it start? When did it start? You will only break your head. You will never find the beginning. But there's an end for it. If you become enlightened, the moment you are enlightened, Maya ends. So the third level, there are things which has no beginning but which has end. The fourth level, there are things which has beginning but no end. For example, enlightenment. We know the moment it is going to become your life, which has a beginning but it has no end. Once you achieve, over. There are some things, next level, which has neither beginning nor end. Understand? The subtler and subtler you grow, you experience the subtler and subtler dimensions of this. I'll once more, catch it, because it is such a subtle truth. Catch the truth first, which has a beginning and end, which you will be able to perceive. Second, which has a beginning and end, but you will not be able to perceive, which was born 300 years before and which is going to die after 500 years. Third, which has no beginning but end, Maya. Fourth, which has only beginning, no end, Enlightenment. Last, the ultimate, which has neither beginning nor end. When you go subtle and subtle in your life, you experience the next levels in the life. Bhagavan Sri Krishna was taking us through the earlier sutras to the subtle and subtle truths. Now he is taking us to the ultimate truth with a straight one statement. I can say this statement, the 22nd verse in Bhagavad Gita, is the conclusion of last 10 slokas, 10 verses. Through last 10 verses, Bhagavan was preparing our logic by leading it to the subtle and subtle subjects. Now he is giving the ultimate conclusion. Please understand. Let me define teaching. Teaching means leading your logic to a subtler and subtler planes, and finally making you get the subtlest truth, the unison of existence. When you listen the truth from the right teacher, the very listening makes it as an experience to you. Teaching means, let me define once more, teaching means raising your logic to the subtle and subtle and subtle space, finally making you experience the subtlest existence, the unison of cosmos, unison of universe. Here Bhagavan is leading us to that unison. Is very clear. O Kundi, O son of Kundi, Kaunteya. Bhagavan is using the word Kaunteya here. O son of Kundi, to address Arjuna. Bhagavan is so beautiful and intelligent. For each subject he will change the Arjuna's name. Now he is talking about suffering. He is using the word, O son of Kunti, because Kunti's whole life is nothing but suffering. A long suffering. And Kunti asks Krishna a boon. O Krishna, let the suffering from all the four corners of the world come to Kunti, but let her not be distracted, removed from your remembrance. Kunti's life is a long suffering. That is why, very subtle way, Bhagavan is saying, O extension of Kunti, O extension of Kaunteya, let you not allow that same patterns to be repeated in your system. Why Kunti's life was a long suffering? Because too many attachments. Too many attachments. Attachment to the name and fame. First thing, our attachment to the name and fame is responsible for Karna being orphan. Otherwise she could have been open. She has not done anything illegal. Calling a divine energy and having a son through the divine energy was acceptable in those days because it was not a physical relationship. Please understand. When Surya came, he did not have a physical relationship with Kundi to deliver Karna, because the Surya appearing and Karna delivering, the whole thing has happened within 3 kshana, 3 seconds. So it was not a physical relationship. Nobody is going to question virginity of Kundi. It was a blessing. And the energy came out as Karna. She could have explained to the father, because if you know the whole story, you will understand that Durvasa comes and Kundi serves him, takes care of Durvasa. Durvasa was so pleased. He gives this as a boon to Kundi. Oh, my daughter, you have served me so beautifully, so well. I give you this as a boon. So use this mantra to any god. They will appear and give you whatever you ask and their own energy as a child. So it was a complete straightforward. There is nothing illegal in this whole thing. There is nothing illegitimate. There is nothing immoral. Because nobody is going to question the virginity of Kundi. Nobody is going to say, oh, you did not get married. How did you get the child? Because it's after all a straight spiritual experience. And Kundi's father is not such a guy who will not understand the Durvasa's boon. She could have openly told the father, somehow did not have the courage. And she was too attached to her name. So Kundi, the Karna has to be orphan. And then from there starts her suffering. Understand, keeping a secret inside is not a joke. It is not a joke. Many times people ask me, Swamiji, what is the reason for your joy? I tell you, one person who constantly speaks will not be able to keep secret, will not have any load on the heart, will always be joyful. I tell you. Because I have to constantly speak, I never tell a lie. Maintaining a lie is very difficult. Once it is a truth, no question, no problem. I can repeat this any 100 number of times. You can listen to all my mystical experiences, whether Ganesha eating the food or Aranagiri Yogeshwara giving me Kavishal, any of those experiences you can listen. Every time I may be giving you more detail, but there will never be a conflict between the facts. Because I have described exactly as it happened. I don't need to remember and repeat. It is very difficult to maintain a lie, understand? Not very difficult, impossible. Especially a person who talks day in and day out. You don't know when you said what. How will you keep it in your memory? The best thing to check whether I am telling a truth, only truth or not, is check me out during the Akashic reading. Put the same question, after 2 years, I will be giving the same answer. From memory, you cannot answer. Even if the same question is put by the same person, after 2 years, the answer will be same. Exact word. Even the word will not change. This is the evidence. The Akashic reading is not from the ordinary mind or logic. I am reading from the cosmic archives. If any of you are here who put 2 years before some question during the Akashic reading and got the answer, maybe in the next Akashic reading, put the same question by the same person. See, even the letter or the way the answer comes out will not be different. That's the way to check whether whatever comes out is from some other plane. Keeping a secret is very difficult. Kundi, the poor lady, has to live with that secret almost till the war beginning. Please understand, till the war beginning. Just before the war, Krishna goes and reveals the secret to Karna. Then she goes and meets Karna, not as a mother to shower the love, but to take the boon to protect other 5 sons. There is a fight between the elder son and other 5 sons. If she is a mother, she must be sitting in the center and trying to patch it up. But she goes there to protect these 5 sons. And then, finally, even her death, when she hears Krishna left the body, in the deep suffering, she has cardiac arrest and leaves the body. Her whole life, it's a long suffering. Now, Krishna reminds Arjuna, "O Kaunteya, son of Kundi, who is extension of a long suffering, do not let that pattern repeat in your life. Come out, wake up." Because mother's patterns are very important. Please understand. After 14th year, your father's patterns do not affect your life directly. But till you die, your mother's patterns affects you directly. Mother's patterns are very important because that becomes very physical core, part of your very physical existence. Once you have an independent, logical education in society, the father's part in you does not have any more power over you. But till you die, your mother's part in you has power over you. Only if you become enlightened, you are liberated from both patterns. Even then, as long as body is there, your guru's pattern stays in you. Here Bhagavan is reminding Arjuna, Kaunteya, Nateshu Ramade Putaha. Anything which has beginning and end is the source of all troubles. Does it mean Bhagavan is saying don't have anything which has beginning and end? No. He says don't be affected by the things which has beginning and end. Let your inner space not be too much affected, occupied by the things which has beginning and end. In this one verse, Bhagavan is giving a straight, clear conclusion. Please understand. He is delivering the conclusion. He is not giving any philosophy or poetry. As I said yesterday, no philosophy, no poetry, fact, straight truth. So understand. Let your inner space raise to more and more subtle tastes. A person whose inner space is raised to the subtle taste will not enjoy the rumors and scandals about others. If your taste becomes subtle and subtle, your intake will become of the same quality. When I say intake, not just the food, even the visuals you see through the eyes, the channel you watch, the message you receive, the website you browse, everything will change. Somebody came and told me just 2 days before, Swamiji, I don't know what happened. Suddenly last 6 months, I am getting all the informations about the spiritual channels, spiritual websites, spiritual books. So much of spiritual material is gathering around me. I think world is becoming more spiritual, Swamiji. I said, no, you are becoming more spiritual. That is why you are attracting only that kind of things around you. If your taste is very grass, dirty, you will be sitting only with yellow journals. That scandal shows. If your taste rises to the little subtle level, you may just enjoy music channels. If it raises more, it becomes more subtle, then maybe philosophical thought trends. When it becomes more subtle, the spiritual ideas. Based on your taste, your intake, quality changes. Bhagavan is insisting here to change your taste. Let it become more and subtle and subtle and subtle, so that you are not affected by grass level things, which has beginning and end. Ehi samparshaka bhoga dukkha yonaya evate adi antavanta kaunteya nateshu ramade buddha. Bhagavatam has beautiful sloka which is very close to this Gita verse. Shukasya antaram dukkham dukkasya antaram sukham chakravat parivartete shugadukkhe nirantaram. Let me give you the translation. Sorrow follows the pleasure and pleasure follows sorrow. In this manner, sorrow and pleasure keep moving in a never-ending circle. Only this never-ending circle is nirantara. Impermanence is only permanent. The essence, the sacred secret from this verse, let you raise your taste to more subtle and subtle and subtle level, so that you are not influenced, affected by the grass matters. Let you all achieve, experience, live, express, radiate, share, and explode in eternal.
Yes. So after the beautiful satsang that we heard, can one of you summarize what you learned from this segment? What was Bhagavan's? What was the understanding that we received through this satsang? Please share your understanding. So let us raise our taste to more and more subtler levels. Isn't it? That was the whole understanding. Okay. So, Bhagavad Gita is the owner's manual of body and mind for Jivan Mukta, for enlightenment. The person who is able to live without the body and mind is called a Jivan Mukta, a person living enlightenment. Krishna refers to the state in which we are in the peak of activity, yet in the ultimate relaxation. Such a state is indeed possible and is the only state in which we can really be involved in what we are doing and completely satisfied, complete and blissful in what we are doing. So, what is sannyas? Sannyasa yoga is nothing but taking responsibility for your own self and the whole world. Understand, whatever happens in and around you, you are the source. Whether you believe it or not, you are the source. With this clarity, out of this context, if you take responsibility, every action, whether it is taking your children to school, attending to your calls, or your business meeting, everything will become a spiritual practice leading you to Jivan Mukti or living enlightenment. So, what is the necessity for a guru? Why do we need a guru? The answer is to awaken the inner guru. The outer guru is required to awaken the inner guru. So, one who knowing me as the purpose of sacrifice and penance, as the Lord of all the worlds and the benefactor of all the living beings, achieves peace. I always tell people the outer guru, the master, is needed only to awaken the inner guru. Once the inner guru, the consciousness is awakened, the outer guru needs to be dropped. Just like after burning the dead body, the very stick that is used to stoke the wood is dropped into the same fire. So also the outer guru needs to be dropped. The next chapter is the Dhyana Yoga, which is to look in. Let us first ask ourselves, are you your friend or your enemy? So through this verse, we will be receiving the answer. Uddharet atmanat atmanam na atmanam avasadayet atmaiva hai atmano bandhur atmaiva ripur atmanaha. The understanding from the verse, you are your own friend, you are your own enemy. Evolve yourself through the self and do not degrade yourself. This single verse provides the essence of the whole Gita. One must raise himself with the help of his own being and not degrade himself. The being is the friend of the conditioned soul and his enemy as well. You are your own friend and you are your own enemy. If you know the technique of how to lift yourself by yourself, you will become a friend of yourself. If you let yourself down, you will become an enemy of yourself. Now let us look at a small story where we learn how to conquer our senses. When you conquer your senses, the self is already achieved. There was a great enlightened master. He was always in ecstasy, always in joy. One of his disciples asked him, Master, how are you so blissful? I have never seen you suffering. You are always joyful. How is this possible? The master replied, Every morning when I get up from bed, I ask myself, what do you want today? Do you want to be blissful or do you want suffering today? Naturally, what will the mind choose? It will choose to be blissful. Then immediately I tell the mind, all right, be blissful. That's all. Now let us do a short exercise, okay, to sit and analyze. Let's take a few minutes to sit and analyze. Write down all achievements you have achieved, not based on greed and fear. Okay? Write down all the achievements that you have achieved, not based on greed and fear. Now, you will notice all the achievements are achieved not based on greed and fear. Now consciously and actively think about it. Consciously allow this idea to work on you. Decide from today, I will not do anything out of greed or fear. Let's quickly do the exercise. Let's quickly do it. Let's quickly do the exercise. Yes, if you have finished the exercise, now consciously and actively think about it. Allow this idea to work on you. Decide from today, I will not do anything out of greed or out of fear. So let's move on. Now let us do a small meditation. Please sit with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line with your eyes closed. Now let us pray intensely to that ultimate energy, Parabrahma Krishna, to give us the experience of this meditation. First, visualize all your senses completely shut. Your eyes are completely closed. Do not allow any visualization to happen inside your being. You should keep your eyes closed because we continue to see things from behind our eyelids even though we shut our eyelids. So visualize that your eyeballs have become completely dark. You are seeing only darkness in front of you. Visualize your ears are shut. Visualize your sense of touch is shut. Visualize your smelling capacity is shut. And visualize your face to be shut. Now feel deeply that all the five senses have been shut down. Inhale and exhale as slowly as possible. Let your nostrils blow the air. Let your consciousness reside between the two eyebrows. Let's do the meditation sincerely. Hope you have all followed the instructions. You can all relax and open your eyes. Okay. So whenever you have time, you can make time for yourself and continue to do this meditation. The next chapter is the Jnana Vijnana Yoga. It is to listen, cognize, and radiate. All living beings are caught in the duality of attachment and aversion. The greatest master, Krishna, explains how to move out of this bondage. He reveals the knowledge of associating with the divine to radiate the divine. The power of listening. People can say that Krishna is repeating himself. Understand, if you have already listened even once, Krishna will not repeat it again. For a person who wants to begin the life, the first thing he needs to learn is listening. So, ability to speak into the listening of yourself is completion. Krishna shows the power of authentic listening and teaches Arjuna the ability to provide authentic listening to himself and to others, and to speak into the listening of himself and others. And Bhagavan says, 1 in a billion reaches me. So understand just the statement that Bhagavan is making, how lucky you are all here to be here in this room, receiving these truths. So among millions of men, one man may endeavor for perfection, and out of those who achieve perfection, hardly one knows me in truth. There are millions of people out there, but only a few hundred are present today to listen to this Gita discourse. And out of these few hundred, only a few will listen authentically as it is expressed. The Shastra Pramana, Matta Parataram Nanyat Kinchit Asti Dhananjaya Mai Sarvam Idam Protam Sutre Manigana Iva. O Dhananjaya, there is no truth superior to me. Everything rests upon me as pearls are strung on a thread. I am the thread, he says. I am the thread, the sutra, the technique on which all existence is strung. He declares with complete clarity that he is the thread of everything. He is the unseen thread. He is the unseen essence without which there can be no substance, the unseen ultimate energy without which there can be no universe. All states of being, be they of goodness, sattvika, passion, rajas, or ignorance, tamas, emanate from me. I am independent of them, but they are dependent on me. So no living being influenced by the mind is beyond the influence of the gunas. When one transcends the gunas, as Krishna says about himself, one becomes a triguna rahita, one who has transcended the three gunas. Krishna says, starting at different levels is okay, but don't stop there. तेषां ज्ञानी नित्ययुक्त एकभक्तिर्विशिष्यते प्रियो हि ज्ञानिनोत्यर्थम् aham sacha mama priyaha. The person who approaches me out of love and gratitude is the best person, for I am dear to him and he is dear to me. By this one verse, Krishna ends the whole conversation, the whole concept. Krishna says, starting at different level is okay, but do not stop there. I am in your heart. Krishna says beautifully, that He is in you and you are in Him. The moment you understand this ultimate truth, the moment you approach the divine with the right attitude, you become the divine. The master or the divine is in you. Only when you engage yourself in enriching service to Him, sitting in front of the master or the divine, just enjoying the form is not the enriching service Krishna talks about. When you devote yourself to the divine mission, you become a devotee. That is when you become dear to Him. So understand, gratitude is the greatest attitude. When we feel life is a blessing and we approach the divine with deep love and gratitude, not only do we experience divine consciousness, Krishna says, they achieve me, they attain me. Mad bhakta yanti mam api. There's another verse where Krishna beautifully says, if you ask for something, I will give you that. If you do not ask for anything, I will give you me. The next chapter, Akshara Brahma Yoga, the art of living. So understand, your last memory follows you in the next birth. When we understand how we assume body, we will know how to leave it. We create our whole body out of our fear, greed, guilt, and our engraved memories called root thought patterns, the samskaras to work them out, experience them, and enjoy them. The problem is that after coming down, we forget what we came down for, the samskaras and desires that we brought to live out and complete. Instead, we accumulate desires from others in society and work out their desires in our life. When we live out others' desires in our life, we feel deeply discontented, deeply incomplete because the energy that we brought with us will become insufficient. Understand? Death is a celebration. Death is the end of life. As long as we don't understand it, the moment we understand it, it becomes a liberation and celebration. A man who is unable to understand death is like the living dead. A person who understands death will live even after his death. When we understand that this life and the departure from this life is a journey in a continuous cycle of birth and death, there is no urgency in living this life, and there is no fear in leaving this life also. When we understand that we do what we do in this life and how we do it determines how we are reborn, we will have a far greater understanding of how to lead this life. Our understanding about death influences our whole social structure, thinking system. Our whole mentality can be transformed with the right understanding about death. The secret of death. He says, whoever at the end of his life quits his body remembering me alone at once attains my nature. Antakale chamam eva smaran muktva kalevaram yah prayati samadbhavam yati nasti atra samshayaha. Whenever you do not fulfill any action completely, you create a hangover. You create a recorded memory of that action, a samskara. Samskara is living energy because it has the power to make you repeat the same action again and again as a pattern. If you have completed that pattern by living a single samskara totally, completely that samskara drops from your being, you are liberated from it. If we are unconscious at the time of leaving the body, we naturally take lower level bodies in our next birth. We come back as beings which do not have a high level of consciousness. That is the reason Krishna says, Yam yam vapi smaran bhavam. In whatever state you are at the time of leaving the body, you will achieve that state without fail. So Krishna is also saying, be sure to reach me. Krishna says, Arjuna, you should always think of me. You should always be in my state of consciousness. Even when you are doing your regular duty, even in your activities, you will attain me without doubt. Tasmat sarveshu kaleshu mam anusmara yudhya cha mayarpita mano buddhir mam evaisyasi asamshayaha. Please be very clear. Whatever we think during our whole life, the same thought will come to us in the end also. In the next verse, Krishna says, at the time of death, fix your mind between the eyebrows, he says, without being distracted and with devotion. See, all this is not in our control at the time when the life force is about to leave the body. But if we have led a life in such higher consciousness, this automatically happens at that time. So, remembering me constantly through immersing in scriptures. Krishna gives different ways to attain Brahman or God or ultimate consciousness. He says that people learned in the Vedas attain Brahman. So immerse yourself in the scriptures. Keep reading some scripture or the other and imbibe its truth. It will have a tremendous impact on you. We will get into the mood of enlightenment. This is what Krishna wants. When our thoughts are always directed towards self realization, our thoughts will be of enlightenment. At the time of death, also. The next chapter talks about the Raja Vidya, Raja Guhya Yoga, the secret of the secrets. Please understand, Krishna is giving the ultimate secret, Guhya Tamam. Once we know the secret, then there is no difference between the divine and us. The whole universe is intelligence. It responds to our thoughts. Krishna transmits the king of all knowledge and all secrets, which is eternal, easy, and joyfully done, to the one who is non envious and trusts him. Krishna promises yoga, that is success, and kshema, protection. Rajavidya Rajaguhyam Pavitram Idamuttamam Pratyakshavagam Dharmyam Susukham Kartum Avyayam. The Shastra Pramana from the Bhagavad Gita, verse 9.2. The translation. This knowledge is king of all knowledge and the greatest secret of all secrets. It is the purest knowledge, sacred, and because it gives direct perception of the self by self-realization, it is the perfection of religion, dharma. It is eternal, easy, and it is very joyfully performed. This is the truth, the Raja Vidya. The whole universe is pure intelligence. The whole universe is not dead matter. The universe is not an accident. It can respond to our thoughts. Please understand, the whole universe, planet Earth, air, oceans, rivers, earth, fire, or the space, sun, moon, the whole universe is intelligence. It can reciprocate, it can respond, it can react to our thoughts. The next chapter is the Vibhuti Yoga, which says, you are the ultimate. The Shastra Pramana, Tesam evanu kampartham aham ajnanajam tamaha nasayami atma bhavasto jnana deepena bhaswata. Verse 10.11. The Sanskrit word guru, meaning master, has two syllables. Gu refers to darkness and ru to light. The master leads the disciple from darkness into light with compassion. This darkness of ignorance is the identification that one has with oneself, one's material attachments and material possessions. Whatever I have said What the next verse, verse 10.39 and 10.40. Let us look at it. Yachapi sarva bhutanam bijam tad aham arjuna natad asti vinayat syan maya bhutam characharam nantosti mama divyanam vibhutinam parantapa yesha tuddeshataha prokto vibhuter vistaro maya. Whatever I have said, whatever more I can say, will only be a drop in the ocean, a small fragment of what I am. There is nothing that is not me, nothing that can exist outside of me, and nothing that has not been created from and by me. The next verse from Anugita, Na chakyam tanmaya bhuyastataha bhaktam asheshatah param hi brahma ratiyoga yuktena tanmayaha. Krishna says, Arjuna, I cannot give the teachings again because they were set in that high spiritual eternal consciousness. At that time, I was in that high eternal consciousness. I was radiating my enlightenment. That very enlightenment spoke through me. The universal consciousness spoke through me. That is why all those teachings came out. I represented the universal energy, the universal consciousness at that moment. Now, I cannot give you the same teachings again. Now let us look at the Apta Pramana. A great saint called Dakshinamurti Swamigal lived in Tamil Nadu. He lived the life of a Paramahamsa, the enlightened one. The sky was all that covered his body. He never wore clothing. He lived like a child in bliss. One day a king came to meet him. Swami was sitting under a big tree meditating blissfully. The king expected Swami to stand up and receive him with respect. Swami, however, did not bother. The king egotistically said, What? You are an ordinary beggar. I am a king. Don't you know how to respect me? The Swami laughed and said, Actually, you are the beggar. You are begging respect from me. You feel respected only when somebody gives you respect. However, I don't feel respected when somebody gives me respect, nor do I feel disrespected when somebody doesn't give me respect. Whether somebody respects me or not, it is not in any way related to my consciousness. I do not ask you why you are not respecting me. Then he continued, Your personality or ego could be shaken if your army and all your ministers leave you. O king, your being is dependent upon somebody else. So let us look at the Atma Pramana now. The Himalayan mountains are home to me. I never believed when I left home to travel to the Himalayas that I would return to South India. It was in the Himalayas that I met Maha Avatar Baba, the great master who has been living in these mountains for thousands of years. You may believe it or not, but that is the truth. On the way to Kedarnath, Maha Avatar Baba called me by the name I am now called. He walked into me after calling me Paramahamsa Nithyananda. I thought he was asking me to look for a master named Nithyananda. So I went searching for this master. More than a year later at Calcutta, on the banks of the river Hooghly, a tributary of the river Ganga, an old sannyasi insisted on giving me sannyasa before he died. I was not keen to take sannyasa, I was looking for enlightenment, but he insisted. So I agreed. To my utter surprise, he gave me the name Paramahamsa Nithyananda. I asked the sannyasi why. He said, I do not know. This is what I was asked to do. He did not explain who asked him to give me the name and initiation. So I tell my disciples that Maha Avatar Baba is our Kulaguru, master of our lineage, and Kedar is our Kshetra, our spiritual location. Understand, you are the ultimate. We need to realize that we are part of the same energy system as the universe. Hindu scriptures describe the 5 energy elements that comprise nature: earth, water, fire, air, and ether. The human system is a combination of the same elements as the universe. So are all beings, inanimate and animate. An enlightened being has no identity. His only identity is merged identity with the universe. We may not be aware, but we continuously maintain enmity with Paramatma. That is the existence. That is why we suspect life. We have fear about what will happen in the next moment. We are afraid of life because we do not believe what is going to happen the next moment, how the next moment will enrich us. We do not trust existence. Here, Krishna removed the enmity between Jivatma, self, and Paramatma, the Supreme Self. Arjuna is the Jivatma, Krishna is the Paramatma. Krishna says, if you continuously merge in me, I will take care of all your needs and necessities. You will be my responsibility. I am the source. I am everything. Now, Krishna explains, oh my dear, understand, I am everything. Vettiloka Maheshwaram. I have come down. I have happened in this body to liberate you. When Krishna says I, he means the universal self of him. He means the formless consciousness of his being. He represents the universal energy. He doesn't mean the 6-foot form with the flute or peacock feather which Arjuna usually relates. So understand, I create you. Intelligence, knowledge, freedom from doubt and delusion, forgiveness, truthfulness, control of the senses, control of the mind, happiness, distress, birth, death, fear, fearlessness, non-violence, equanimity, satisfaction, austerity, charity, fame, and infame. All these qualities of living beings are created by me alone. If you understand this first verse, you can immediately relax. Krishna says, whatever you have, whether you have a good name or a bad name, it is created by me. Then be certain that whatever you have is a gift from the divine. So the next statement he's making is macrocosm and microcosm are the same. Aham atma gudakesha sarva bhuta shaya stita aham adishcha madhyam cha bhutanam anta eva cha. Krishna is both the macrocosm and the microcosm, the Brahmanda, cosmos, and the Pindanda, individual being. His energy permeates all living and non-living entities and he decides upon their nature. Krishna declares that he is everything that really matters. Krishna says that he is the ultimate consciousness in all beings and he is the beginning, middle, and end of all beings. He declares that he pervades the entire space of time and beyond. Now let us do a short exercise. Write down all the instances when you felt life is unfair and unjust, cruel, and God doesn't exist. You can take a few minutes to write down all the instances when you felt life is unfair, injustice, and cruel, and God doesn't exist. We will take a few minutes to do this exercise. So the first step is you will write down all the instances when you felt life is unfair and injustice and unjust, and cruel, and you felt that God did not exist at that point of time. So take a few minutes and quickly pen down in a few sentences. Okay, the next step is visualize you already have all that you wanted. Okay, the next step. First thing is you wrote all the instances when you felt life is unfair and unjust, cruel, and God doesn't exist. So the second step would be to visualize you already have all that you wanted and life is so fair. It is the greatest blessing. You will quickly pen down that life is fair and you already have all that you wanted and it is the greatest blessing. Quickly you will write down the second. Just write it down in points so that you don't take much time. Okay, now we'll move on. So, what I am holding to be away from the reality that life is just. Every instance, it is completing me because it is complete as a whole and God exists. So, you have written down the first step, read that, and then read what you have written in the next step. After you read both, now ask yourself, what is it that I'm holding to be away from the reality that life is just? Every instance, it is completing me because it is complete as a whole, and God exists. Ask yourselves why you decided to hold this. Let's take a few minutes to look in and answer this question. Okay, now you can continue to do the exercise. We will now be moving on. Now forget about yourself, drop yourself, and let the divine, this cosmic energy prevail. Let this cosmic energy prevail and let him be. Let the divine be. This surrender mode can transform your whole consciousness. It can make you experience the ultimate truth that Krishna explains here. His glories, his vibhuti, his divine glory. Now we are looking at the Vishwarupa Darshana Yoga, Krishna, the cosmic window. How does one experience universal consciousness? What exactly happens? What basic qualification does one need for this experience? Krishna explains and gives the direct, pure experience with his very cosmic presence. In this chapter, Krishna shows his cosmic and divine form to Arjuna. Krishna gives Arjuna the experience of universal consciousness for the first time. Arjuna is about to experience Krishna's divine form. Of all the chapters in Bhagavad Gita, this chapter, Vishwarupa Darshan Yoga, vision of the cosmic form, has a very special significance. It is in this chapter that Krishna reveals his divine self, that of Parabrahma Krishna. Elsewhere, he speaks with the authority of Parabrahma Krishna, but he is still present or as the mortal human Krishna form. Now, at Arjuna's request, he reveals his true cosmic self to Arjuna. This is the most important of all the chapters in Bhagavad Gita, the direct revelation of the divine. He gives the experience directly. I am everything. He gives the experience of the ultimate universal consciousness and the realization that he is present in everything. The wave in the ocean is part of the ocean as long as it feels itself to be part of the ocean. There is no separation. However, when the wave experiences its own identity, creates its own identity, it no longer feels itself a part of the ocean. It feels itself to be a separate entity. When it is time to merge back into that ocean, it is afraid. When it looks back at the ocean with a feeling of separation, it feels afraid. So love Sri Krishna to experience Krishna. Arjuna says, O Parameshwara, Lord Supreme, though you are here before me, as you have declared yourself, I wish to see the divine cosmic form of yours, Purushottama, the Supreme Being. But you cannot see me with your own physical eyes. Let me give you the divine eye. Behold my divine power and opulence, says Bhagavan Sri Krishna. Arjuna saw this universal form wearing divine garlands and clothing, anointed all over with celestial fragrances, all wonderful, brilliantly resplendent, endless, with all pervading faces on all sides. If the splendor of 1,000 suns were to blaze all together in the sky, it would be like the splendor, effulgence of that great Supreme Lord. So darshan, seeing the divine form, is possible. Can the divine form be seen? What is the qualification to see the divine form? And what really happens when you see the divine form? So all of us are blessed to be receiving this darshan, to be seeing that divine form every day. He comes just for the sake of his disciples out of pure compassion and pure grace. Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham is here to deliver us and lead us towards the path of enlightenment. So when Arjuna had his first glimpse of the cosmic vision of Krishna, he identified with the vision. There was no separation. Now, suddenly there is a separation. Along with separation, there is fear. So the moment he started feeling fear, he descended to his normal state. You should understand that it is only your fear that separates you from cosmic consciousness. When we drop the instinct to survive, we become the universal consciousness. The master is that universal consciousness. So understand, you cannot frame your guru. You cannot put him in a frame or judge him. The master cannot be predicted. He cannot be put in a frame. The primal energy that the master is has to be experienced in whatever manner it is presented, without expectations and fears. Only when we are aware and complete in the present moment can we rewrite our future. By being grounded in the present state of completion, one can become aware of the future and one can shape one's future. So, completion with the master is enlightenment. A yogi is one who has passed beyond the turbulences. He understands that the divine is without attributes. When we realize that we can get rid of illusions and can get liberated. Guru disciple relationship is the most rare happening with the ultimate. It is ultimately the surrender of the devotee to the master, like the surrender of the infant to the mother, that evokes this unconditional love, which is no different from the realization of the divine. The 12th chapter talks about Bhakti Yoga. Love is your very life. Bhakti Yoga, union through devotional love. Love happens when we experience cosmic consciousness, when we have a spiritual experience, when our ego disappears. Krishna lays out the whole technique for us step by step. Love is not a mood, it is not a mere emotion, it is our very existence. Understanding bhakti and love. Bhakti is the expression of devotional love, the expression of the gratitude that happens because of a spiritual experience. That is why bhakti happens only after a spiritual experience. If it is our solid experience that every living being is God, we radiate love and our being becomes love. Live in me always, Krishna says. You fix your mind on me alone. Establish your mind in me. You will live in me. Always, there is no doubt in it. With constant practice, try to attain me. If you are not able to practice, then perform actions for me. In this way, develop the desire to attain me. Krishna continues to say, one who has no dislike or envy for any being, who is friendly and compassionate to everyone, free from the sense of I and mine, the ego, maintains equanimity of mind, both in joy and sorrow, forgiving, ever satisfied, united with yoga, has a strong commitment to me and has fixed his mind and intellect upon me. Such a devotee of mine is very dear to me. So the Guru is, the Master is divine in human form. One young man asked Ramanuja, Master, please tell me, how can I achieve bhakti, achieve God, achieve devotion? Ramanuja asked him, have you ever loved anybody in your life? This man was shaken. He said, I am a pure brahmachari, a celibate. How can you ask me this question? I came to learn about God and you ask me this question. Ramanuja says, first go and love somebody. See how you feel when you love somebody. Then come back and I will teach you about God. I will teach you about bhakti, devotional love. This man could not understand Ramanuja. Understand, unless we love the person whom we can see, how will we love an entity that we have never seen? If we cannot love human beings whom we see every day, how can we love the form of God whom we have never seen? What Ramanuja says is true. You should also understand that unless we radiate love in the space where we stay, we cannot love the whole world. The next chapter, Kshetrajna Vibhaga Yoga, the field and the knower of the field. The yoga of discrimination of the kshetra, the field, and kshetrajna, the knower of the field. In this chapter, Bhagavan Krishna says, you are a wave in the ocean of existence. When the wave understands that it is not separate from the ocean, it drops its resistance and merges with the ocean. Krishna clearly talks about the physical matter in which we exist, as well as the consciousness that stays in the matter. The consciousness is the root cause. It is not only the origin but also the cause. It is the source from which we come and in which we stay. The whole universe, the universal consciousness, is the space in which we all happen. Our only problem in life is that somehow we have forgotten that we are a part of the ocean. We forgot that we belong to the Kshetrajna. The word Kshetrajna means consciousness, which is the cause for the field to function. Kshetra means field and Kshetrajna means knower of the field. Kshetra means body and Kshetrajna means the consciousness that knows it has a body. Our consciousness is Kshetrajna and our body or matter is Kshetra. In this chapter, Krishna reveals the secrets of Kshetra and Kshetrajna. If we don't know the secrets of Kshetrajna, the kshetra acts as if it is the owner. Now let us look at an exercise to witness and be liberated. Krishna ends by saying, if we can witness as pure consciousness, we will be liberated from the bondages of the body-mind and achieve the eternal consciousness. Krishna gives a technique to realize the eternal consciousness. Witness and be liberated. Please know that becoming the witness of the kshetra is the only way to keep us away from bondages of the body-mind. We must witness as the kshetrajna consciousness. When we do that, we will see the separation of the self from the body and mind. Understand that all our movements, reactions, and emotions are related to the mind-body system. The way we move our body is a reaction by our body-mind system. Our emotions like anger, laughter, sadness, and happiness are reactions of our mind. All of them are movements created by our body-mind system. When we witness these movements happening in our system, we separate ourselves from the body-mind system. When we watch them like clouds in the sky, when we watch them like a movie on a screen, without getting attached, we see the truth. Even the thought of witnessing our thoughts and our emotions is a thought that is controlled by our mind. Even that is our thought and implies that mind is still acting. Only when we go beyond that thought do we experience the eternal consciousness. Okay. Now we will be moving on to chapter 14, the Gunatraya Vibhaga Yoga, finding your root pattern and completing it. Here we are looking at the natural attributes, the three gunas, in the Gunatraya Vibhaga Yoga. Sattva, Rajas, and Tamas, the three attributes of nature in which all living beings exist. Krishna also explains the three layers of the body-mind system, Prana, Sharira, Mana Sharira, and Sukshma Sharira, which are the physical, mental, and subtle bodies respectively. Triguna, or the three attributes. Material nature consists of three attributes or root patterns, gunas, sattva, the goodness, rajas, passion, and tamas, ignorance. Sattva refers to the root patterns that lead us to joy, bliss, the space of completion. Rajas refers to the root patterns that lead us to restlessness, excitement, and to work intensely, making us active and materially productive. Tamas refers to the root patterns that lead us to depression, laziness, and to dullness. Those patterns that automatically arise and imbalance our cognition and lead to depression are called tamas. Now, the level of an animal is the level of instinct, which is tamas. The level of man is the level of intellect, which is rajas. The level of God is the level of intuition, which is sattva. If we are caught in tamas, we need to move towards rajas. If we are caught in rajas, make the move towards sattva. If we are caught in sattva, it will automatically lead us to enlightenment. With great clarity, the Master tells us what to do. Krishna explains the nature of one who has transcended the three gunas, one who has gone beyond his natural attributes, one who has completed with his root patterns. He explains what we need to do to become a Triguna Rahita, to become liberated from the influence of the three gunas. He is beyond the play of emotions. Whatever happens is right for him. Success and failure mean the same. Friend and foe make no difference. Poverty or richness has no influence. Such an attitude of total detachment requires one thing: complete trust and surrender. Bhakti yogena sevate, which means devotion is unfailing in all circumstances. The space of completion alone liberates us. Chapter 15 talks about the Purushottama Yoga. No questions, only doubts. The verse says, Shri Bhagavanuvacha Urdhvamulam Madashakam Ashvattam Prahuravyayam Chandamsi Yasya Parnani Yastam Veda Savedavit. The meaning: words that are settled in our inner space form the bone structure of our life. Words expressed or coming out when we are alone are the root patterns or samskaras printed in the causal body. Our lives revolve around them. If we give conflicting, contradictory words, the bone structure of our life will be a circle put on a square and rectangle, all crooked perversions. So if you start building your life on it, how will it be? Crooked, perverted, incomplete, and useless. The samskaras, the engraved memories, or the thought patterns. Adhishtaya manaschayam. You create a body according to the root thought patterns or samskaras in the causal layer. You are hypnotized to believe that your past has influence over your future. No. Till this moment, if somebody is a sinner, in the next moment he can become a saint. Till this moment, if somebody is a saint, the next moment he can become a sinner. That is the beauty of Mahakala, the time. So hope you're all able to follow what is being shared here. Are you able to get the right understanding? If you have any doubts, kindly type in the chat box and we will reach out to you. Are you clear, Ma? Sangeeta? Able to follow? Okay, great. Okay, what about the others? You're all able to follow what is being shared here? Yes, thank you. Vishwanathan has also replied. So, programming our causal layer. Those who are free from pride, delusion, and attachment, those who dwell in the self, who are complete with lust, who are free from the dualities of joy and sorrow, who are free from the dualities of joy and sorrow, not confused, and who know how to surrender to the Supreme Person, attain the eternal consciousness. The ordinary human being, the Jiva Bhuta, is in control of his destiny. All that nature provides are paths in our lives, and we choose the path we travel by. We decide the path. What drives us into taking one fork or another is vasana, the smell that the spirit carries. It is the subtle imprint of our past actions, samskaras and karmas. It is not definitive or predestined. We have the choice to redefine that vasana, that smell, into either a stink or a wonderful fragrance. It is in our hands only whether we wish to travel in the same merry-go-round or decide to break out and walk free is our decision. So, the technique to be doing this, for achieving this, is for 21 days, every night before sleeping, do self-completion with all your incompletions for at least 42 minutes, reliving and relieving your past sufferings and root patterns. This completion process will directly work on your causal layer. Always sleep in the space of completion and wake up with a spiritual thought of completion. Then check your face. It will be changed. Your eyes will have a new look. Your body will have the grace. Krishna declares, whoever knows me as the Supreme Purushottama without a doubt is to be understood as the knower of everything and worships me with all his being. Yo mam evam asammudho janati purushottamam sa sarvavid bhajati mam sarva bhavena bharata. The Guru alone gives experience. A teacher knows intellectually, a master knows experientially. A master has experienced what he is speaking, that is the truth. We don't have to become something new. We need to wake up and realize what we already are. The master never allows us to stop at any step before the full flowering. Again and again, he inspires and takes us to higher levels of conscious experience until we realize that we are eternal consciousness. That is our true potentiality. The next chapter, chapter 16, talks about the Daivasura Sampat Yoga, you and me. Krishna speaks extensively about deeper body-mind layer, the causal body. So that chapter is called the Purushottama Yoga, or the Yoga of the perfected being. Krishna points out how the body-mind system is like a unique tree with its roots in the physical world and the branches in the causal world. Here, in the 16th chapter, he moves into the deeper energy layers of the body-mind system and takes us to the cosmic layer. Krishna speaks about the qualities of the divine, Daiva, and the demonic. The yoga of divine and demonic nature. Here, Krishna is speaking about the qualities of the divine, Daiva, and the demonic, which is Asura. The beauty is that both these words have the same root. All the root thought patterns or biomemories, samskaras, are stored in the causal layer. They operate without our control. Decisions are made without our knowledge. However, at the deeper level in the cosmic layer, we decide consciously, you or me, divine or demon, Daiva or Asura. When we make the decision of you, we radiate divine qualities. When we make the decision of me, we radiate demonic qualities. We need to understand you and me properly. The word me means ego. The word you means the whole of existence. When our identity evaporates, when our ego dissolves, whatever is left is existence. It is divine, Daivik. We create the demon by bringing in the idea of me. The moment we bring in the idea of me, whatever is there is demonic. The moment the me idea is removed, whatever is there is divine. Chapter 17 talks about Shraddhatraya Vibhaga Yoga, authenticity, which is the straight way to liberation. So living is about having Shraddha, the courage of authenticity to live the truth. Your convictions and your day-to-day life is living. Shraddha is total conviction in what we are feeling, thinking, speaking, and doing. There should be no doubt in our mind about the path that we are following and why we are following it. So, authenticity is being sincere to the core aspects of you. What you feel as you, your inner image, what you project you to others, your outer image, what you think about others and life, others' image, and what others hold you as. Life image, being sincere to all these four is authenticity. The gap between your desire and responsibility is your inauthenticity. So bring in more and more authenticity, take more and more responsibility. When you take responsibility, sit by creating the space and be ready to sacrifice. The world will simply move based on your word. The world will move as you want. So practicing authenticity. Shraddha, that is authenticity, has to be practiced in every dimension of your life, at every level of your thinking, and at every level of your cognizance. Understand that the ultimate step or the straight way to enlightenment is authenticity, to live the truth. Start enriching without having expectations. Incarnations still landing on planet Earth to make all of you enlightened is nothing but the universe practicing responsibility. He leads you on the path of complete cognition for an experience of the ultimate consciousness and ultimately to love and in oneness with the divine. This is where the role of a guru is important. The last chapter, chapter 18, talks about the Moksha Sannyasa Yoga. Drop everything and surrender. Essence of the entire Bhagavad Gita can be found in this chapter. Sarva dharman parityajya mamekam sharanam raja aham tvam sarva papebhyo mokshayishyami ma suchaha. Drop everything, whatever you know as dharma, whatever you know as life, whatever you think you know, just drop it. Drop everything and surrender. Whatever you know is only your knowledge. It is just what you know. It is not what is knowledge. It is not what is. Knowledge does not prove existence. Understand, there is no I, there is no mine. Can whatever you think of as I, either your body or mind, function without air? Can you say that the air belongs to you? This basic energy, prana, which goes in and comes out, does not belong to you. If prana stops happening, what you think of as you disappears. I am mine, the reason for all problems. These two instincts of holding on to I and mine are the reason for physical and mental problems. The instinct to survive and the instinct to possess are the root cause of our problems. If we do not internalize the outer incidents and if we treat them with the indifference they deserve, we experience what I call surrender. Let us look at a small story which talks about the instinct of survival. One day, Sri Vishnu was resting on Adisesha, his bed that is actually a big serpent. Lakshmi, his consort, was pressing his feet. This is known as Pada Seva, service to the feet. Suddenly, Sri Vishnu called for his vehicle, Garuda. He stood up, ran a few steps, stopped, and then walked back. Sri Vishnu explained that he had seen a man throwing stones at one of his devotees who was meditating. He jumped up, intending to protect him. However, he saw the devotee open his eyes and pick up a stone to defend himself. When Vishnu saw that the man could protect himself, he decided not to go. Thus, when you protect yourself and your property, he withdraws. To protect does not mean that you should not lock your house. It means that you should drop the instinct of survival. The instinct of survival constantly tortures you, but the instinct to survive kills you every moment. So renunciation is not struggling with goal and purpose. Etani apitu karmani sangam tyaktva phalani cha. Whether it is spiritual or worldly activity, as long as you struggle with a purpose and a goal, you can never relax. The person who surrenders to the flow of life experiences the inner space and outer space at the same time. As long as you struggle with completion, you don't enrich. As long as you struggle with enriching, you are not complete. When you relax in both, you fall into your inner consciousness, your being, or your inner space. You can experience Krishna consciousness not just by surrendering the intellect and emotions, but also by surrendering the root of the intellect and emotions. That is the senses. The senses supply the data. When you surrender them, the source of the data is surrendered. When you surrender your senses, the root cognition of yourself, you lose your identification with the body and mind. The moment you trust me more than your senses, you experience that you are God. You then understand the meaning of Tattvamasi. Literally, you are that meaning. You are divine. So we have a few instructions for enlightenment here, given by Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Endowed with purified intellect, subduing the mind with firm resolve, turning away from the objects of the senses, giving up likes and dislikes, living in solitude, eating lightly, controlling the mind, speech, and organs of action, being ever absorbed in meditation, taking refuge in detachment and relinquishing egotism, violence, pride, lust, anger, and proprietorship, one becomes peaceful, free from the notion of I and mine, and fit for attaining oneness with the Supreme Being. So here we have two important understandings. The first is about listening to one's mind, and the second is about not listening to the master. Ma chitta sarva durgani mat prasadat tarishyasi atha chet tvam ahankaran na shrosyasi vinangsyasi. If you listen to me, I should protect you. Whatever may happen, if you do not and you follow your mind, you shall perish. So devotion and knowledge are not separate. Krishna says that having known me in essence, one merges in me and refers to this as devotion. Bhaktyamam abhijanati yavan yas chasmi tattvata tato mam tattvato jnatva vishate tat anantaram. Please understand that bhakti, devotion, and jnana, knowledge, are not separate. Where there is devotion, there is knowledge, and where there is true knowledge, there is devotion. One who communicates the supreme secret to the devotees performs the highest devotional service to me, and at the end, he will, without doubt, come back to me. If you have any questions, please post here in the chat box. If you have any doubts or clarifications, you may type here in the chat box. So Krishna promises to happen again and again. Okay, we have no questions. Great. Yada yada hi dharmasya glanir bhavati bharata abhyuttanam adharmasya tadatmanam srijamyaham paritranaya sadhunam vinashaya cha dushkrutam dharma samsthapanarthaya sambhavami yuge yuge. The meaning, the translation: whenever the collective unconsciousness increases to establish the righteousness of the eternal consciousness, I myself appear millennium after millennium. The possibility of enlightenment is kept open for the future generations on planet Earth. It is a promise. It is deliverance to all of humanity. So now let us take a few moments to pray to Parabrahma Krishna, the universal Krishna, that he may give us a glimpse of the ultimate truth. Take a few moments to pray. So close your eyes and pray intensely to him. Let us offer our gratitude to the great masters. Please close your eyes with your hands folded in the Anjali Mudra. Let us pray and offer our gratitude to the great Master Sri Krishna, who showered these great truths upon the whole universe. Let us give our gratitude to him. Then come all our masters who preserved these truths so that we can enjoy and experience these truths in our life. Let us give gratitude to the entire Guru Parampara, the lineage of Gurus. So let us take a few moments to offer our gratitude. Keep your eyes closed and remember all the Gurus that have passed on the knowledge. And to this day, let us offer our gratitude to our living Guru, our own incarnation, manifestation of Paramashiva Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, and offer our gratitude at his holy feet for giving us this wonderful knowledge and truths to be here with us in the human form to deliver us and to liberate all of us. Let us thank him and offer our gratitude at his holy feet.
नित्यानन्देश्वरसमारम्भा नित्यानन्देश्वरि मध्यमा अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्ता वन्दे गुरुपरम्परा. I welcome all of you with my love and respects. I welcome all the devotees, disciples, Samajis, Satsangis, Srimahans, Mahans, Kotaris, Tanedars, sitting with us all over the world through Nithyananda TV, Facebook Live, YouTube Live, and through two-way video conferencing, having Nayanadiksha.
Okay, now we will be concluding this segment with the Purna Mantra. So thank you all for receiving these truths in a receptive. You have been very receptive in receiving these truths. So thank you for your participation. Ma Sangita is sharing. I offer my gratitude to the holy feet of Swamiji. Thank you, Ma. Okay. So with that, we now come to the conclusion. We will be concluding this segment with the Purna Mantra. So please sit up with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line with your hands in the Anjali Mudra. Let us chant the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamadav Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavasishyate Om Shanti 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 Hari Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavad Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham Padukarpanamastu Om Nithyanandam. Thank you all once again. Let's wait for the next Acharya.
Thank you, Ma. Nithyanandam. Nithyanandam, everyone. Now you got the gist of Bhagavad Gita. We'll be learning more in the upcoming season. Now, we're going to do the power manifestation first, then we're going to do the wealth completion while getting the powerful cognitions from the Bhagavad Gita. So, third eye, power manifestation, Nithyanandam, Ma Sangita, Nithyanandam, Vishwanath. Yes. So, please post your powerful cognitions from Living Enlightenment book. We're going to do the third eye, power manifestation.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes.
So cognition is every time I cause others, I lift myself to higher understanding. Radiating the space of Sadashiva means causing others reality. Wonderful. Yes, now please sit straight. Vishwanathan also posted one cognition. The real feat is make your body feel it speak, your mind feel it speak. Also measure the soul into the supreme, supercognition. Wonderful. So please sit straight and close your eyes and tie your eyes with eye band. Fill your inner space with Swamiji's form. And bring your awareness to your third eye. Visualize Swamiji's form in your inner space. Any thoughts that are coming, just unclutch, let it come, let it go. You be in the space of unclutching. With the space of unclutching, start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Start chanting the Mahavakya and experience the space of oneness. With the space of oneness, manifest the power of third eye. I'm going to project the picture. Scan through your third eye and manifest the power of third eye.
Manifest powers of Mahasudarshanam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham
Now, can you all post whatever your third eye revealed in the chat? Projecting the picture now. Open sky, bright daylight, wonderful manifestation. Mountain, wonderful, mature sky, clouds. Super. Good manifestation. Wonderful. So now we're going to work on one of the important aspect of our life, that is wealth. Isn't it? Sangeeta is upright, sitting. Yeah. So many of us having so many restrictive patterns. Bhagavan Krishna he built Dwaraka, the richest. Dwaraka is considered as the richest city, where recently they found even the proofs of the whole Dwaraka they found under the ocean. The magnificent, meaning unbelievable chariots, unbelievable houses, meaning the richness to the peak. There's no limitation. So how do we, like Swamiji says, if you're active, why are we, many of you have a question, right? Oh, I came here for learning some spiritual sciences or something about spirituality. Why are you talking about wealth? Wealth is materialistic. Are you feeling that? Having any cognition like that? Anyone of you having that cognition? Swamiji says one thing. If you are actually growing, if you are complete, you should be manifesting wealth. Once Akhanda Bharat, they flourished they manifested everything. We all understood they are really lived a peak possible life. Many were enlightened or about to enlighten, and at the same time, Bharat was the ultimate in every aspect of life. Global GDP was the maximum, and you must have heard this sentence about the history. They used to sell, like how vegetables they sell in the market. They used to sell the diamonds, all the precious jewels like that. That much richness was there. There's nothing short for anything. They manifested the inner wealth. Out of wealth happened. While working, inner growth, outer wealth happened. Outer comforts happened. Right? So Swamiji says one powerful cognition that the more and more you are growing, it should be more productive, manifesting wealth, contributing to the society, contributing. So that should be the cognition, not the other way around. So when Krishna manifested Dwaraka like that, the unimaginable city, and everyone out there in the Dwaraka experienced the maximum wealth. So how that was possible? What are the cognitions? What Sanatana Hindu Dharma teaches about the wealth? Is the topic interesting for you guys? We are going to learn the how to manifest wealth. What is that cognition that we need to correct? Yes. So that's what we are going to learn the rest of the day, while also getting the cognitions from Krishna. Because he manifested whole outer wealth, but at the inner space, he is untouched by anything. Everything about Krishna is expressed ultimate way. Right? So we are going to learn the wealth completion. So what Hinduism say about wealth? What is the actual wealth? So let's listen from Swamiji. It's a short video. Wealth as per Hinduism.
See, prana is the energy which your body absorbs while you are breathing. Please understand. Prana is the energy your body absorbs while you are breathing. Air itself is not prana, but the energy which comes through the air is prana. Air is like a vehicle. Air is like a vehicle. On a physiological level, prana refers to your circulatory and respiratory systems. See, prana does 5 things inside you. Inhalation, that's called prana. Vyana means the air which goes inside and stays in you. Third, udana, the air which goes inside and spreads all over the body. Samana, the air which leaves your body. Apana, the air which does cleaning process in your body. Actually, these 5 movements of air energy inside you, as totally called as pranic layer. Please listen. I'll repeat once more. The 5 breathing activity happens in you. Inhaling, holding, exhaling, spreading all over your body, and cleaning. These 5 put together is called pranic layer. And all the energy which happens during the breathing process gives life to you. So please understand, prana is one of the important source of life. In this layer, all our desires are stored. Desire related patterns, desire related engrams, desire related samskaras are stored in this layer. Please listen. Listen carefully. Your desires are your life. Your desires are your life. Listen. It's your desires which infuse life into you, and it's your desires which infuse energy into you. Same way, conflicts in your desires brings tiredness in you. Contradictions in your desires brings boredom in you. Confusions in your desires bring frustration in you. Please understand. Your desires are your life. Conflict in your desires bring confusion in you. Conflict in your desires bring tiredness in you. Confusions in your desires bring frustration in you. Its contradiction in your desires bring boredom in you. Actually, if your desire is pure, every breath you inhale and exhale will make that desire into reality. When your desires have conflict, confusion and contradiction, every breath brings tiredness, boredom, frustration in you. Every breath is like a air blower into balloon. Your desires are the shape of the balloon. If the shape of the balloon is Tom and Jerry, when you blow the air, you will have Tom and Jerry. Conflict, constant conflict. If the shape of the balloon is just round, when you blow the air into that balloon, you will have a round balloon. The shape of the balloon is tall. When you blow the air into it, you will see tall balloon. Your breath infuses energy into your desire. So the one and only thing you need to do in your life is not giving up desire, but removing the conflicts, confusions, contradictions in your desires. Please understand. Renunciation is not giving up your desires, it is giving up conflicts, contradictions, confusions in your desire. Now, again, awakening your Kundalini Shakti, infusing into your pranamaya, breathing layer, will make you get out of these conflicting, confusing, contradicting patterns. Please understand. Whenever you become powerless in front of a desire, that becomes conflict, that becomes confusing, that becomes complicating. Listen carefully. Whenever you become powerless in front of your desires, those are the moments the conflicting, contradicting, confusing knots are created in your desire pattern. So naturally those knots does not allow the fulfillment or completion of your desires. Now, one by understanding and completing, second by awakening your Kundalini Shakti. In both ways, I'll help you to overcome these complications, conflicts and confusions. This Kriya we are going to do, the process we are going to do now, is a very powerful process to awaken your Kundalini and your pranic layer
so that you can be free from all this conflict, confusion, complications of your desires. So listen, the first step. Listen to the first step. Inhale as slowly as possible. Hold as long as possible. Exhale as slowly as possible. Hold your lungs empty as long as possible. Listen. Inhale as slowly as possible, comfortably. Hold as long as possible, comfortably. Exhale as slowly as possible, comfortably. Keep your lungs empty as long as possible, comfortably. If you already have high blood pressure, any problem in the lungs, any heart disorders, any other serious illness, please do not do this kriya. Others, do it very sincerely, as much as you are comfortable. Let's start the process. During the process, you should be standing. Please stand up. 3 feet gap between both the legs. Put your legs wide apart. Inhale and exhale. As slowly as possible and as deeply as possible. Please tie the ribbon. Please close your eyes and tie the ribbon. Inhale. As slowly as you can. Hold as long as you can. Exhale as slowly as you can. Hold the lungs empty as long as you can. Again start inhaling as slowly as you can. Please start. Continue again after a few minutes of break. The same breathing process. Others, please continue as slowly as possible, as comfortably as possible. Relax. Please settle down wherever you are. You can have few minutes break.
This Kriya you have learned when we are having sessions, right? Do you remember? Do it every day for a few minutes. You understand the context, what Swamiji said? The Pranamaya Kosha has the desires. It's associated with the desires. So, wealth is not something outside you. It is the extension of you. What you feel about life, what you feel about you, all these ideas only decide whether wealth is going to be around you or not. This is the most powerful cognition. What you feel about life, what you feel about you. All these ideas, what is your inner space? What are the ideas you're carrying about wealth? Wealth is hard to manifest. One example, if you're carrying these ideas that decide whether wealth is going to be around you or not, the Upanishad, Brihadaranya Upanishad, chapter 2, 0.45, it says, verily, not for the sake of wealth, my dear, is wealth loved, but it is loved for the sake of the self. Money itself is not abundance. Abundance, bund means without a bank. Dunce, a bund means without a bank. Jumping without a bund is abundance. Overflowing excitement, intensity about your existence, your existence will decide wealth manifestation, which expresses as your health, which expresses as your wealth, as the confidence to make whatever you want, as strength to manifest everything you need and not feel attacked, disturbed, destroyed by the so-called social impossibilities put on you is abundance. Are you excited of your own existence? That decides what you're attracting. Whatever is the reason, we are stressed out because our desire is not fulfilled. We are stressed out because so we give reasons. At the moment, current moment, there is no enjoyment, there is no completion, there is no peace, there is no bliss. So, wealth, overflowing excitement, intensity about your very existence, which expresses as health, which expresses as wealth, everything around you. If you are conscious, organized, you accumulate wealth. Otherwise, you accumulate poverty. Understand? If you are conscious, organized, money is simply an extension of your understanding about you, your strength on you. Unfortunately, our schools are not. See, a few of the students may excel in some of the fields, like in software or, or a doctor, and they may excel in the wealth manifestation, meaning manifesting money. But that is not the whole wealth we are talking about. Money also one aspect, but the way you enjoy life, the way you feel about you, you excite about you, the way you live about you, the quality of life that you lead, that is not there. So, money is simply extension of your understanding about you, your strength on you, your strong belief on you. When a man decides to create wealth, not steal, he will have wealth. And the great fulfillment he lived. How you cognized money, wealth, what all your perceptions and beliefs and cognitions about money, let's dig it out. What you carry, the belief system you manifest. So what are you carrying about wealth? What are your understanding about wealth? The moment you remember money, does it bring tremendous pain, suffering, impossibility? All that in you? So what is the emotion or energy it invokes in you? So put your pen and paper and just keep writing whatever comes to your mind. What is that cognition that comes to your mind about the moment you remember money? It's difficult to earn, I'm stressed out, it's hard to earn, I have little money in my bank, I don't know how to manifest money. Anything comes out to you, pen down. Trust me, this wealth manifestation, many people manifested wealth and they are successful if you are sincere. If you believe in Swamiji teachings, if you do it sincerely, you manifest wealth the way you want it. It should become an extension of you. You enjoy life, you contribute to wealth, you more and more feeling blissful, the more and more fulfillment you will experience. Because I have a personal witness to so many people, devotees of Swamiji. They have manifested how they were before, how they manifested all the time. All you need is, again, how you feel about you, how excited you are about implementing Swamiji teachings. Then that becomes an experience. Otherwise, it's just a knowledge. So put your pen and paper, just keep writing whatever comes to your mind when you remember money. You're not going to show it to anyone, just for you to bring to your awareness. You need to do this exercise. All of you done? Okay. So now the second, next step. Next step is bring completion with ideas of money. Write down all the desires you have related to money in all the three forms: earning money, spending money, and saving money. Write down all the desires you have related to money in all the three forms. How you want to, what is your desire of earning money? What is your desire of spending money? What is your desire of saving money? For each of these desires, identify if you have any conflict or contradictions or complication. Clearly describe it. Then make a list of the conflict-free, contradiction-free, complication-free desires you have in all aspects of wealth: earning, saving, and spending. Is it clear? Are you able to follow what you need to do? Please append them down. Few minutes. Okay. So basically, examples of conflicting desires. For example, morning you feel like you want to work, make $1 billion and become a big boss of a company. But evening you feel like dropping everything and going and lying down in a beach and having vacation. One side you enjoy the busy life, and the other side your mindset wants to get rid of everything. So that is what conflicting. Self-contradictory is, even in one statement you contradict yourself. Okay, so my headache should get cured. The more and more number of times you tell my headache should get cured, my headache should get cured, my headache should get cured, headache only will, your system will record it. You are strengthening your headache inside. Because any word repeated more and more number of times inside is going to become strong inside. Are you catching this? The more and more you repeat, headache, your intention is good. My headache get cured, my headache get cured, my headache get cured. But your system, unfortunately, records headache. So what is happening? You are getting more headache. Because that's what you're asking the cosmos. So that is self-contradictory. You want one thing, but you're doing something, which many of us miss here. Now, difference between conflict and contradicting. Conflict means feeling different things at different timings, not having clarity. Morning you want something, evening you want completely opposite thing. That is conflict. Contradiction means you don't even know you're contradicting, right? So headache, example. I want to get rid of headache, get rid, and headache. These two are contradicting. Your one side headache, you're repeating, you're inviting headache. The other side, you are get rid. So it is contradictory. Nothing will happen, only headache will come. So complicating desires. Complication means you don't even know why you are doing it. You just complicate things. For example, if you talk to your spouse about this problem now, it will be solved. But you think, why should I talk to him? Let him first smile at me. What is the hurry now? I will talk day after tomorrow. Complicating things, which can be easily sorted out, but we complicate things. Complicating desires. So this is what we are under. Now we understand where we are stuck, right? We have confusing, contradictory, complicating desires we have. Now, how to solve this? We understand, brought it to our awareness, the conflicting, contradictory, complicating desires we have. So nothing will manifest with this mind setup. Now let's understand what needs to be done. So these are the patterns that we carry without even our knowledge. So completing with,
When you say, how will the awakening wealth?
completing with wealth restricting patterns. So what are those we just learned? Complicating, confusing, contradictory patterns. So how do we complete that? Let's learn from Swamiji.
When you say, how will the Awakening Wealth Conscious program help me? It will align your whole thought current and consciousness towards life positive and wealth positive. Now you may be operating from the cognitions of wealth negative. So once your cognitions are aligned, please understand, whether you work or not, even your breathing gives life to your cognition. That is why don't go near bad people. Even if you breathe their air, it is bad for you. They will somehow put the negativity in you. Your whole cognition will be tuned towards wealth positive, life positive. Naturally, you will manifest that in your life. Understand, giving 1 crore does not make somebody wealthier. Somebody who feels wealthy gives 1 crore. Understand, abundance is the confidence they have on themselves and their existence to manifest as much as they want, so they go on sharing, breathing out so that they can breathe in. They know they can breathe in, that is why they breathe out. If you are doubting, will I be able to breathe in and hold the breath inside, you will be dead. They breathe out because they know they can breathe in. They share because they know they can generate. They share because they know they can create. They share because they know they can manifest. Understand? Giving 1 crore does not make you wealthier. Person who feels wealthier gives 1 crore. Many of your desires, your movements, your actions, you complicate. Because you have a prejudice, it cannot be solved. All of you understand? How you relate with yourself. Conflicting, contradicting, complicating the desires. I also wanted you to understand how you relate with yourself. In 2 ways you relate with yourself. First, the lower identity or the lower ideas you carry about you, or the higher identity, higher ideas you carry about you. If I have to give an example, very small things sometimes you feel, no, I cannot walk 3 floors and go to my office. So I don't want that job. Sometimes very small things, you complicate it so much and you really believe it is a big problem. I am giving you one example. But look inside, you will see hundreds of examples where such a small thing
because of the lower ideas you carry about you. And same way, sometime you carry very high ideas about you. And very difficult things, very difficult for others, you finish it so easily. Because the ideas you carry about you. Now first I want you to work. I'll give you a small exercise to work on the ideas you carry about you, so that I'll lead you to the next level of conflicting, contradicting, complicating desires. You felt very low and unhappy. Describe the incident and write down the experience you had about yourself. Contemplate and write down the lowest ideas you carry about you. I am not capable, I am not good enough, I am a failure, whatever you are carrying. Second, recollect the first incident in your life when you had the first idea about money. What were your first thoughts and engrams about money? Third, scan your whole life and identify if you had incidents in your life where you are left incomplete in aspect of money. Means feeling unfulfilled because of money. Write down the wounds that got created in you and in your relationships because of money. Answer these three questions. I'll make you understand conflicting, contradicting, complicating desires, and how the higher identity, lower identity you carry. It is almost like a bypass surgery. Please, I'll give you the example. When I say write down any wounds that got created in you in your relationship because of money, somebody asked you money, you did not give and the relationship is broken. Or you gave money to somebody and they did not return it, the relationship is broken. Or you asked money, they did not give and the relationship is broken. Mention all those, record all that. Then I'll give you the deeper insights. First thing, you do not manifest what you desire, but you manifest what you believe. You manifest what you perceive. You manifest what you cognize. If you cognize struggle as you, if you believe you as a struggle, you will manifest only that. If you believe, if you cognize, if you perceive you as the ups and downs, you will manifest only that in your life. So the first basic truth. So if you perceive yourself as a struggle, you will manifest only that. And you desire health, wealth, joy, completion, enlightenment, stress-free, beautiful, blissful, content life. But you perceive you are not qualified for that, or that is not going to happen for you. You are not capable of taking responsibility for that. Unfortunately, you manifest what you perceive, not what you desire. Unfortunately, you manifest what you believe, not what you desire. Now, this gap, struggle, is what I call incompletions, mental patterns. When the completion starts happening, your perception, your beliefs become your desires. Your desire and your beliefs becoming one is what I call completion. Then simply you start manifesting. What do you want to manifest? Listen carefully. Whatever you want to be, enlightened, healthy, wealthy, whatever, the
actual work you need to do is on your fears. Actual work you need to do is on your fears. You are working on many wrong things. You think you need to work on your desires. You think you need to work on your energy. You think you need to work on your activism. You need to work on your intelligence. No, I'm telling you, intelligence is not information. It is ability to handle information. That comes only when you crack down your fears. In the path of enlightenment, if fear is a wall, desire is just a small rope hanging between two poles. Guilt may be a small one thorny bush in one corner, which you may not even need to attend. Many things which you may not even need to face, you go on wasting your time on it, working on it. Actually, what you need to face, you need to crack down on your fear. That is the most important wall you need to break. Even here, the secrets of attracting wealth, the most important thing you need to break is your fear. You need to crack is your fear. It's for the courageous. Actually, I see, from my own experience, I tell you, wealth worships the feet of courageous people. End of the whole secret. You may think, looks too plain, too bland. Internalize your inner space. Internalize this truth. Use this truth as a weapon to beat yourself down. Understand? If you beat yourself with the truth, you will never collapse. You will raise up. Wrong part of you will be broken, destroyed. Not the right part. If you beat yourself with lies and luxuries, you will unnecessarily not only create powerlessness, you will be growing in wrong direction. Drill yourself with this one truth. If you carry the idea, oh, if I become wealthy, I may become arrogant. I have seen many wealthy people becoming arrogant, abusive. If you carry that idea, you will never allow the wealth to become part of you. Go deeper into your cognition, biomemory, where the cognitions are stored, biomemory. And remove the cognitions you have against abundance, boredom. If you complete that, you can manifest multiple powers which will just attract. Please understand, you carry certain magnetic power, magnetic energy field in your biomemory, which is responsible for attracting the type of people, situations around you in your life. Sometimes people come and tell me, I all the time attract the people who abuse me, Swamiji. Means You are enjoying it. You are very happy about that victim feeling. You think that is the best safe identity with which you can survive. No. You are not Sati, you are Parvati. Understand? Ultimately, your bioenergy, Kundalini, should be awakened by a proper method. Known or unknown, you can complete. You can be out of it. It is possible. It is possible. I'll explain the science of completion. Understand, this one technique can help you whether you want to get rid of your headache or your whole ignorance and get into enlightenment. Whether you want as simple as healing your headache or as complicated as enlightenment. Anything, this one technique can give you. This one technique, it is a complete end-to-end, alpha to omega. It's from Sadashiva directly. In the Agama, 94th verse, 22nd technique. The chapter is called Shivanyanopanishad and also called as Vijnana Bhairava. Chittatyanta kritirnasti mamantar bhavayet iti vigalpanam abhavena vigalpair uchito bhavet. You don't have to remember. I am uttering every time so that I will remember. That's all. No, it is just to keep the purity of the teaching. I want all of you to know, whatever I am sharing with you is my personal enlightenment experience, which is in tune with the earlier master's experience. My Apta Pramana, my Atma Pramana in tune with the Apta Pramana, means the earlier masters. The Shastra Pramana. Only that can become your Sakshi Pramana. Never learn from a person who does not have Atma Pramana, enlightenment. He will be only Pandit, repeating. Same way, never learn from a person who claims yes, enlightenment, but does not keep his experience in tune with the Shastra Pramana and shares with you. It's always dangerous. Maybe it must have been good for him, but we don't know whether it is good for all of you. The Atma Pramana should always be acid washed with Apta Pramana, Shastra Pramana. Only that should become, only that can become Sakshi Pramana, experiential reality for you. Never learn from anybody who has only knowledge, not experience. Same way, never learn from somebody who claims having only experience and does not connect, purify, make it in tune with the Shastra and presents it to you. There is always a danger. If you don't bother about the Shastra Pramana, you may be having kakka biryani. Be careful. Listen. To keep the purity of the teachings, I keep the original Sanskrit verses. I'll give you the translation now. consciously feel within the mind stuff of past memories of incompletion with its activities as mind, intellect, and ego not existing in me, by contemplating this way in your inner space, disidentify from the past impressions and memories of completion, put your active attention at the space of past happening, relive these imagined impressions and memories of incompletion, then the mind stop having fully ceased from its present characteristics of forming thought patterns and cognitions is complete. Thus you become complete and achieve the original space of complete completion. Listen, now I will explain. I have read out the translation. I'll explain what to do. Now you wrote many of the patterns, incompletions, thought currents you are having about money, ideas, cognitions you developed about money from the young age. Do only one thing. Just go back to that same age when the incidents happened in you, the cognition started building in you, the beliefs started building in you, the idea started building in you, the perception started building in you. Relive the same situation. I am not asking you just remember. Remembering means, for example, something happened at the age of 7 which is still hurting you about money. You asked 1 rupee from your uncle and he did not give, but he gave it to his son. It's still sitting and hurting. If now you are 47, this happened 7. You being 47-year-old person and remembering what happened at the age of 7 is remembering. Forget you are 47. Forget who you are now. You may be having millions. Just become that 7-year-old who asked and did not receive. For you that 1 rupee must have been almost life. I have seen people, they develop even wheezing when they were not given as simple as a chocolate or an ice cream by their friend or family or brother. I've seen. Because for a child, it may be life. Just go back, forget who you are now. Become that person. When that incident happened, relive. Just see what has happened at that time. You will see many of the unknown, suppressed emotions will break. And I tell you, many diseases will be healed. I have seen people walking out of tumors, cancers, asthma, wheezing, just by completion. Because many of your diseases have their roots in some of the incompletions of the past. When you relive, many pain parts in you breaks. Pain bodies collapse. The pain patterns melt down, which completes many other issues which you don't even remember. I have seen when people do completion, to complete the wealth-related incompletions, suddenly they get into health, because the same incompletions which created wealth issues only were creating health issues. When they melt down, people become free even from both. Listen carefully. I'll repeat once more. Now you would have written so many patterns, incompletions, thought currents, ideas, cognitions. Take few minutes. Go back to each incident, each pain, each hurting. Relive. relive, relive. Don't justify what happened. Don't try to console yourself. No consolation will work. No justification will work. Neither help others nor try to help yourself. Just relive. I've seen when somebody has tears, others try to console. No, relax. You are not more compassionate than me. Let me do that job. You don't interfere in my job. Let you just go through. Even you don't try to console yourself. That is not going to work. If something has to break inside, let it break. It's okay. When you relive, the powerlessness, incompletion, loses power over you. I'll guide you step by step. And I commit with you, I'll lead you all to completion. And I know how to awaken, trigger the incompletions in you and break them, help you to relive and relieve.
Awakening the wealth conscious will align your whole thought current and consciousness towards life positive and wealth positiveness. Now, you may be operating from the cognitions of wealth negativeness. Many of your desires, your movements, your actions, you complicate because you have a prejudice that it cannot be solved. In two ways, you relate with yourself. First, the lower identity or the lower ideas you carry about you, or the higher identity, the higher ideas you carry about you. If I have to give an example, sometimes you feel, no, I cannot walk a 3 floor and go to my office. So I don't want that job. Very small thing, but you complicate, believe that that's a big problem. Giving 1 crore does not make somebody wealthy. Somebody who feels wealthy gives 1 crore. Understand? Abundance is the confidence they have on themselves and their existence to manifest as much as they want. So they go on sharing. It is like this. They know they can breathe in. That is why they breathe out. If you are doubting, will I be able to breathe in? Then hold the breath inside, you will be dead. They share because they know they can generate. They share because they can create. They share because they know manifest. Now, with these cognitions, describe an incident where you felt very low and unhappy. Write down the experience you had about yourself. Contemplate and write down the lowest ideas you carry about you. For example, I'm not capable, I'm not good enough, I may fail the exam, I'm failure, whatever you're carrying. Second, that's the first thing you have to write. Second, Recollect the first incident in your life when you had the first idea about money. What were your first thoughts and engrams about money? Example, my first idea about money was when I was a child. I heard my mother say, "Don't destroy money, don't destroy money." I understand that money should not be spent too much. Third, scan your whole life and identify if you had incidences in your life where you are left incomplete in aspect of money. Means feeling unfulfilled because of money. Write down the wounds that God created in you and your relationships because of money. For example, I wanted to donate 1,000 rupees to the school, but I did not have enough money. And so I felt so bad that even this much amount I could not give as I wished. So now please pen them down first, then we'll move on to the cognitions. Describe an incident where you felt very low and unhappy. Write down the experience you had about yourself. Contemplate and write down the lower ideas you carried about you. I'm not capable, I'm not good enough, I'm a failure, whatever you are carrying. Quickly pen down, please. Few minutes. Done? Are you done writing? Now, scan your whole life and identify if you had incident in your life where you are left incomplete in aspect of money. Means feeling unfulfilled because of money. Write down the wounds that got created in you and your relationships because of money. Just a couple of more minutes, quickly pen down. All right, so now let's move on. Now, you do not manifest what you desire. Understand these powerful cognitions. You do not manifest what you desire, but you manifest what you believe. See, what is the difference? You decide to manifest wealth, 1 million, okay, but you do not believe. You don't believe. You manifest what you perceive. You manifest what you cognize. If you cognize struggle as you, if you believe you as a struggle, you will manifest only that. If you believe, if you cognize, if you perceive you as ups and downs, you will manifest only that in your life. If you desire health, wealth, joy, completion, enlightenment, stress-free, beautiful, blissful, content life, but you perceive you as you are not qualified for that, or that is not going to happen for you, if you believing that you are not capable of taking responsibility for that. Understand these powerful cognitions. So, completing restricting wealth patterns, 3-part exercise. Pen down all perceptions and beliefs and cognitions about money. Example, money is difficult to earn. You will have respect only if you have money. People don't respect you if you don't have money. Money can break relationships. For each, so like that, what you have, your perception about money, your cognitions about money. For each of these perceptions, beliefs you had written, pen down the exact incident when you developed that belief or perception in you. The moment you remember money does not Does it bring tremendous pain, suffering, impossibility in you? What is the emotion or energy it invokes in you? Identify the emotion and the first incident when that emotion got triggered in you. Pen down the incident in detail. Take few minutes, quickly pen down. Okay, so now from the life of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, no question of restricting wealth patterns. The left side that you see, the earliest brochure designed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in 2002, 20 years ago, when he laid the foundation stone in Adi KAILASA, Bangalore, with hardly a handful of people around him. He named his mission Global Movement for Meditation, as can be seen in the photograph. Dhyana Peetam. Now the right side. Earliest visiting card personally designed by Swamiji around the same time. He gave the name Meditation Multiversity. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism personally showed these archives items to Kailasa Vasis in 2018 and explained how these items demonstrated the complete absence of restricting wealth patterns in him. Completing restricting wealth patterns, Sastra Pramana, the Hindu scriptures. Chitta Danshit Pratinnasti Mamantar Bhavayet iti Vikalpanam Abhavena Vikalpair Ujjito Bhavet. 94th verse, 22nd technique, the chapter calls Shiva Jnanopanishad in the Agama. Translation is, consciously feel within the mind stuff of past memories of incompletion with its activities as mind, intellect, and ego not existing in me. By contemplating this way in your inner space, descendantly from the past impressions and memories of completion, put your active attention at the space of past happening. Relive these imagined impressions and memories of incompletion. Then the mind stuff, having fully ceased from its present characteristics of forming thought patterns and cognitions, is complete. Thus, you become complete and achieve the original space of complete completion. That is the translation, true translation of the verse. Now, completing, restricting wealth patterns, signs of completion. Now you wrote many of the patterns, incompletions, thought currents you are having about money, ideas, cognitions you developed about money from the young age. Now, do only one thing. Just go back to the same age when the incidents happened in you. The cognitions started building in you. The belief started building in you. The idea started building in you. The perception started building in you. Relive the same situation. You cannot just remember however old you are. You have to forget about you, current you now. You have to visualize, and go back to that age, that what you wore, the dress, that minute details also, you have to remember, you have to transport yourself to that age. Remembering means, for example, something happened at the age of 7. When you still hurting, it is which is still hurting in you about money. You asked for 1 rupee from your uncle and he did not give, but he gave it to his son. It is still sitting and hurting. If now you are 47, this happened at 7. You being 47-year-old person and remembering what happened at the age of 7 is remembering. Forget your 47. Forget your now. You may be having millions, but when you relive, many pains parts in you break. Pain body collapse. The pain patterns melt down, which completes many other issues which you don't even remember. So, now sit down, next few minutes, do this completion. Relive that incident, whatever you identify. Complete with this pattern next few minutes. Please do the completion. to share your experience? So your understanding is expanding, right? Yeah. Conscious thoughts about wealth. Wonderful. So Sangeeta, what's about you? There is this beautiful quotation from Vedas. This exercise was painful, ma. Then how do you feel now? Light. That's the purpose. If it is too deep, if you do a few times, actually this will completely relieve. Then you start manifesting the wealth. You understand why you are unable to manifest the wealth. Now, let's understand awakening the wealth consciousness.
Awakening wealth consciousness. Let me describe fundamentally what is wealth as per the reality. Understand? I am not denying the form of the wealth currency has some meaning. No, I'm not denying. I'm not saying that crude form of the currency, the country currency you use, the raw form of the wealth. I should say the crude form of the wealth which you use for any transaction. I'm not saying it has no role, no value, no. I only want to declare that is not alone wealth. Understand? Current which keeps the currency current is wealth. Understand? The Vedic definition, current which keeps the currency current is wealth. What is fundamentally currency? 100 of us are sitting here. One has 1,000 rupee and he wants food. He gives that to somebody who supplies food. Then he gives that to somebody supplies raw material. He gives that to somebody who gives him health. He gives that to somebody who gives him a house. He gives that to somebody who gives him clothes. Continuously when it is moving, by the time that 1,000 rupee moves between many hands, its value has increased. Understand? The current which keeps the currency moving is the value of the currency. We may ask why some countries' currency has high value, why some countries' currency has no value or low value. It is our ability to keep our currency moving. The current which moves the currency keeps the value for currency. If you have too many reasons to use that currency, which you can buy only through that currency, that keeps the value. That current keeps the value of that currency. Mahadeva, Sadashiva, the greatest economist, defines wealth. Understand? You will never look at Mahadeva as an economist. Understand? He can wear ordinary Rudraksha bead which has no value. Because he wears it becomes a trend, fashion, millions wear and that becomes a valuable commodity now. Many of you don't know the Rudraksha I am wearing, that is more valuable than the gold covering it. It is highly praised than the gold covering it. You will not understand the economy of Mahadeva, Sadashiva, till you understand the real wealth. The economy of Vishnu is different. Whatever is valuable he wears. The world's largest gem, Shamantaka, is on his chest. Miss Universe is his wife. The best flight, Garuda, is his vehicle. But in Sadashiva, if you see, all the things useless for society, Basma, from the Smashana, that is his cosmetics. And the Rudraksha, which nobody touches, which is falling from the trees, some bead, that is his jewelry. Snakes, which nobody goes near, is his ornament. All the things he uses, understand? He is making a statement about wealth. If you read Agama, his words, beautifully it describes wealth in multiple places. Our ability to be intelligently active is wealth. Understand, intelligently active and constantly contributing. I'm not saying don't accumulate currency, but I am saying fundamentally understand the concept of currency, then start moving your life and others' life. Then you will understand not only the wealth consciousness is awakened in you, you will never bother about incompletions related to wealth. See, there are multiple incompletions people carry about wealth. First thing, the moment I utter the word, there is so much of that depression, that deprived feeling. Everyone has, I don't have. For what I am contributing, I have not been given my share. The various thought currents. Sometimes, oh, I am loaded with it. I don't know how to save it, how to protect it. From various resources, from various people, you need to protect your wealth. Sometimes the illegal sources which are trying to snatch it from you. Sometimes the legal sources which are the so-called legal sources which are trying to snatch it away from you. Sometimes illegally legal and legally illegal sources trying to snatch away from you. So you are worried about protecting. That is also an incompletion. Understand? Any incompletion related to wealth will disappear if you are awakened to the wealth consciousness. And awakening to the wealth consciousness is not becoming fool, irresponsible, careless. No. No. It is the most powerful strategy. Understand? Whenever your inner space is capable of including 5 people in your life, you build a good family. If your inner space is capable of including 50 people in your life, you build a good team. If your inner space is capable of building few hundred people in your life, you become a social leader. If your inner space is capable of including few thousands, you become leader for your region. If your inner space is capable of including a state in you, you become a leader of the state. If your inner space is capable of including a country in you, you become the leader of the country. Understand? If your inner space is awakened to understand and include the concept of wealth, you will see wealth becomes just part of your life. Expansion in life is freedom. Anything which restricts brings bondage and suffering. When I say expansion, I don't mean this expansion. I mean expanding in health, expanding in wealth, expanding in every field. is success. That is life. But there are many patterns which stops the expansion, restrictive patterns, which restricts you in your health and wealth. Please understand. There are thousands and thousands of engrams. Engram means engraved memory. Thousands and thousands of engraved memories, thought patterns in you, which are restricting you experiencing the ultimate, which are constantly showing you that you are not ultimate and you cannot expand by giving foolish, self-created, restrictive circumstances. Never ever think circumstances are more powerful than your reality. No. Our reality is more powerful. Our capacity to create the reality is more powerful than any circumstances. Let me define engram. Engram means a memory gets into your system, makes you work in the same way, even if you don't want. For example, you are addicted to smoking or drinking pattern. That engram gets into your system very strongly. After 2 years, even if you want to give up, you won't be able to give up. When the time comes, from inside you will hear smoking, cigarette. When the time comes, from inside you will hear, come on, open the bottle. Simply you can't do anything. Your body will just move. It will open, drink, fall asleep. Next day morning when you are having fight with your spouse only, you will even remember. It is not good for your health. One of the biggest lesson I have learned from my life and I wanted to share with all of you is, have a strong experiential clarity about you. Nobody should be able to penetrate and alter your idea about you within you. Constantly, if people tell that you are a miser, you are a miser, you are a miser, you are a cheat, you are a cheat, you are a cheat, you should not start believing it. That strong clarity about yourself, if you just have that, that's enough. You won the game of life. Nothing else can protect you other than the clarity about you. If that is there, nobody can harm you. Please understand, you are so weak, when people around you doubt, you also start doubting you. That's one of the biggest weakness human beings carry. Destroying others' opinion about you is not that big failure. But if you are also influenced by the others' opinion about you, you are a failure. In my case, the only reason I won the game, they lost the game, is they are able to convince the whole world about me, but they are not able to create one doubt about me in me. Have a strong fort. Nobody can take away your kingdom. Strong fort means in your inner space, be authentic and clear about what you are and what you believe, what you want. Many times in you, when the clarity is not there, when you have restrictive patterns, suffering starts for you. Only those methods of grabbing, stealing, robbing is wrong, sin. Otherwise, creating wealth, if you are contributing something directly to the people, universe, if you are grabbing from others without contributing anything, that is what is sin. So creating wealth is intrinsic part of life. Krishna says very beautifully in Gita, Gahano karmano gatihi. The universe by its nature works. If you have at least the goal of creating wealth, you will be creative. Your energy will be channeled properly. I can give you the clear guidance. The first priority should be in the life for moksha, enlightenment. Till that happens, the second priority can be creating wealth. Understand? Not grabbing or robbing or stealing. Creating wealth. Anything else is a third priority. And I don't want to talk about third priorities. Creating wealth makes you non-violent because you will be too busy with the people, with the world, with life by creating. First, remove the guilt about wealth from your inner space. Second, understand the expression of life through you is equivalent to the wealth you create, not grab, you create. So the more and more life energy starts expressing through you, more and more you create. Life energy expression and wealth is one and the same. Seekers always justify their poverty as their spiritual quality and innocence. So if you are not wealthy, understand, if you have decided not to create wealth, great. But if you want to create wealth and not wealthy, if you have a greed for the wealth or a desire for wealth and not wealthy, be very clear, you are not a seeker, you are a seeker. Something is seriously wrong in you. Look into it. Wealth itself is not sin. Somebody is having problem because of having. Somebody is having problem because of not having. Problem is a problem. Wealth is not a problem. Problem is a problem. Wealth is not a problem. Person who is having guilt because of having, person who is having guilt because of not having, both are big, you can say very big sickness. I have seen many of these rich men, because they carry a deep guilt imposed on them by society, even though they created their wealth very honestly, in a creative way, because of the guilt imposed by society on them, they live a very miserable life and go on drinking alcohol and trying to have high costly entertainments just to forget this guilt. Many times they come to me for their problems and in need of solution. When I analyze their inner space and life, there is no problem. Then why are they suffering? The only guilt which they are carrying, which is imposed on them by society. I tell them, come on, don't imbibe the guilt given to you by the fellows who are incapable. You do not cheat or grab or be dishonest. That's right. That's enough. But no need to carry a guilt on the wealth, about having wealth. Rich men carry this guilt very deeply. And just to escape from that, they get into all kinds of addictions. And their life is hell as a fellow who doesn't have money. The next thing, having is one side, not having. This is a very funny side. Having the desire to have wealth, not having it, but giving a valid reason why they are not having it. This is also another important slave mentality. We always think work not done plus valid reason is equivalent to work done. And your mind is such a cunning mind, it creates very valid reasons and justifies itself. Why? You are poor, and not only that, adding sacredness to poverty. Who are adding sacredness to poverty. Relax. Don't add sacredness to your scaredness. Because you are scared of life, you back out from life, and for the feeling of scared, you add sacredness. You start saying, no. You see, I am not the kind who can tell lies. This word is a lie. I am not the kind who cheat others. What is there? Little bit, 2 meal, and 1 small house, and 2-3 piece clothes. That's enough for life. If it is enough, why are you going around and bragging about it? Be content. The fellows who talk about their poverty being their great quality will not keep quiet, because they are trying to make sacredness out of it. Please understand, as Krishna says, Gahano karmano gadihi. Life's flow is work. If you are not creating wealth, all your work is happening in wrong direction. Your work is happening more in the line of destruction, not in right direction. The integrity, I am telling you from my experience. Now, experience of handling so many worst possible situations in life. Actually, this whole rumors and the problems created around me has made me really rich in life. Economically, I may not have become rich, but in life I have become very rich. Now I know how to handle people. I know who should be trusted and who should not be trusted. I have learned a lot of lessons. Actually, I tell you, these lessons are really worthy of the money we lost. We lost a lot of money. But these lessons I learned are really worthy because it will be asset forever for the whole future. Sometime, the lessons you learn become more valuable than the situations try to hit you. Look in. Remove the deep hatred for work. See, life is by its nature flow. If you create wealth, at least it will be directed in one line of creativity. If you are not creating wealth, be very clear. One, you will be spending all your time in destroying something, somebody, or you will be spending all your time in fighting with you, in depression. Fighting with your own self. Morning half an hour you will argue whether to create wealth or not. Evening half an hour you will argue whether to create wealth or not. Morning you will argue, I should create wealth. Evening you will argue, no, I should not create wealth. And night you will fall asleep. Between the morning and evening, again, you will be spending time in eating. That's all. After 20 years, what you have done? No, I debated morning whether to create wealth or not. The side of creating. In the evening, debated for not creating. Finally, nothing has happened. Life is wasted. That's all. Not having wealth is a wrong mental setup. Awaken the creativity in you. Remove the hatred for work, creativity. I'll give you further, deeper, exact techniques and process to create wealthy consciousness. First, you need to create a wealthy consciousness which is ready to take the responsibility to create and sustain, which is ready to take the responsibility of being creative. For being creative, you need to take many responsibilities. It doesn't happen like a breeze. Even if the breeze happens, you need to be responsible to keep your doors open for the breeze to blow through you, flow through you. In Vedic tradition, we have two major gods representing wealth, Kubera and Lakshmi. Kubera is a guy who holds stock market. Lakshmi is the bank circulating. Lakshmi gives, circulates. Kubera holds, sits on it. Treasury and currency. We have another two dimensions of wealth in Vedic tradition, Sanganidhi, Badumanidhi. Understand? Badumanidhi means flowered wealth, like a lotus, created. Sanganidhi means conquered wealth. Flowered wealth, conquered wealth. Conquered wealth is not robbed wealth. Please understand. Conquered wealth is not robbed wealth. It is not like a Gajni Muhammad coming to Somnath temple and robbing the whole temple, grabbing all the gold and taking it away. No, that is not Sanganidhi. Sanganidhi is conquered from the natural sources. Badmanidhi is made to flower from natural resources. Let me expand on wealth consciousness. The first conclusion you need to come, it is integrity. That's the most shortest way to enjoy wealth. Second, owning but not possessing means go on sharing. I have seen sometimes people, when they take up a job, they develop vengeance towards boss. Hey, you are giving only 50,000 salary for me. I'll work only for 8 hours minimum just to handle your questions, not more than that. So this is the way he starts. He thinks he's cheating his boss. In 6 months, he himself starts believing this much only is his capacity. He has cheated himself. Understand? Cheating your boss. In 6 months, you will believe that as your capacity and you will cheat yourself forever. You making your boss believe this is only your capacity because you want to take revenge on him. First conclusion you need to arrive is integrity is the best strategy. The next conclusion you need to arrive: own but don't possess. Go on be sharing, whether it is you or your space or your qualities or your qualifications. I tell you, the words you utter, people may listen, but the way you behave, people feel it. Let your behavior is all about owning, not possessing. That's the second conclusion. Third, let your enriching be most authentic, means every day upgrade yourself. Ultimate should not be final. Ultimate grows every day. Ultimate is not final. Today's ultimate is not tomorrow's ultimate. Tomorrow's ultimate is different. Brahmanda expands, cosmos expands. For you, something is ultimate today, which is not ultimate tomorrow. It expands. So, go on becoming authentic in your sharing, enriching. Next, important conclusion: do not feel shy to encourage people to support you back to enrich the world. Be confident, courageous about what you are doing. Don't be weak. Be confident about what you are contributing and encourage people to contribute back to them so you can continue to contribute. You can keep this Dharma Chakra alive. That's all. Just these 4 conclusions. Arrive. Now, one good news I have for you is our Vedic masters, Vedic rishis, Vedic visionaries, starting from Sadashiva, they have mastered a science to bring these highest thought currents and ignite your inner space through certain rituals and processes. That's what we call Homa and making Aushadha. Understand? Thought is as matter as any item which is seen by you in front of you. Please listen. I am repeating. A thought current is as matter as the mic, camera, TV, and all the items you are seeing in front of you. If this hand key can be given to you, a thought current also can be given to you. Our Vedic visionaries have mastered the science of bringing a thought current and infusing it into the people. simple. It is called initiation. They mastered this science. It is possible. It is reality. There is no placebo effect range. Understand? There is something called placebo effect. Any doctor gives any medicine, 40% of the patients will be cured. That's called placebo effect. The effect of this initiation is not the placebo range. It is undeniable. It can stand the scrutiny of the verification, follow-up, documentation and scientific research and analysis. It is not placebo effect range. Understand, our masters have mastered this science of making the thought current come in a space through yajna, means the thought current from the space will be brought into the air through the mantras and into the fire through the offerings, into the water in the kata pot and sprinkled on you, and into your mind through that water being sprinkled on you. The Dhanagarshana Bhairava Homa, the thought currents of awakening wealth consciousness in you, deciding to be ferocious within you and awaken your wealth consciousness. Ferociousness is not anger. If you feel society has cheated you, you are angry about the wealth, you will never manifest wealth. Ferociousness is different, anger is different. Kala Bhairava, Dhanagarshana Bhairava is ferocious but not angry. Understand? To infuse the ferociousness to manifest wealth consciousness in you. Once I asked my grandfather, is really such a person of charity. Every day in the night time, when he finishes his accounts, I learnt this habit from him. Even if it is 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the night, those days there is no computer and all. It was only in the notebook. Only after signing the ledger, completing the accounts of the shop he was running. He was running a rice mandi, wholesale rice godown. Only after completing the ledger, signing, he will go to bed. I learned that habit from him. And the most important thing, he had a box. On that box, there will be a board called Magame Bandu. Means 10% of his net income, he will put it in that box every day. That is kept for charity. So any temple function, religious function, temple inauguration, Annadan, anything, people will come. When they come based on their function level or expense level, he will give donation. Once I asked him, what is the use of giving money like this, donations like this? He said, the result of giving donations like this is more people will come to receive donations. That's all. Understand? Reward for wealth is more wealth, reward for love is more love, reward for work is more work, reward for charity is more charitable, more charity opportunities. Reward for integrity is more integrity. Cognizing the joy integrity brings in you, the powerfulness you experience through integrity, cognizing integrity is the ultimate no blind spot shrewd strategy for life. As I said, your plans are two cunning strategy. Integrity is three cunning strategy. Mukkan strategy. In anything, whether your relationship with your body, your relationship with the life, your relationship with the existence, your relationship with the ultimate source, your relationship with society, your relationship with humanity and its laws, in every level, cognize integrity as your strategy.
See, Masangita, you said you have seen this satsang earlier. So, and definitely you must have caught the thread. So what I'm trying to say here is, unless you implement that in your life, you won't see the result. So when do you implement? When you decide to implement. When you decide to implement. So Bhagavan Krishna says, whatever is the situation, when you help yourself, you become your friend. If you don't help, knowing but not doing is the problem. So you become your own friend if you help yourself. Otherwise, you become your own enemy. So let's listen from Bhagavad Gita. This is one of the most favorite satsang, most favorite verse in this chapter 6, where I have shared earlier also, this Swamiji has made us write 1008 times. Uttaredana atmanam atmanam amasadage. You are your own friend, or if you help yourself, if you lift yourself by yourself, otherwise you become your own enemy. So let's listen to that. Whether it's a wealth, health, anything can be manifested only when you help yourself. Sit and brood over, I'm a poor victim. My life is, you don't know how many struggles you have. I'm a poor, I don't have money. So you enjoy, cherish the lack of something, that means what? You're simply sitting on the problem, enjoying victimness, enjoying brooding over the problem, not taking the steps, not helping ourselves. Then nothing is going to manifest. There's a beautiful verse from the Rig Veda. The verse says, Sutova Sutaputrova Yovakova Mavamyaham. Meaning, you may be born in poverty, but that cannot be your destiny. You understand? You may be born in poverty, but that cannot be your destiny. This is from Rig Veda. From time immemorial, these verses are there. You know that from Paramashiva. So, it doesn't matter whatever is your past, whatever is your current situation, but that cannot decide your future, that cannot decide your tomorrow. How that change then? Only when you decide to help. Isn't it? How will it change? Simply sitting and brooding over will change? No. How will it change? Only when you help yourself. So, any question? Some technical error. I need to log off this and restart that. Give me a few minutes.
Accumulation, maintenance of wealth. I'll give the instruction to do how to do the N-Kriya and initiate you, then guide you step by step into the process. Please listen to the instructions carefully. Don't do when I am giving the instruction. It is 7-step Kriya. The first step is cleaning the nostrils, Nadi Shodhana. Inhaling deeply exhaling deeply 11 times, that's all. If you inhale and exhale, it is once. It's called one circle, one cycle. Do this for 11 times. Second step, Bastrika. Bastrika has many methods and procedures. I am giving you one simple Bastrika. Lower abdomen, pull in and up. Just don't move shoulders. Just "21 times do Bastrika. Pull your lower abdomen in and up. Third, Samana Kriya. Inhale as slowly as possible. Fill your lungs. Hold as long as possible. Exhale as slowly as possible. Hold your lungs empty as long as possible. Inhale as slowly as possible. Hold your lungs full as long as possible. Exhale as slowly as possible. Hold your lungs empty as long as possible. Do this 21 times. This is third step. All these three steps are preparation. Then in the fourth step, you enter the main N Kriya. The Sambhavi Mudra. Please understand. Somebody asked me a question. Swamiji, the mudra which we are doing is described as some other name in some other books. Don't bother about all that. Just do this mudra. Ears, the thumbs on the ears, index finger and middle finger on the eyes, ring finger on the nostrils, little finger on the lips. Lock all the senses, including your nostrils. Stop the breath. If you have high blood pressure or any other severe heart conditions, don't do this kriya. Don't do whole N kriya, just sit and meditate in silence. If you have any other serious illnesses, don't do this kriya. Others can do. Please understand, lock all the senses, turn the energy inside. You will see this is the moment that Kundalini awakens suddenly. This is the moment for sudden enlightenment. Every time when you do this N kriya, the possibility for sudden enlightenment opens its doors. The Kundalini can be awakened suddenly and intensely. Do this 21 times. Actually hold all the senses as long as you can. When you feel you can't hold anymore, then relax the nostril. You may inhale or exhale, just body may balance itself. Body may balance itself. When you feel little balanced, again hold the nostrils. Do this 21 times. This is the main N kriya part. Then next, the fifth part is intense humming for 7 minutes. Preparing the body for Kundalini awakening, levitation, or balancing the energy, settling the energy. And sixth step is Shakti Dharana. Raise your hand, face towards the Bididi banyan tree. Feel connected to Master's energy. When you are filled, pour yourself on the ground. Again, fill yourself, pour yourself to the ground. Do this 7 times. Be a open channel between the sky and the earth. 7th step, just sit and feel connected to the Master intensely and send a deep, loving, compassionate, blissful vibrations to whole world. That's a moment you will experience the levitation and Kundalini awakening. Let's prepare ourselves to enter into the Enkriya, which awakens high, intense enthusiasm. Please sit in Padmasana. Let's start the Enkriya. You can sit either in Padmasana or Vajrasana. Start the Nadi Shodhana, inhaling and exhaling as deeply as possible and as slowly as possible. Inhale through left and exhale through right, and inhale through right and exhale through left. I bless you all. Let you all open all your 3 eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham 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 Om Shanti Shanti Shanti
Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Paramashivoham.
Want, you can share your experience. So let's listen the chapter 6, verse 5th. There's a particular, so basically we're going to listen to chapter 6 of Bhagavad Gita to learn how our actions, how we taking responsibility for our growth is so important. All right, so
In a desert area,
to die. Buddha is about to leave the way anything will start. Same way, when you start doing anything inside your system, the same way you will start growing. First, resistance. Again and again you will fall. You will forget. Your system will resist. It will try to create all complications, all complaints, all possible arguments. Sometime, if you can't follow the teachings of Krishna, you will start blaming Krishna. I have seen many people, when they are not able to follow teachings of Krishna, straight away they will start criticizing Krishna. What Krishna? He was always flirting. He was always running behind women. He was Radha Lola. He's a Stree Lola. What type of man he is? Easily you can avoid, escape from Krishna by criticizing Krishna. When we can't practice these teachings, you have to justify yourself. And naturally, inside your being, your conscience will hurt you. So you have to justify. Some way you have to make your conscience believe you are doing right thing. So you have to find out some argument. So instead, when you are not able to follow, start criticizing Krishna. Best way to escape. Best way to avoid the teachings of Krishna. When we resist, when our being resists, if you allow the resistance to grow, you are the worst enemy for yourself. That is what Krishna says here. Uttared atmanatmanam atmanam avasadaye. Let you lift yourself by yourself. If you don't, you will be your worst enemy. It is up to you to help yourself as a best friend or to hurt yourself as a worst enemy. Please be very clear. Nobody can hurt you unless you allow. Nobody can help you unless you allow. Nobody can hurt you unless you allow. Nobody can help you unless you permit. Uttared atmanatmanam. Let you lift yourself by yourself. Again and again these masters, they come and stand in the same point. Krishna says, let you lift yourself. If you have fallen, if you have failed, practicing these words which you learned yesterday, the teachings or the meditation technique, if you have forgotten, don't worry. Again and again lift yourself. Don't feel depressed. Don't have guilt. Don't think you will not be able to do. Again and again lift yourself. Even Buddha, the last teaching of the Buddha is Atma Deepo Bhava. The moment he was about to die, Buddha is about to leave the body. All his disciples are asking, Master, give us your message in one word. What's your ultimate message? Buddha says, Atma Deepo Bhava. Let you be light, guide unto yourself. Let you be guided by yourself. Atma Deepo Bhava. Let your being guide you. The same thing, Krishna says, Uttared atmanatmanam. Let you lift yourself by yourself. Nobody can do anything unless you lift yourself. Just the other day, the internet I was reading, Super Deluxe Kundalini Yoga. There was an advertisement, $240 they charge, and you don't need to do anything. They themselves, they have a bypass circuit. Your Kundalini will be raised to Sahasrara automatically. All you need to do is allow them to do that bypass surgery, bypass connection. Then your Kundalini will stay in the Sahasrara forever. I was just shocked. I was surprised. How can somebody else awaken your Kundalini? Of course, enlightened masters can awaken, but staying in that same state can be done only by you. They can give you the glimpse, satori, but staying in that consciousness and achieving samadhi can be done only by you. Uttared atmanatmanam. Only you can help yourself. Somebody goes to Buddha and asks, Master, you know enlightenment is the ultimate thing. Why don't you give that to all of us? Why don't you make us all enlightened? Buddha says, oh, you want enlightenment? Do you think that I should give enlightenment to everybody? Please go around and take a survey. How many really wants enlightenment? By evening, this guy comes back after taking an extensive survey in that whole city, and he says, Master, only 2 persons wants enlightenment. Buddha says, please bring them, let me give. He says, no. They are not ready to come from the house all the way here. If you can send by courier, they are ready to receive. If you can send from here, they are ready to receive and keep it in their house. They are not ready to come here all the way. Nobody wants. Even if you want it as a one more item in your showcase. We are not ready to risk anything for enlightenment. We want one more item in the showcase. We can say, whenever people come to our house, we tell, this is from Delhi, this is from New York, this statue is from Japan. Just like that you can say, oh, this enlightenment that Nithyananda Swami he gave. He was giving Gita discourse. I went and attended, he gave. How it looks? Just as a one more showpiece, we are ready to accept, but not ready to commit, or not ready to risk anything, not ready to take the responsibility. Buddha says, the existence is so great, it allows you, it gives you the freedom to be in bondage. God is so great, He gives you even the freedom to be in bondage. It is your freedom, whether to be in bondage or to be liberated. Even liberation should not be forced. If it is forced, even liberation is not liberation. If it is forced, how can it be liberation? It cannot be. So you have complete 100% choice to be liberated or to be in bondage. It is completely up to you whether to be liberated or to be in bondage. God is so great, He allows you, He gives you the freedom even to be in bondage. Here Krishna says, Uttared atmanatmanam atmanam avasadayet. Let you liberate yourself by yourself. Unless you liberate yourself, nobody else can liberate yourself. If you help yourself, you are the greatest friend for your being. If you don't, you are the worst enemy for your being. Next, Krishna explains the same concept. Bandhuratmatmanastasya enatmaivatmana jitaha anatmanastu satrutve vardedatmaiva satruvataha. For him who has conquered the mind is the best of friends. But for the one who has failed to do so, his mind will remain the greatest enemy. This is an important sloka. This has to be understood with the next 2 slokas. Let us enter into the next two and then we will understand. Jitatmana prasantasya paramatma samahitaha Sidoshna Sukha Dukkeshu Tada Manapamanayo. Jnana Vinyana Triptatma Kodasto Vijidendriyaha Yukta Yucchate Yogi Samaloštashma Kanchanaha. Let me give the translation, then we will enter into the understanding. For one who has conquered the mind, the super soul, Paramatma, is already reached. For he has attained tranquility. To such a man, happiness and distress, heat and cold, honor and dishonor are all the same. The next sloka says, the person whose mind is contented because of knowledge of spiritual science, who has subdued his senses, and to whom cloud, stone and gold are same, and who is satisfied with what he is earning, is said to be established in self-realization and is called a yogi. Throughout this chapter, Krishna speaks about senses, how our senses are functioning and what we are supposed to do. Let me give you a small diagram, how our mind functions and how our senses are working. Then we will be able to understand the Gita in a much better way. Please understand how our mind works, how we process information, how we perceive things, how our senses perceive informations, and how you take decisions, how you move in your life. First, for example, you are seeing something through the eyes. Let us take this scene. Now you are seeing something. Here I am explaining only based on eye. You can replace it with ears. You can replace it with the taste. You can replace it with smell. You you can replace it with touch. With any pleasure, you can replace it. Here I am giving an example of eye. And this scene. Let us take the example of this scene. You are seeing me. First, your eyes will catch the picture or the scene. This will be taken to chakshu. Chakshu means the energy which is inside the eyes. This is called indriya. Please understand, eyes are not seeing. Through eyes, the energy is seen. Through eyes, something else is seen. How to understand this? Sometime, your eyes will be wide open. If you are intensely listening some music, even if somebody walks in front of you, you will not know. Your ears are open. If you are intensely reading something, even if some sound happens, you will not hear the sound. It means you are not hearing just through eyes or just by ears. Something else is seeing through eyes. Which sees through eyes is called chakshu. The whole file goes to chakshu. The picture or the scene which you are seeing will go to chakshu. In chakshu, the important process happens. The whole file is converted into digital file. I am speaking in the computer language. Understand? The whole thing is converted into digital file. It's almost like a DSP, digital signal processor. The whole thing is converted into digital file. Inside the computer, if you have to process any information, it has to become digital file. Whether it is a picture or whether it is a sound, it has to be converted into digital file. Same way, inside if the process has to happen means the whole thing has to be converted into biosignal file, digital file. The file processing happens in chakshu. Whatever scene you are seeing now, that picture will be converted into digital file in chakshu. That file will now go to chitta, memory. It will go to memory. In memory, the process will start happening. What is this I am seeing? What is this in front of me? First thing in memory, you will start analyzing and negating things. This is not this. This is not this. This is not this. That na iti, that will start happening in chitta. First your mind will say, this is not a tree. This is not an animal. This is not a vehicle. This is not a rock. All these things, that na iti, that this is not, that process will happen in chitta. Once that this is not happens, the file goes to mind. The mind starts saying, this is it, this is it. In mind, you start saying, the mind starts the identification process. This is it. Your mind starts saying, I am seeing a man standing with a kavi cloth. He is a Swami. He is teaching Gita. This is it. That identification will start happening in mind. Then the file goes to buddhi, your intelligence. The intelligence does the process. What is there between me and this scene? What is the connection between me and the scene? What way I am related to him? What way now I am related to this scene? Your buddhi will start analyzing with all your earlier experiences. Last 4 or 5 days I attended. It was really nice. I think it's really nice. Or if you think, no, I wasted my time yesterday itself. This is not worth. Some decision your buddhi will take. Your buddhi will say, some way it will respond, whether it is right or wrong, whether you liked it or not. Some way your buddhi will give the response, and now the whole file will go to ego. According to the